The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Good evening and welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is June the 22nd, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1633, Galileo Galilei recounts his heretical position that the Earth orbiting the Sun was at odds with the Bible and church teaching. Vatican apologizes in October 1992 for how it handled the case. In 1675, Royal Greenwich Observatory established in England by Charles II. In 1772, Somerset v. Stuart court case finds slavery unsupported by English common law, encouraging the abolitionist movement. In 1848, beginning of the June Days uprising in Paris by French workers. In 1865, the CSS Shenandoah fires the last shot of the American Civil War in the Bering Strait to indicate surrender. In 1941, Operation Barbarossa, Nazi Germany and its allies invade the Soviet Union during World War II. The largest military operation in history. In 1977, Walt Disney's Rescuers released, first Disney film to get a sequel. In 1963, little Stevie Wonder, aged 13, releases first single, Fingertips, first live non-studio recording to go #1 on Billboard. In 1937, Chandler Joe Lewis KO's James J. Baddock in the 8th round at Chicago's Kaminsky Park for the World Heavyweight Boxing title. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Wyatt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
The Abbot and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbot and Costello program, with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a sack of sugar in his Uncle Artie Stebbins' pocket because he heard his aunt say he had a sour puss, calmly said,
"I'm a bad boy!"
Hey. Well, Costello, here we are back in Hollywood. Hello. Will you listen to me, please? I say we're back in Hollywood. Tell me, how did you enjoy your train trip back from New York?
Oh, Abbott, it was absolutely terrible.
What do you mean?
I went into the diner for lunch and I started off with soup.
Yeah.
The train goes around a curve and spilled the soup in my pants. And so then I started on my salad. Again, the train hits another curve and the salad spills on my pants. And then I start on the roast beef. Suddenly the train stops quick. The beef slides across the table right under my pants. What a lunch.
Oh, That's terrible, Costello. Did you have the same trouble at supper?
Now, for supper, I stayed in my drawing room and I ate my pants.
What was that? What was that?
Darn that zipper.
Well, did you enjoy the scenery along the trip?
What scenery? The train was so crowded you couldn't even look out the window. I finally got one little glimpse of Albuquerque from the dining car.
Albuquerque.
Albuquerque.
You did that, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, an old woman was sitting at the table next to me. She let me peek out through the hole in her donut.
No. All right. Look, how about your old hometown, Patterson, New Jersey? Did you go back to the old neighborhood, Lou?
Oh, I went back to Patterson, all right.
That's right.
Hey, Abbott, that's a pretty tough neighborhood. Any kid with ears is a sissy.
No kidding.
Any cat with a tail is a tourist. But they had a big parade in my honor, Abbott.
They did?
At the head of the parade came Mayor Fury with Mrs. Fury on his arm. Then the Guard of Honor, Captain Jorlet and Mrs. Jorlet on his arm. The night came next with Izzy Rappaport on my arm.
Wait a minute. Who's Izzy Rappaport?
He's the guy who rented me the tuxedo.
Oh.
He don't trust nobody. Every time I raised my silk hat to the crowd, I lifted myself off the ground.
Yeah, you lifted yourself off the ground.
Yeah, Izzy had the hat chained down to the pants.
Boy, I'll bet you look great.
Oh, yes, I am lost already.
Well.
Yes, indeed. I certainly did look great.
You must have looked great, eh?
Yeah, and did I have fun with the girl?
Oh, naturally.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
I had plenty of fun with the girl.
You did?
I bought myself a pole 15 feet long.
What was that for?
That was for the girls you couldn't touch with a 10-foot pole.
Oh, I see. Well, I hope you didn't send all your money back there, Costello. You know, our room rent is due today.
Mm-hmm.
We better go over to Mrs. Niles now and give her the money.
Abbott, I haven't got the money.
What? Where's the $500 I gave you in New York?
I spent it on a bottle of perfume for my girlfriend.
$500 on a bottle of perfume?
Yeah. It's called Jazz Swears Très l'Amour Couture.
What's that?
Melted butter. Grade B.
Grade B. Look, you idiot. How are we going to pay our rent now?
Well, look, Abbott, why don't you pay the rent?
I'll
give you my half later.
Now, wait a minute. No, you don't.
No, Abbott, we've always been pals.
I know,
I'd
but...
share anything of mine with yours.
Well, that's
if I
different.
had 2 loaves of bread, I'd give you one. If I had 2 books, I'd give you one. If I had 2 blondes...
Yes.
Would you like the other book?
Now, wait a minute. Listen. Now, stop this silliness. This is serious. We've got to make some money right away. Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Why, we can go to work for my cousin, Bob Goldstein. He runs a bakery. We can go over there and help him knead some dough.
Sure. We can go over right away and... What did you say?
We can go over there and help him knead some dough.
Why shouldn't we go over there and help him knead some dough? I'm the guy that needs the dough.
No. My cousin needs the dough. We just help him knead it.
Look, Abbott, let him look out for himself. Come on, let's go over there and get some dough. I need it.
No, it's too late to knead dough now.
Well, what about the dough I need for Mrs. Niles?
You don't need dough for Mrs. Niles. You need dough for my cousin.
Why do I need dough for your cousin?
Because you need the dough for Mrs. Niles.
Look, Abbott, we need dough for Mrs. Niles, don't we?
Yes, right.
And we can get the dough from your cousin?
Right.
Come on, let's go get it.
Oh, no, it's too late. He isn't needing dough until tomorrow.
I don't care when he needs it. I need it tonight.
But my cousin's bakery is closed now. He's gone home.
Let's go over to the house and get the money.
Oh, he won't give you any money until you help him knead the dough tomorrow.
You mean he doesn't need any dough at home?
No, he doesn't need any dough until he gets to the bakery in the morning.
Oh, his wife goes to his pocket at night, huh?
No, she doesn't. He gives her half of everything he gets for kneading her dough.
You mean he gets paid for kneading dough?
That's right. He gets $50 a week.
Boy, what won't the OPA think of next?
The OPA has nothing to do with this. He deserves the $50. It's pretty hard work kneading dough.
I've always found it pretty easy.
Oh, yes? Do you know how much trouble it is to knead dough? Now, first you have to rub a little grease on your pan.
Well, what's that for?
So the dough won't stick to your pan.
I don't care about my pan, Abbott. I want a little dough to stick to my fingers.
Now, look, never mind.
I love money.
I know you do.
I want to run through it in my bare feet.
Listen to me, never mind that. You spread the dough out on the table and make several rolls.
Now I got to shoot crap for it.
Yeah, no, nothing of the kind. After you get the rolls of dough, the next thing you need is a little oven.
I don't need no little lovin'. I don't want no lovin'. That's how I lost my first dough.
Look,
Too much lovin'.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand anything. I said oven, not lovin'. Look, I'll explain it to you. When I say you need dough, I don't mean the kind of need that starts with an N. I mean the kind of need that starts with a K. The kind of dough that you need, that starts with an N. You only get by kneading the kind of dough that starts with a K.
Oh! When you say I need dough, you don't mean the kind of dough that starts with an N. You mean the kind of dough that starts with a K, and the kind of dough that I need that starts with an N, I only get by kneading the kind of dough that starts with a K.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
According to a recent nationwide survey, More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
When 3 leading independent research organizations put the question, what cigarette do you smoke, to doctors all over the United States, the brand most named was Camel. This great nationwide survey covered every branch of medicine. The question was asked 113,597 doctors. Well, if you smoke Camels yourself, you'll say, sure, why shouldn't doctors go for the flavor and mildness of Camels just like I do? If you're not a Camel smoker now, well, try the cigarette that, according to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke than any other.
For Camel fans everywhere, Carl Hoff and the orchestra play a great Gershwin favorite, Liza.
Well, here's our apartment, Costello. Come on, let's go in.
What about Mrs. Niles? She'll nail us for the rent.
Well, we'll sneak past her door.
Okay.
Who is that out there in the hall?
Oh, quick, Costello. Make a noise like a cat.
Okay.
Meow! Oh, is that you, Kitty?
No, this is Tom.
Oh, so it's you, Mr. Rabbit. I told you there's no cooking allowed in my apartment. Why are you trying to smuggle in a side of pork? Oh, pardon me, that's Costello.
Mrs. Niles, I wish you hadn't said that. I was just going to tell you how nice you look in that sunsuit.
Oh, thank you, Costello. Don't you think I have cute knees?
Cute? The last time I saw knobs like that, they had keyholes under them.
Costello, will you cut that out? Mrs. Niles has very pretty legs.
Are you kidding, Abbott? She's bowlegged.
Young man, I'll have you know I am not bow-legged.
Well, all I know is you're the only woman that can get out of both sides of a taxi at the same time.
Now, never mind, Costello. Let's go on up to our apartment and get ready for dinner. Come on.
Just a minute, you two. What about my rent money? Where is the $60?
$60? I thought it was $50.
I'm raising the rent.
I'm glad to hear it. We can't raise it.
Never mind that. Get it up, get it up. I need the dough.
Is that with a K or an N?
Costello, I'm not going to stand here and eat that corn you're handing out.
When I stop handing it out, we'll all stop eating.
Oh, I've wasted enough time with you two. Here, come back here, you two. Come back.
Well, Costello, we got in our room. Lock the door. Lock the door so Mrs. Niles can't get in. Go ahead.
You don't have to, boys. I'm locking the door so you can't get out.
Well, how do you like that?
Hey.
Well, Costello, we've got to get out of here. Look through the keyhole and see if Mrs. Niles is still out in the hall. Hurry up.
Okay. Abbott.
What?
This is very embarrassing.
What do you see?
Another eye.
Yes, and don't you try any monkey shines in there. I'm sitting right here outside this door until I get my rent.
Costello, what are we going to do?
Leave it to me, Abbott. I'll soft soap her.
That's the boy.
Mrs. Niles! Are you out there, my little red-headed sweetheart? Watch her soak up the soil like an old crankcase. Yoo-hoo, sweetheart!
Don't try any of that malarkey on me. I'm wise to you.
But Mrs. Niles, I really mean it. You are my ideal, my dream girl. You are my little red-headed glamour girl. I knew she'd choke on that one.
Costello, you sly little flatterer, you. Come out here in the hall and whisper that in my ear.
Certainly, my darling.
Costello, what happened?
Help me in the bed. We'll look for my teeth later.
Get out off that bed, Costello. We've got to get out of here. Don't you know somebody we can call?
Yeah, I'm going to call my lawyer. Robert Broder. This is the law firm of Broder, Breder, and Breder. Glockenspiel talking. Glockenspiel, this is Lou Costello of the Abbot and Costello radio program. We got a problem. I know. I heard last week's program. No, I don't mean that. Our landlady has locked us into our room. She won't let us out until we pay our rent. Well, I'll call you back as soon as I hear from Howard Tings. Howard Tings? Not so good. How are things with you?
Well, you didn't get anywhere there, Costello. Now what are we going to do?
Abbott, I'm getting good and mad now. I'll show Mrs. Niles she can't fool with me.
What are you going to do?
I'll call the OPA in Washington.
Number, please.
I want the OPA in Washington. The number is Liberty 1740.
Thank you. Liberty 1744.
No. Liberty 1740. Oh.
Oh, where does it hurt you, kid?
Look, operator, I want to talk to Washington.
One moment, please.
Hello, Pleasant View Sanitarium. Who do you want? Napoleon, Romeo, Julius Caesar? You name 'em, we got 'em.
Look, I'm calling Washington.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Washington is out chopping down a cherry tree.
Operator, please get me my number. It's very important. I have got no time for this foolishness. Do you hear me? I haven't got the time.
When you hear the tone, the time will be 6:15 1/4.
Operator, will you please connect me with Washington? Do you hear me? Washington.
Is that like Tacoma, Washington?
No, that's a state like Indiana or Texas.
Like what?
Texas, you old battle axe, Texas.
One moment, please.
Hello, Battleship Texas.
Battleship Texas?
Yes, Lieutenant Martin speaking.
I don't care if you're an admiral. I want Washington.
Oh, hello, Admiral. You're in Washington, eh? What are your orders for our ship?
I don't care what you do with the ship. You can blow it up.
Aye, sir.
Hello, Costello. Hello.
I'm sorry, your party has been disconnected.
Operator.
Number, please.
Look, let's start all over again. The number I want is Liberty 1740. 1740, remember?
I think I have it now. 17. What were the last two numbers?
What were the last two numbers? 40! Where does life begin?
One moment, please.
Good morning, Maternity Hospital.
Operator, will you cancel that call and get me Ripley?
Ripley? You mean believe it or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Has something unusual happened?
Has it? I'm having a baby.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
That survey covered 113,597 doctors, covered every state in the Union and every branch of medicine. 3 independent research organizations advanced the question, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand most named was Camel. Now, your own T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, can help explain the great enthusiasm for Camels among so many millions of smokers. See how your taste responds to the rich, full flavor of Camel's superb blend of costlier tobaccos. See how your throat reacts to Camel's cool mildness. Could be that you too will be saying, yes, sir, Camels suit my T-zone to a T.
And here is Camel's lovely Amy Arnell to sing I Don't Know Enough About You.
I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know enough about you Just when I think you're mine, you try a different line. And baby, what can I do? I read the latest news, no buttons on my shoes. But baby, I'm confused about you. You get me in a spin, oh what a stew I'm in. 'Cause I don't know enough about you. Jack of all trades, master of none. And isn't it a shame? I'm so sure that you'd be good for me if you'd only play my game. You know I went to school, and I'm nobody's fool. That is to say, until I met you. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know enough about you. You know I went to school, and I'm nobody's fool. That is to say, until I met you. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know enough about you. Baby, I don't know enough about you.
Hey, Costello, Mrs. Niles is sleeping outside the door. Now's our chance to sneak out. But wait a minute, we'll have to go out the window. We'll tie a couple of sheets together and slide down to the alley. By the way, do you know how to tie a knot?
Oh, sure. I used to be a Girl Scout.
You mean a Boy Scout?
You scout for what you like, and I'll scout for what I like.
Quiet, stop this. Tie those sheets together.
Okay.
Now, tie one end of the sheets around something solid, and down we go. Have you got it tied?
Yeah.
All right, here I go.
The last one was me. You know that, don't you, Abbott?
Oh, what happened? We both fell down. Even the sheets fell down. I told you to tie them around something solid, didn't I?
I did. I had it tied around my waist.
All right, come on, let's get away from here. We've got to find some place to sleep tonight.
Hey, Abbott, here's my old girlfriend, Tessie Tinfoil's house. Maybe she can tell us where we can rent a room.
Oh! Men, come in!
Hello, Tessie.
Hello, Mr. Abbott, and my fat little lover boy, Louis.
Hiya, Jackson.
Why do you call me Jackson? Because I'm a jitterbug?
No, because you're built like a stone wall.
Tessie, we've been put out of our apartment.
What for?
It was too damp.
Too damp?
Yes, there was too much dew on it.
Well, I don't know where you're going to get... I say I don't know where you're going to get another room.
I heard you the first time.
Wait a minute, Tessie. A room's that tough to get?
Tough? A truck driver drove by here this morning, and a crate of oranges fell off the truck. And before the driver could turn around to pick it up, 2 families from Oklahoma had moved in the crate and were selling the oranges.
Well, what do we do now?
Let's go next door and see our old friend Scotty. He might be able to put us up.
Footman, laddies, I'll have to come outside to talk to you. I can't let any light in the room. I'm feeding the cat.
What's the light got to do with feeding the cat?
Well, I painted her saucer with whitewash, and she thinks it's milk.
Look, Scotty, we've been put out of our room, and this is no laughing matter. We have no place to stay tonight. Could you put us up?
Well, I've got an extra bed, but before I could let you sleep in it, I'll have to ask you to take off your shoes.
Okay. Hey, my shoes are off.
Just as I thought. Costello, you got a big hole in your sock. You can't sleep in the bed.
What's the hole got to do with it?
Well, if your toenails are sharp enough to cut through those heavy woolen socks, just think what they would do to my thin sheets. Good night.
Abbott, we'll never get a place to sleep. I'm so tired I can hardly stand up.
Yeah.
You boys!
Hey, look, Costello. It's the actress, Bessie Mae Mucho.
I'm so glad you got back from New York.
What have you
Welcome to Holywood.
done? My, what have you been doing since we were gone, Bessie?
I've become a businesswoman. I've opened up a candy shop.
A candy shop?
Sure, Abbott. You know what a candy shop is. That's where they make saltwater toofy and poopsicles, pips and popsicles, and scoots.
I have so much fun making candy. I spent the whole day whipping up a pond of coconut fudge. Don't you just adore coconut fudge?
No. I'd rather have a sack of jelly boons and peppermints.
Miss Mucho, we haven't any place to sleep tonight. Can you tell us where we can get a room?
No, I'm afraid I can't, Mr. Abbott. Things are very bad in Holywood. You might get into the trailer camp on the Los Angeles River.
I'd rather pitch a toont on the beach where I can feel the ocean bruises. And watch the wobs come in. Was you ever hitting a puss with a wob?
Well, I hope you find a room, and as they say in French, a bonsoir, mon petit, et regardez-vous to you.
And a picture postcard to you, too.
Well, come on, Costello. We can't give up. We'll find a room somewhere.
Oh, Abbott, I can't walk another step. My feet are killing me. I'm so tired.
You don't hear me complaining, do you?
Do you mind if I put you down and you carry me for a while?
Look, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, Costello. We'd better go to sleep in the park and cover ourselves with newspapers.
Not me, Abbott. I'm not going to go to sleep under newspapers.
Why not?
Last time I slept under a newspaper, I slept under a sport page. And all night long, Joe Louis kept poking me in the eye.
Hey, wait a minute, Costello. There's a policeman standing on the corner. Now, suppose you go over there and insult him. What would happen?
If I insult the policeman,
Yeah.
he'd throw us in jail.
You see? You'd have a place to sleep, wouldn't you?
Hey, you're right. But I don't want to.
Now, wait a minute. Go ahead. You'll do as I tell you. Go ahead and insult the cop. And I'll see that he takes us to jail.
You'll see that he takes us to
Certainly.
jail?
Go ahead. Insult.
Okay. Hiya, Flatfoot.
Ah, good morning, boys. I'm Officer O'Hara.
You look more like Officer No-Hara. What did you look like when you were alive?
Oh, feeling kind of good, huh?
Your father's mustache. Get a load of the ears in this guy, Abbott. He looks like a taxi cab with both doors open.
Just a minute.
Why am I insulting you?
Just a minute, buddy. I want to write that down.
Hey, now you're getting him, Costello. Give him some more. Go ahead.
Give him some more insults?
Sure.
Okay, Abbott. Get a load of that skull. I'd like to be around when that thing hatches. Go ahead, write it down.
I'll write that down, too.
Go ahead, write it down. Give me a pin, Abbott. I'll stick it in that balloon head and let the air out.
Oh, I'll write that down, too. Well, I wrote down everything you said. Good night, boys.
Hey, wait a minute. Ain't you going to arrest us?
No.
Then why did you write that stuff down?
I got to tell some jokes tonight at the policeman's ball. Boy, are these dandies. Stick a pin in it. Oh, I'll kill people.
Wait, Costello, don't let him get away. We've got to get arrested so we can go to sleep in jail. Grab him. Grab that brick there. See that? Grab that. Yeah, that's it. I'll throw it through that jewelry store window. Hurry up. Okay.
Hey, who threw that rock through the jewelry store window?
There's the
All right, good officer. Take me to jail. Lock me up.
Lock you up?
Yeah, lock me up.
Why, there was a crook robbing that jewelry store, and your brick hit him in the head and knocked him out. You saved my job. Thank you.
How do you like that? I can't even get arrested now.
Don't give up so easy. Hey, wait a minute. There's a fire alarm box. They have to arrest you if you turn in a false alarm. Go ahead. Break that little glass.
Who turned in that fire alarm?
I did. Call a policeman. Have me arrested.
Have you arrested? Why, I was asleep and my house was on fire. You saved my life. Well, say something.
Come over here and kiss your poor old father.
Oh, you brave, brave hero. I owe my life to you. Here's $10,000. Now take it, and heaven bless you.
Abbott, look, I've got $10,000. We're rich. Now we can pay Mrs. Niles her back house rent. We don't have to go to jail. Oh, Abbott, ain't that nice? We don't have to go to jail.
Hey, wait a minute. What's all all the hilarity about here? What's all the hilarity for?
Look, officer, I just got $10,000 a few minutes ago, and just think I wanted to go to jail. Now I don't have to. I can live in the finest hotel.
Well, Costello, the officer was kind enough not to arrest you. Well, why don't you take care of him?
You mean I should slip him a $10 bill?
Well, certainly.
Okay. Here you are, officer. Here is $10 for you.
Oh, bribery, huh? You're under arrest. Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment. And now, tonight's salute to the men in the armed forces who won through to victory.
Tonight we hail the Patrol Bombing Squadron 28, heroes of the South China Formosa area. Since the beginning of the war, the makers of camels have sent more than 150 million free camels to our fighting men overseas. But now, with demobilization in progress, free camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the camels go to Veterans Hospital, Bath, New York, U.S. Army Beaumont General Hospital, El Paso, Texas, U.S. Naval Hospital, Portsmouth, Virginia, U.S. Marine Hospital, Baltimore, Maryland, and Veterans Hospital, San Francisco, California. In your honor, men of the Patrol Bombing Squadron 28.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week. Our rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. Now here are Bud and Lou with the final word.
Well, Costello, it's certainly good to be back in good old Hollywood again, isn't it?
It certainly is, Abbott. We have the greatest audiences here that we...
Pardon me, Mr. Costello, but we would like to have your picture for Look magazine this month. Will you pose, please?
I'll be glad to.
Thank you. Now, I'll just get down on my knees. Hold it. There. Thank you very much.
Now, wait a minute. What's the idea of getting down on your knees to take my picture? You took a picture of my stomach.
That's right. It's just a pot shot.
Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Pipe smokers, there's one tobacco smoked in more pipes than any other in the world, Prince Albert. Choice tobacco, rich, mellow, mild, and specially treated to prevent tongue bite. And crimp cut for smooth, cool, even burning. Why not try PA right away? And don't forget, June 16th is Father's Day. Prince Albert makes an ideal Father's Day gift, either the pound package with its special Father's Day wrap or the half-pound tin. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. You'll hear Red Foley, Grand Ole Opry's sensational new romantic singer. Remember, Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night on NBC with Red Foley.
Be sure to listen at this very same time next week for another Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes. Now stay around for Rudy Valley over most of these stations. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Do you sit around on weekends thinking you're relaxing? Well, think about this. Recreation can be more relaxing and refreshing than sitting around. So come on, make the best of your recreation time with AMF. We make Voight balls, head, tennis rackets, skis, and sportswear. AMF bowling equipment.
I've been thinking about doing that for a long time.
AMF. We make weekends.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
This is the Crosby Clooney Show, number 406, for Monday, September 18th, 1961.
Well, here we are, starting another week on CBS Radio.
Any special plans for beginning the week?
I suppose we should begin with music of some sort.
Now, that's what I call a real bright idea for Monday.
Well, you know how Mondays are, Rose. Who's going to grab the bull by the horns here?
Why don't you just stay right there and sing something, and I'll move back.
Well, yeah, I can do that. You want it that way, huh?
Yep.
And with me.
Oh, when the red, red robin comes bobbing along, along, there'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead. Get up, get out of bed. Cheer up, the sun is red. Live, love, laugh, and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. Come in, Red. I've been blue, now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin, there comes a bobbing. Oh, when the red, red robin comes bobbing along. Red.
You know, some time ago we discussed what a big year this is for radio.
Yes, we did dwell lightly on that, Ken, and we're very happy, really we are, about radio's resurgent activity.
And we're grateful for listeners who hearken to our songs.
And our tips on excellent products.
You know, I think the reason radio is booming all over the world is, well, it's because of people like you. Outstanding personalities like you, Bing, and Rosemary.
We're outstanding personalities?
Don't go into it, honey. Just let it
Yeah,
go.
well, that's true. Right. It's personalities like you two that keep radio going. You two and a fellow like the Mad Slasher.
I thought you said Mad Slasher. I thought you said
Mad Slasher. That's what I said, and the Mad Slasher is doing his part in all this, believe me.
But who is this cat, the Slasher?
Is he with CBS? Huh?
It must be in the accounting department.
Oh, get out of here.
No, this is the Mad Slasher of Warsop. That's Warsop, England.
Say, we're moving up in class, aren't we? Right in there with the Mad Slasher.
Yeah, we're moving up, but who is the Mad Slasher?
Oh, no, he's an unknown, a man of mystery.
Then what does he slash? Will you tell me that?
Later, wait. Time for music now, isn't it?
I don't know if I'd concentrate on any music. We have to have a little, though, before you'll divulge any more on the Mad Slasher, huh?
We got a cliffhanger going for us here.
Suspense in the music room. Have you been hobnobbing with Alfred Hitchcock, Ken?
If I ever love again.
Ken, come on. Out with it. Who is he?
Yes, who is the mad slasher, Ken?
Well, this mad slasher is a man who hates television.
It drove him mad?
Apparently.
Is he doing anything about it?
Is he doing anything about it? Certainly is. That's why they call him the mad slasher.
What does he do? Slash actors, writers, producers?
Oh,
Boy,
no.
he'd really give it to Susskind.
Oh, he doesn't slash people. He just slashes TV aerials.
A true friend of radio.
Oh, you know he's a pal indeed.
Inspired, this boy. He's really inspired.
So he cuts TV aerials. Is he very active?
Why, he's blacked out so many sets they formed a vigilante team to catch him.
Vigilantes. Think of that.
He may turn out to be the biggest thing since Jack the Ripper.
Oh, no. They'll never catch the slasher. He's a crusader.
And he's helping radio. Don't forget that.
Clap hands.
Victims complain that he slashes the outside aerial right in the middle of an exciting TV show.
That's heartless. Isn't he heartless, but determined?
Oh, he's rabid on this subject, apparently.
Well, anyway, here's to the slasher. Shall we send him some wire clippers? Hey?
Why not?
Done. A toast, Ken, to radio's biggest booster.
And I say here's to Bing and Rosie, too.
And the mad slasher of Warsaw, a dedicated man.
Say, what if he's only a repairman drumming up a little business?
Oh, Rosie, don't take all the romance out of this thing. This is beautiful.
Just a thought.
Which we won't develop either. And now bring on the orchestra, huh? Conducted by the slightly mad Mr. Cole.
There are lots of annoying things you can ignore.
Like my singing.
Oh, don't butt in. And after a while, you do forget them. But you can't ignore miserable cold distress. You want to relieve it fast. To do that, listen.
Movie stars can't let cold and sinus congestion spoil their performance. So what do? Listen to Rod Cameron's answer.
When my head gets stopped up from cold and sinus trouble, I take the new medicine for those miseries. New 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress. Then you feel better fast.
Tests show 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing, too. Right, Rod Cameron?
It sure is. With 4-way, I start to feel better right away.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
I guess I'll have to change my plan. I should have realized there'd be another man I overlooked that point completely until the big affair began. Before I knew where I was at, I found myself upon the shelf, and that was that. I tried to reach the moon, but when I got there, all that I could get was the air. My feet are back upon good ground. I've lost the one girl I found. I guess I'll have to change my plans. I should have realized gonna be another man. I overlooked that point completely before that big affair began. My boiling point is much too low for me to try to be a fly Lothario. I tried to reach the moon, but when I got there, all that I could get was the air. My feet are back upon good ground. I lost the one girl, she was a good girl. I lost the one girl I found.
A riddle.
A riddle?
A riddle?
Oh, goody.
Rosie the man's got a riddle.
What looks like elegant traverse draperies acts like both draperies and Venetian blinds, yet actually is neither.
This I gotta see. I give up.
And me too.
Here it is, an Eastern Star vertical blind.
Now, just wait a doggone minute, will you? It looks like elegant draperies, but it's got slats. How can it act like draperies?
Ah, just watch. I pull this magic cord, and presto, they draw apart in the middle. You see, these are vertical slats.
Wait a minute. How about acts like Venetian blinds?
Okay, I pull this other cord, and the slats turn to face any direction to keep out light and air perfectly.
Well, what do you know? They come in 21 stunning colors and have DuPont's Ludox finish, which sheds dirt. Ends washing forever.
Yeah, we know about Ludox. You tell us, Ken, where do we go for this window covering?
Decorama Bing? Well, Eastern Star verticals, as well as Eastern Star regular horizontal blinds, are custom-made by local franchise dealers and sold in department and drapery stores throughout the country, where you'll also find famous roll-ahead custom Venetians, all by Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore. For the name of your nearest dealer, folks, call this station.
I've got a suspicion, a sad premonition that I'm losing control. It's kind of exciting. Your arms are inviting, and I'm losing control. Goodbye to the vows I took, 'cause I'm rewriting the book, and the feelings I have suppressed are a nest of wild emotion crash. There go my senses, smashed. No more defenses, for love is taking its toll. We gotta go now, friends.
Let's make a date for tomorrow, though, shall we, folks?
See you then.
There's nothing new about good comedy, and there's nothing new about good music. But there's definitely something new about the Carol Burnett-Richard Hayes Show, aired over the CBS radio network every evening, Monday through Friday. Romantic Richard and kooky Carol are having a ball. If you haven't yet latched on to this bright new show, do it tonight.
Business trips, years ago, we astronauts used professional Nikon. I'm Pete Conrad, and today I'm here to introduce the remarkable new Nikon EM. Remarkable because it costs about the same as other 35mm cameras. Remarkable because it's light and compact. Remarkable because anyone can use it. Just focus. The Nikon EM does almost everything automatically. The Nikon EM is practically foolproof. If it's too light or too dark, it tells you, listen. Then turn this ring until the beep stops. Or if I want, I can add this Nikon flash. It's automatic too. Remarkable, but that's Nikon, the new Nikon EM, affordable and practically foolproof.
Why just buy a camera when you can buy a Nikon?
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
From stateside to you, the Bob Hope Show. Yes, it's the new Bob Hope Show with our great singing star, Doris Day, the Les Brown Band, and yours truly, High Averback. And here he is.
For me?
Yes. Who did you vote for in the city election today?
Rita Hayworth for dog catcher.
And who are you?
I'm a Cocker Spaniel.
And now, Bob Hope's Views of the News. White Plains, New York. Precious gems comprising over 200 diamonds and rubies were recovered here as police apprehended a society gem thief whose activities surpassed those of the famous Raffles.
Yeah, and just like Raffles, this crook sandpapered his fingertips down until they were really sensitive. He could feel a $5 bill in the dark and tell you which one of Lincoln's eyebrows had the toning. It's pretty dangerous. I was held up once. The crook stuck a gun in my ribs and muttered, "Your money or your life?" I answered, "I'm Bob Hope," and he handed me the gun. My brother used to be a pickpocket, but he got caught one day when he tried to pick a man's pocket down at the beach. The man was wearing a sunsuit, and my brother had cold fingers. And, of course, now that they've caught this Raffles, he'll probably go to Alcatraz. Alcatraz, that's Dear Mabel, I did just like you told me to. I'm now on the top of the wall, and the guards are shooting at me. You and your Humphrey Bogart pictures.
San Francisco, California. One of the city's leading architects submitted this week to the mayor plans for a futuristic skyscraper to solve the housing problem. The building will be 1 mile high and contain 10,000 apartments.
Imagine a tall, silent thing a mile high just standing there. We have the same thing in Hollywood. It's called Gary Cooper. And imagine what would happen to a couple living on the 200th floor. The husband comes home and says, "I suppose you burned the dinner again. The apartment is full of smoke." She says, "Who burned what dinner?" "I left the window open and a skywriter just went through." And I understand the equipment in each apartment will be modern. All the garbage will be ground up by automatic disposal units. Automatic disposal units. That's honey. Didn't we used to have 6 children? Jack Benny's already rented the penthouse for storage purposes. He figures in case he can't take it with him, at least he'd be able to reach down and feel it once in a while. Here's a beautiful number sung by our beautiful blonde chanteuse, Miss Doris Day, ladies and gentlemen.
Does he love me? It's too soon to know. Should I believe him when he tells me so? Is he fooling? Is it just a game? Am I the fire or just another flame? A one-sided love would break my heart. He may be just acting and playing a part. If he don't love me, let him tell me so. I can't hold him. If he wants to go, no, I'll cry when he's gone. I will die on his arms. If it's so, it's too soon, way too soon to know. If it's so, it's too soon, way too soon to know.
That is Miss Doris Day for the Naval Reserve, ladies and gentlemen.
Folks, as you know, the Bob Hope Show from time to time takes you behind the scenes in radio. And we're sure that you've all heard those programs in which several important citizens conduct a round-table discussion of some current question. Tonight we will show you one of these programs as you hear it on the air, and then we'll let you see what happens after it goes off the air.
Good evening, everyone. This is H.V. Colton Hope again. I'm acting as moderator at another roundtable discussion. Now, before I introduce the members of our panel for tonight, I'll take a moment of your time to read this commercial from our sponsors. Attention, all you people past the age of 103. Have you noticed that lately you lack the energy to play leapfrog? Get a package of Pep You Uppo. It'll not only give you pep, but it'll give you Uppo. Remember, it comes in 3 sizes, large, very large, and the giant box, which you can plaster and use as a summer home. And now I'd like to introduce the members of our panel. First, on my right, we have Miss Irene Ryan, eminent local clubwoman.
Thank you. I don't see how I had the strength to get here tonight. I've been feeling very depressed recently. And
Depressed, yes. Well,
the doctor gave me some pills to cheer me up.
Mm-hmm.
They're made out of beer mash, and I've been taking one every hour for a week.
And how have they made you feel?
Happy in the day and loaded at night.
Thank you. And now we have here a very typical young married couple, Mr. and Mrs. Tyrone Plotz.
How do you do, everybody? The pleasure is mutual.
Yeah, by me is the same.
Well, we'll get to our evening's question in a moment, but I understand you people have been recently married. Do you mind telling our audience how you two happened to meet?
Well, it happened at the place where I work at. You see, I'm a pusher in a pickle factory.
A pusher?
Yes. I'm in charge of the bottles, and when a pickle comes along that's too big, I soften the warts with Jergens lotion and push it in.
it sounds romantic, but we must be getting on. And the final member of our panel tonight is an eminent French author from Paris. What did you say your name was?
My name, she is Pierre Ménard, André Dominique Alphonse Ferdinand Philippe Michel Antoine.
Hello, Mort.
I think he's awfully cute.
Miss Ryan, please. Pierre, I understand you've written a book.
Oui, it is called The Proper Way to Make Love. Intéressant, n'est-ce pas?
Oh, oui, oui.
Oh, Monsieur le Frenchman.
Oh, si. Charles Boyer and I have our lower lips tightened at the same garage.
You must read my book sometime, monsieur. It will help you to be charmant with the women.
Oh.
The women.
You get the girls. I'll bring the ice. And now the question tonight before the panel is this. Do you think a woman would make a good president?
I went out with a Frenchman once.
Please.
He drank champagne out of my slippers.
Oh, that was very romantic.
No, it wasn't. He swallowed one of my arch supporters. To return to the question, I think a woman would make a very good president. I know I would.
I beg to differ, honey.
And what's wrong with me being president?
How would it be if Joe Stalin come all the way over here from Russia and he's got to wait around the White House while you're getting on your girdle?
Tyrone, darling, how can you say that in front of all these people? I don't wear a girdle.
Then what's that hanging in the bathroom? A paratrooper's harness?
Please, this program goes through Pasadena. Please.
I don't think the country would get along if the president was a dame.
Qu'est-ce que signifie cela? What does it mean, dame?
Oh, that means woman.
Oh, the woman. Oh, monsieur. In France, love is the spice of life. Love is the seasoning. Love is the relish.
Does Hines know about this? Well, let's get back to the subject. Now, well, what do you know? It seems that we've used up all of our time. We haven't finished our discussion, but we'll finish it next week. Good night, everyone. This is the Superior Broadcasting Company.
Are we off the air now?
Yes, why?
Why? Because all the time we was on here, you didn't give me no chance to say nothing.
Now,
Yes, some moderator you are. The square of the round table.
now, wait a minute.
Big genius. Where'd you get such a flat head?
When I was a baby, I had a short crib.
That explains the other end of them, too.
Madame, please, you are causing commotion.
Shut up, Hildegard.
Now, look, wait a minute, Tyrone. The Frenchman was very nice to me when I came in. He said I had très chic.
Chick. Everybody knows you've been shaving with a straight razor for years.
Now, wait a minute, everybody. I can't stand all this arguing. I'm nervous.
Monsieur, I am ashamed of such bad manners. I am an apology.
Talk that over with your mother and father. I don't want to hear another word.
But, monsieur, I insist. I am sorry to my nation. I am regretful to my soul. I am humble to my heart.
Why'd you hit him?
I'm sick to my stomach.
Oh, my goodness, I think you killed Pierre.
Oh, you shouldn't have smashed him with that heavy ashtray. He's dead.
Good gosh, now I'm a murderer. Pierre, please, Pierre, speak to me. For the sake of Lafayette, for the sake of Napoleon Bonaparte, Josephine.
Oh, the women!
I enjoyed that satire of radio roundtables, but let's try my favorite program, the quiz show. Now, I ask questions, and if you give the right answers, I give you $10.
You mean you give me $10 for any question I answer right?
Yes, but if you miss, you give me $10.
Oh, I give you $10.
That's right. Now, let's go. If a hen and a half lays an egg and a half in a day and a half, how many eggs will it lay in 3 days?
Well, I think...
Too late, you lose.
Gee, I didn't even have a chance to sit down in the nest.
Bob, give me $10, please.
Okay, but give me a chance to get even, High. I'll ask you a question, and if you can't answer it, you pay me.
Okay.
I'll get Les Brown to help me on this. I want you to name the operetta that this melody came from. Listen.
Wait.
I'm sorry, too late. Howdy, boy. That was the drinking song from the Student Prince.
Now, how could it be the drinking song? It was only one note.
They had a short beer. So. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the man who boiled the hot water when Al Jolson was born, Mr. Bing Crosby, right there.
Little bird told me that you love me.
That you love me.
And I believe that you do. That little bird also told me I was falling.
You were falling.
Falling for no one but you. There's no use denying, I might as well confess, of all the girls I know, dear, I'm sure I love you best. A little bird told me we'll be happy,
Gonna be happy.
and we believe that it's true.
A little bird told us you'll be married.
And we believe that it's true.
This little bird told us when you're married.
We'll have a pretty cottage not too far, all fenced in like a movie star. Great Dane pup, we're gonna call him Ace, lying there by the fireplace. A goldfish pond and a wishing well. Everything is gonna turn out swell.
A little bird told us you'll be happy.
And we believe that it's true. And now we know that it's true.
In June it's bound to come true.
Love that little love bird.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good night, everybody.
Good night. Wait a minute, boy. Where are you going?
I sang my number. I gave the show a little class. Now I'm off.
Gave the show a little class. Look, you hopped up Hildegard. You'd better stop going to that African barber. He's been shrinking your head again.
To think when I first met this boy, he had a job blowing out glove compartments at a car wash.
Steady, couch pouch.
Now look, ratchet head, if I'm to...
Wait. Late writing. Wait. Oh, there's some sneaky things going on.
If I'm going to endure this vilification, I want my money first.
Shall I explain vilification before we go on? They'll understand it around Gonzaga anyway. How about that? He's been on the show for 3 minutes and he's worried about the loot. Bing, what are you knocking yourself out for? After all, you know you can't take it with you.
I know, so I'm sending my brother Everett on ahead to open up a charge account for me. I'm ready.
Bing, there's something that's always bothered me. When you send in your income tax, how do you get that mattress in the mailbox?
Easy, bog brain. I never have any trouble with my taxes. Why, I'd give President Truman the shirt off my back.
I know. I saw pictures of him wearing it in Key West.
What's that you're wearing there? A tamale husk with a belt in the back?
It's nice of you to slip your coat on for this anyway.
Think I'm too frisky?
Say, Don't care for that, huh? I guess not. We'll ignore the next 6 lines. All right. New kind of radio. Just throw the whole thing away. Hey, look. You better stop being so frisky or I'll tell Abby Rents to stop souping up your wheelchair.
Wheelchair, come. That's no way to talk to a man who's just reached 35.
You're 35? 35 times what?
Oh, wait a minute. You're snapping your wig, my boy. If you remember at my last birthday party, I had a cake with only 35 candles on it.
Yeah, but at the bottom it said continued on the next cake. But what does age matter? I saw your last picture and I thought you were great.
That's a coincidence, so did I.
Read that line again. There's a talent scout here tonight from the Wilson Ham Company.
He's got his stamp. He'll make you grade A, I'm sure.
Like the stag one, a pink one. You know, we ought to make a picture together again, Bing. I stopped over at your house last night to talk to you about it, but nobody was home.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, I must have rung your bell about 5 times.
6 times.
Oh, so it was you up in the window with the hot oil, huh? Look, Vigor, old boy, sure just jealous because I made the pale face without you.
Me jealous of Bob Hope?
Mm-hmm.
I have so much more than Hose knows. Why should I fight it? Tell me, Bob.
You get to laugh without even reading it. I love that.
How'd you feel having Jane Russell opposite you instead of me in that picture?
How would anyone feel switching to filet mignon after a diet of hog's livers?
Hold it, swivel snout, hold it.
But really, Bing, we always have so much fun making pictures together. People seem to like them. They do well at the box office. How come we haven't worked together lately?
Oh, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess. I don't know how to break this to you, kid, but on the screen, you sort of cramp my style.
What do you mean?
Well, for my money, you don't look too good.
With your money, nobody has to look too good. Excuse me, Bing, I didn't mean to raise my voice.
That's all right.
You're sure I didn't blow your hearing aid?
I'm tuned into We the People. I'm on a 2-party line. Besides, kid, I like to do a lot of singing in my pictures. And with you around, it's just
singing?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to say anything, but when you sang your song before, you sounded like Jessica with her net dragging. Why don't you give up?
Give up? Singing is my life, Robert.
It is, huh?
Of course, I've been lucky. There's the radio and the records and the jukeboxes, but I dare say I'd have been a singer 200 years ago.
Weren't you?
I ignore that and repeat, Bob, that 200 years ago I still could have made a living with my pipes.
Are you kidding? I suppose composers like Mozart and Beethoven would have been writing songs for you.
Not wholly impossible. I can see myself asking Ludwig von Beethoven to knock out a little ditty for me.
Almost sounds as if we're going into a sketch.
Could be.
Beethoven, stop that racket and finish that symphony already.
Ach, der Lieber. I've got to stop those jam sessions mit Dizzy von Gillespie.
Oh, Ludwig. Ludwig.
Ja, Mama.
I've got the message for you. Mo called.
Mo who?
Mozart.
Mama, have you been spiking the strudel again?
Ludwig, there's somebody here to see you. Herr Bingle von Crosby.
Oh, well, send him in.
Good day, I'm Herr von Crosby.
Who?
Herr von Crosby.
The Crosby, I believe, but where the hell?
Say, tell me, is that your nose or are you eating a sausage?
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm a singer.
A broken down schnook like you was a singer? Ach, du Liverwurst, this is giving me mine Charlie's.
I'll have you know I'm Bingle von Crosby, the famous singer. For 3 years I played at Slapsy Fritzies. And I've come all the way from Unter den Linden to see you. Jawohl, ach, du Lieber und unter Blitzen, you Schweinhund, you.
Lean back, Dummkopf. You're getting Limburger on the microphone.
Believe me, that's an improvement. Look, Beethoven, I got a deal for you. You're a composer, I'm a singer.
All right, let's try a song together.
Good.
Good. You know, Crosby, I dedicated this composition to that wonderful restaurant that used to be on Oberhauser Street.
Oh, yeah, you mean that delicatessen place where they had those king-size pigs' teeth?
Yeah. Heine worked behind the bar, and he had a big red nose.
Mo would make the Wiener Schnitzel and the sauerkraut with the meanies in the middle.
What a wonderful place was Heine's and more. They never would light out the lights, 'cause the place would never close.
And Schultz would play a squeeze box solo with Octalieba, such a beautiful small.
You could blow your top in Heine's and more.
Ach, wie was the gay blades in those days, eh, mein Herr?
Yeah, I remember we belonged to the Wilhelmstrassen Pickled Herring and Necking Society.
Sometimes we got around to the pickled herring.
You fracture me, Crosby.
Oh, you stinker, you.
Don't get.
Has your nose always been like that, or did you have that ball point put on it there? What is that?
The free lunch was gorgeous. The beer was always cold.
And the dancing with the women. Ah, the women.
Yeah, you would.
You could smell the place was 16 blocks.
And it wasn't any rose. Garlic cheese and old Limburger.
And pickles mixed with the herring together. And the meatballs tasted just like leather.
Chopped up liver and bologna. Pickled pig's feet that were bony and sirloin.
Say, Professor.
What is it?
Now you heard me sing. How do you like my voice?
Please, not while I'm eating. Let's go where the place is jumping. Let's all go down to Heine's and more.
Thanks for being with us, and join us again next week, same time, same station. This is High Aberback saying so long for Bob Hope and the whole gang. See you soon. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
When you shoot a lot of pool and bars, you want to stay fast and loose. And you don't want to get filled up. That's why I drink light beer from Miller. Got a third less calories than their regular beer, and it's less filling. Plus, the taste is great. And even though a lot of people don't think pool is strenuous, let me tell you something. You can work up a real good thirst, even when you're just showing off.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action. It was Thursday
April 17th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 11:36 a.m. when we got to the Greenleaf Apartment Hotel. Apartment 406.
Yes?
Police officer's name?
Oh, yes, come in.
Thank you. This is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do?
How do you do, man?
I'm Lorraine Holden. I'm the one who called you. Terrible thing, just terrible.
Yes, Miss Holden. If you just tell us what happened, if you could.
Well, Georgia, she's a maid. Well, Georgia was cleaning up in here. She finished the apartment, and then she thought she'd check the coat closet right here.
Mm-hmm.
She opened the door, and there she was on the floor.
Ma'am?
Dead woman. You can see for yourself. She's right there on the floor. It's terrible.
Where's this Georgia now, Mrs. Holden?
Downstairs in my place. She's pretty broken up. Must have been a terrible shock to her. She let out a scream that must have had half the neighborhood on edge. I live down on the second floor in the rear. I thought at first that something had happened to Georgia. Oh, that girl's got a powerful set of lungs.
Yes, ma'am. Who rented this apartment from you?
I knew you'd ask that. I've got the receipt book right here on my apron. Just a minute.
All right.
Put a pencil on the page. Let's see. Yes, there it is. Raymond Bartley. That's what he said. Bartley.
You know where this Bartley is now?
No, I don't. And that's another weird one. You know what I mean.
Ma'am?
Well, look in the closets. Look around the places. None of his clothes. Nothing would even tell you he was still here. He's got another week to go on his rent.
How's that, ma'am?
Well, he moved in a week ago. You can see here on the receipt, Wednesday, April 9th.
Mm-hmm.
Paid him 2 weeks in advance. And you look around this place, and it don't look like he's going to be around here anymore.
Do you have any idea where he might be?
Oh, not the slightest.
Did he give you any indication that he was planning to move out?
Not the slightest, no, sir. I don't even have an inkling.
I'll call the coroner, Joe. Okay. Better get in touch with the crime lab, too. Have him come out. Okay. You mind if I use the phone, Mrs. Holden?
Not at all. It's right there back in the hall. There's a shelf on the wall.
Thank you, ma'am.
You think Mr. Bartley did it? Do you think he killed the woman?
Well, we don't know, ma'am. Did Mr. Bartley rent this room by himself?
What? I don't understand.
Well, did he register as Mr. and Mrs.?
Oh, no, sir. Just plain Raymond Bartley.
Do you have any idea who the woman might be?
Oh, not the slightest. I never saw her before Georgia screamed and I ran in here.
Did you touch anything at all in the room here?
No. I know how policemen work. I've heard all about that. Don't touch anything department. No, sir, I didn't touch anything.
Uh-huh. On the way, Joe. All right, fine. Miss Holden, have you ever seen the woman before?
No, sir, I haven't. Never saw her before. Just took a quick glance. Terrible, just terrible what they did.
Mm-hmm. What if you could give us a description of Mr. Bartley?
Well, that'd be kind of hard. Like I said, I don't pay a lot of attention to the people who live here. I just collect the rent and let it go at that. Once in a while, when George is sick, I come in and clean up. Those times I talk to him a little bit, but I'm not the nosy type. You know what I mean.
Could you tell us about how tall Bartley is?
Well, I have to think about that, too. I guess he was about as tall as you, maybe a little one way or the other.
How much would you say he weighed?
Well, he was kind of a heavy-set little man. I guess he weighs about as much as my husband. That'd be 200 or so.
How about his coloring? Would you know?
Oh, there it goes again. I tell you, officers, I can't tell you too good. Mr. Bartley was kind of a crowd melter.
I beg your pardon?
A crowd melter. You put him in a crowd and he just melts away. You never pay any attention to him. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
As I can remember, he had kind of brown hair and blue eyes, I guess.
Was there anything peculiar about him? Did he have any scars, any marks, anything at all about him that'd make you remember him, make him a little easier to...
No, nothing.
How about the way he talked? Could you tell where he was from?
No, he was just kind of an ordinary man, nothing special.
When was the last time you saw Mr. Bartley?
Oh, let me see now. I think it was, yes, Monday night. He was coming in. I was just coming back from the grocery. It was about, 6:15. I said hello, and then he said the same hello, and then he went on upstairs, and I went to my apartment. That was the last time.
Did Mr. Bartley have any close friends in the building, you know of?
No, not that I can think of.
Well, did he ever say where he worked or what he did for a living?
No, not that I remember.
Well, how about references? Did he have any?
No, I didn't ask for any.
You know if he drove a car?
It seems so stupid. Seems like I don't know the answers to any of your questions. I don't know about if he drove a car or not. We don't have any garages in the building. He might have, and I wouldn't know it. I just didn't pay any attention. You know what I mean.
Well, did he get any mail while he was here? Would you know that?
No, sir, nothing.
All right. We'd like to talk to Georgia if we could.
Sure, I'll ask her to come up here. Poor thing is so upset. It's terrible. It's the first time anything like this has happened to me. First time anything like this has happened in a place. I don't understand it. I never bothered the tenants, never caused them any trouble. I don't even know this Bartley. Why do you have to do a thing like this to me? Why me?
Well, I don't know, ma'am. Why her? The crime lab crew got there and went over the apartment. Photographs were taken of the room and of the position of the body. In going over the room, the crime lab came up with a probable murder weapon, a cast iron poker standing in the fireplace rack. Brown hair, similar to the victim's, was found clinging to the metal. Gene Bergman lifted several partial and some full fingerprints from around the apartment and from the poker itself. He compared them with fingerprints of the maid and eliminated her as a suspect. He rolled the prints of the dead woman. Hers were eliminated from those found in the apartment. We talked to the maid and got the same story that we'd been given by Mrs. Halden. She was unable to add any information to what we already had. We talked to the neighbors in the building. None of them had had any dealings with the missing Ray Bartley. The woman in the apartment next to his told us that on the previous night at about 10:45, she had heard a woman's voice and a loud argument coming from the murder apartment, but she said she hadn't paid any attention to it. 2:42 p.m. Frank and I checked back into the office.
I'll call Bergman, see if he was able to identify the woman or make the other prints.
Yeah, right. I hope he's done some good.
Yeah. Dean Bergman, please. Hi, Dean. Frank Smith. Yeah, you been able to make those prints yet? Well, how about the ones in the poker? Yeah. Well, that's the way it goes, huh? Uh-huh. Right. Nothing on these of the women's are the ones he lifted from the poker.
Well, that helps, doesn't it?
He sent them both on to Washington, see if they had anything.
Yeah.
Anything on him in R&I?
Well, I called down there. They're checking him now. I can't understand it.
What's that?
Well, you can rent an apartment to somebody and not know what he looks like.
Like she said, the manager's probably minds her own business.
Yeah, well, I get it. Homicide Friday. Oh, yeah, Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how about laundry mines? Now, how about the poker? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that figures, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, Lee, thanks a lot.
Anything?
Well, he's pretty sure the poker was the murder weapon.
Anything to identify the woman?
No, not a thing. Whoever did this sure knew what he was doing. Removed everything that could possibly tell us who she was.
That puts us in a good position.
Yeah. An unidentified body and an unknown killer. The report came back from R&I. There was nothing in the records on a Ray Bartley of that description. 3 other teams of men were assigned to assist in the investigation. We talked with everybody in the neighborhood around the apartment building. None of the storekeepers had noticed the missing man. None of them could give us any further information. An APB was gotten out, carrying the name and description that we'd obtained. An APB was also gotten out on the dead woman. We checked with missing persons detail for a possible missing report on the victim. They said they'd let us know. The newspapers gave us their help, and in the following editions, they carried pictures of the woman and requested that anyone knowing her identity should contact the police department immediately. 2 days passed. During this time, several people came in and said that they were sure that they knew the dead woman, but they were unable to identify her. Other leads were checked out, but led us nowhere. The manager and the maid came in and went through the mug books. No results. Monday, April 21st, 9:27 a.m.
Ready?
Yeah.
Oh, hi, John.
Hi, Frank.
Hi, darling. You guys getting anywhere in this closet murder?
No, not a thing.
Well, I got a hunch. Maybe it won't go anywhere, but I thought you guys might want to check it out.
What's that?
We got a missing report from San Francisco a couple of weeks ago. Man up there said that his wife had come down here to see her sister. Said she never showed up.
Yeah.
We went out and talked to the sister. And she wasn't too cooperative. You know, like she knew where her sister was all the time. I checked this description in the APB. Seems to me to match the description we got from both the husband and the sister.
Oh.
Like I said, it's just a hunch, but I thought you might talk to this one. Might be able to come up with something.
What's her name?
Let's see. Allard. Myra Allard. Lives out in Hollywood Boulevard. You talk to her. See if you don't come up with the same thing we did.
Yeah, what's that?
She doesn't care if her sister's dead or alive.
Frank and I drove out to see Mrs. Myra Allard. She told us that her sister had written and said that she'd be down for a visit. On the day that she was supposed to arrive, the sister had phoned and told Mrs. Allard that she wouldn't be out that day, but that she'd met some friends on the train, that they were all going out on a sightseeing tour of the city. In talking to her, we got the same impression that she'd given John St. John of missing persons detail. We asked her if she'd go with us to see if the dead woman might be her sister. At first, she appeared reluctant, but when we gave her a full description of the body, she agreed to accompany us. She looked at the dead woman and burst into tears. Half an hour later, after she recovered from the shock, we talked to her in the interrogation room at the city hall.
Alice, no doubt about it. It's just terrible. My own sister dead.
Well, if you try to take it easy. Would you like another glass of water, Miss Allard?
No, thank you. Not just finding her dead. I guess I always knew that Alice would end up like this. I never wanted it this way, but I always knew it in my heart.
How's that, man?
To understand that, you'd have to know Alice. She's a beautiful girl, wonderful person.
Mm-hmm. Now, you said that you heard from Alice when she got here in L.A., is that right?
That's right. She called right after she got off the train.
What'd she say to you then?
Well, as I told you, she said she'd make some friends on the train and they were going out to see the town.
Did she say who these friends were?
No, just said that they were going to pick up Ray and go out in the town.
Ray?
Yes, Ray Fletcher. I tried to call him when Alice didn't show up, but there wasn't any answer to his apartment.
Where does he live, ma'am?
Out in Hollywood. I think it's on his film or someplace. I have his address.
Who is this Fletcher?
Well, that's something I'm not very proud of.
Well, why is that, ma'am?
He was a friend of my husband. Well, not really a friend in the real sense of the word, sort of an acquaintance.
Well, why do you say that you're not very proud of it?
I feel that it's all my fault.
Well, I still don't think I understand, ma'am.
The divorce. Alice and Tom were on the verge of separating. Tom said that he'd come to just about the end of the line. Alice told me they used to have terrible fights. Anyway, she was down here one time. And I think it was about 3 months ago. Terribly depressed. Said that she and Tom had been fighting for several weeks. A couple of times he'd hit her. Can't understand it. I really can't. I told Alice I didn't believe it. She showed me the bruises all across her back and shoulders. She said that one night they were going over the bills, and Tom just seemed to go crazy. Started to rant and rave about how much they were in debt. Of course, I knew why. I told Alice so. I said it was her fault for driving him, always asking for something new, something else.
Uh-huh.
She said that she told Tom that if he couldn't afford to keep it the way she wanted to live, then she'd just have to find somebody who could. That's when he hit her. She left that night to come down here. It was terrible. I don't agree with her, but I don't think any man has the right to hit a woman.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, she moped around the house for a couple of days. Said about how she was never going back to him. I felt kind of sorry for her, even though I don't agree with her. After all, she was my sister.
Yes, ma'am, we understand.
Well, that night my husband came home, and he brought this Ray Fletcher with him. Met him down at the office.
What'd you say, madam?
Down at the office. Ray works for the same company. He was a steward on the ship that travels up the coast from here to Washington. Anyway, my husband brought him home for dinner. Ray said that we should all go out to eat, so we did. We had dinner and a few drinks, and Ray brought us home, and he and Alice went on. Alice didn't get in until almost 3:30 in the morning.
I see.
That night, Ray was here again. He and Alice went out that night, and for the next 4 nights in a row, every night out until all hours. I finally had a talk with her about it. Told her I didn't think Tom would like it, and that I wouldn't have her doing things like that while she was under my roof. That's when she told me that she was going to divorce Tom. That she and Ray were going to get married.
Uh-huh.
I told her I thought she was crazy. She didn't know what she was doing, but there wasn't any talking to her. She saw Ray every day. Then she went back up north to get things straightened out.
I see. Well, did she follow through with her divorce plans?
Well, as far as I know, she did. She wrote me and said that she talked to Tom about it and that they'd reached an agreement that he'd let her have her freedom.
Well, how did he seem to take all this?
Well, he called me one night and asked if I knew why Alice was leaving him. I didn't know about Ray. I told him all about it before. I thought that maybe Alice hadn't said anything about it.
What was his reaction to it?
I almost went crazy on the phone. Tom's a real jealous man. If he could have gotten through the phone wires, I think he'd have taken my head off. He screamed that I'd influenced his wife, that it was all my fault.
Well, why didn't you tell the officers from Missing Persons all of this when they were out there, ma'am?
I didn't want my husband to know about it. Then, too, I thought that it might be better if Tom didn't know where Alice was. To what he said, I thought it would be better if he never saw her again.
What's that, ma'am?
That night, we had the argument on the phone. He said that she'd never leave him.
Mm-hmm.
He'd see her dead first.
The description of Ray Fletcher Mrs. Allard had given us tallied closely with that of Raymond Bartley. She also gave us his address and phone number. It was an apartment house in the southwest section of the city. Frank and I drove over, but found that he'd moved and left no forwarding address. We checked the apartment, but it had since been cleaned and occupied. Again, we ran into the same problem. No one could give us any information as to his whereabouts. We went back to the city hall and ran the name Ray Fletcher through R&I. There was no record on anyone answering his description. We contacted the shipping line where he was employed, and they told us that they'd pull his employment record out of the files and call us back. We contacted the San Francisco Police Department, gave them the full details of the case, and had them check on the movements of the victim's husband, Tom Hudson, as a possible suspect. 4:52 p.m. Frank and I checked back into the city hall.
Hudson sure got a motive.
Yeah. Well, we'll know more when we hear from the San Francisco Department.
Here we go. I'll check the book.
Right. Anything?
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a message from the shipping company Fletcher works for. Wants us to give him a call. Okay, what's the number? You got it there? Yeah. Hollywood 26709. Okay, I'll call it. Hollywood 26709. 09? Yeah. Ask for Mr. August. August. Mr. August, please. Oh, my name's Friday, Los Angeles Police Department. Oh, Police Department, yes, sir. Yes, he asked me to call. Mr. August, this is Sergeant Friday. You asked me to call you? Yes, sir, that's right. Raymond Fletcher. Mm-hmm. When was it? Yes, sir. Well, thank you very much, sir. If you think of anything else, we'd appreciate a call. Yes, sir, Michigan 5211. Right. Homicide, huh? Right. Thank you, sir. Bye. Well, we're doing real well. What do you mean? Fletcher sailed for Canada this morning. Contacted the San Pedro office of the shipping company and made sure that Fletcher was on board the ship when it had sailed. The management of the shipping line told us that it would take about 24 hours before the tanker would make its first stop at San Francisco. We got in touch with the San Francisco Police Department and talked to Inspector Charles Sutton. He told us that they'd place a stakeout where the ship was due to dock and that they would await our arrival. At the same time, Sutton told us that they had conducted an investigation of the dead woman's husband, Tom Hudson, and that as far as they could find out, he didn't have the opportunity to kill his wife. They said that the records at the steel mill where he worked showed that he'd been on the job every day for the past month and a half. Questioning of his neighbors showed that he'd spent his time off working around the house and was seen each evening. Inspector Sutton stated that when Tom Hudson was told of his wife's death, he broke down and said that although there had been some talk of divorce, none of it had really been serious. And that this trip that his wife had taken to Los Angeles was to straighten things out with Fletcher. Hudson flew down to Los Angeles and gave a positive identification of the body. We got in touch with the captain of the ship that Fletcher was on and filled him in on what had happened. He told us that he'd placed the man under arrest and hold him in the ship's brig for us when they docked at San Francisco. Tuesday morning, 7:30 a.m., Frank and I checked out and flew up to San Francisco. We met with Inspector Sutton and Inspector Jules Zimmerman. They told us that the ship was expected to dock the following morning at 10:36 a.m. We were waiting when the gangplank was lowered. You're the officer? Yes, sir. I'm Inspector Sutton, San Francisco Police Department. Here are my credentials. These are Detectives Joe Friday and Frank Smith. They're from Los Angeles. Oh, yeah, you're the ones I talked to. I'm Captain Jackson. Hey, nice to know you. Down the brig. He's been there since I got your message. I wonder if we could see him. Yeah, sure. We can go down this way. All right, fine. You sure Fletcher's the man you want? Well, we're not sure, sir. It looks that way. Hard to believe. Why is that, sir? Well, Fletcher's been with us for several years. Good man, hard worker. I know he's been studying for his papers. He wanted to be an engineer. Oh. I used to go by his room late at night on my way to the bridge. He'd be there, reading and working on the papers. Sure is hard to believe. Here, we go through here. Okay. Yes, sir. Of course, I knew something had to be wrong. Sir? Well, once in a while, he used to get together with Fletcher on shore. We'd talk about what he was studying. I'd try to help him with his seamanship. This trip I called him, I'd met an engineer that I thought Fletcher would like to talk to. I'd known the guy for years, just back from the Orient. Anyway, I called Fletcher. He told me he'd moved out, hadn't left any forwarding address. Uh-huh. I didn't hear from him at all. Then he called me and wanted to know if he could stay at my place for a few days. Said he had some trouble at the new place he was living. Landlady giving him a bad time. Uh-huh. Did you say where he'd been staying? Yeah, the, Broadleaf, something like that. Could it be the Greenleaf, sir? Yeah, that's it, Greenleaf. Said the landlady was a real prune, called her a miserable woman. Old Fletcher looked as if he'd been tying one on for about a week when he checked into my place. His clothes are a mess. Come on, it's down here. Okay, fine. When I told Fletcher about this, he was real arrogant. Said he didn't want to talk to anyone. Never seen him run like this before. All right, Fletcher, police officers are here. Come on out. Come on, Fletcher, let's go. Hello, the wind. How about it, Joe? Room's empty. A blockade of the dock area was set up immediately in the event Fletcher had escaped from the ship. All officers in the area began a search. The search of the ship was started. A check of Fletcher's cabin turned up several letters from Alice Hudson. In the letters, she told Fletcher that she was going back to her husband. We talked to the members of the crew who had been in the vicinity of the brig. From one of them, we found that Fletcher had been in custody as the ship entered the harbor. On the floor of the brig, we found a small strip of metal that Fletcher had used to pick the lock of the door. The search of the ship went on. 11:47 a.m. One of the seamen found Fletcher's coat on the forward part of the deck. It had been wedged in behind a lifeboat shot. The search of the dock netted us nothing. All we could assume was that Fletcher had escaped from the brig, jumped overboard, and then tried to swim to shore. Inspector Sutton got in touch with Captain Cornelius Murphy, skipper of police boat D.A. White. Captain Murphy and his crew began a search of the bay from the dock area to Land's End. All police officers in the bay area were notified of the escape. Captain Jackson furnished us with a good snapshot of Fletcher. 7 hours passed. The search continued. Apparently, Fletcher had made good his escape. Wednesday morning, April 23rd, we got a report from an officer in the search party that the body of a man answering Fletcher's description had been found out near Steel Rocks near the Golden Gate. Sutton, Zimmerman, Frank, and I drove out to Land's End. We got out of the car and walked the rest of the way.
Watch your step, Frank. Yeah. Every time one of those waves breaks, it makes this ledge like glass. Sutton?
Yeah, Joe. You see anything yet?
No. Wait a minute. I'll see if I can yell to Zimmerman. He can see it from there. Maybe he can tell us if we're getting close.
Yeah.
Zimmerman? How we doing?
You hear what he's saying?
Wind's carrying his voice away. He's waving his arms, pointing down below us.
Now, wait a minute.
Watch it, Joe. It's a long way down.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me.
See anything?
A little after this next wave break. Yeah. There he is. You see? Wedged in down here?
Yeah. It looks like him. Hard to be sure with all this water, though.
Yeah, I'll go down a little further.
Take it easy, Joe.
Yeah. It'll take a minute.
Watch it.
I'm all right.
How about it?
Yeah. It's Fletcher.
I'd better get the crew up here and pull him out.
Yeah.
Must have been carried this far by the current, huh? Yeah, that's right, Joe. They get mean this time of the year. Well, that does it.
Yeah, looks that way.
What's the matter, Joe?
I was just thinking.
Yeah?
It's a rough way to die, isn't it?
Sure is. You'd think he'd have known, wouldn't you, Joe? About those currents out there, from Alcatraz to Angel Island. Some of the meanest currents in the world out there.
Yeah, I know.
You'd think a guy like Fletcher would have known better. Working on a ship, he should have known about that water.
Well, maybe he did.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent. On April 23rd, an examination was held in the office of the coroner of the city and county of San Francisco. In a moment, the results of that examination. Upon completion of the autopsy, the body was identified as Raymond S. Fletcher. The identification was made by his personal effects, fingerprints, and the personal identification of Captain James R. Jackson. Further investigation showed that the suspect had rented the apartment where the body was found and that he was guilty of the murder of Alice Hudson. His fingerprints were checked and found to be the same as those on the murder weapon. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, June Whitley, Peter Leeds. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking. Music by Walter
May is Indy Month, the motor racing event of the year. And to help celebrate this national event, Goodyear is out to put you in the winner's circle with great tires that are going to make you and your car feel like a winner. To start off this national event, we're offering you great values on Goodyear's best-selling bias ply tire, the Power Streak. So come on in and see your Goodyear man and put yourself in the winner's circle at Goodyear.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, Duffy, you know who's coming down here tonight? The Lone Ranger. And we're serving a special Western dish. Frankfurters. Yeah. I'm calling them hot prairie dogs. Huh? Duffy, you heard the Lone Ranger on the radio. You like him, huh? You even sent away for one of his masks? Duffy, ain't you a little old to be running around with a mask? That mask is for Mrs. Duffy. Yeah, I see your point. Say, Duffy, by the way, you know who else just come in? Moriarty. Yeah, with a black eye. Well, you know, his wife wears slacks, and he caught him going through her pants pocket. Yeah, Second Story Jackson's here, too. You remember Jackson, the burglar? The burglar. Yeah. In the Army now, he's a bugler. Well, when he wrote down his occupation, he just happened to leave out an R. Yeah. He's having a little trouble. Oh, he's in a bit of a jam, Duffy. Yeah, he needed some dough, so he hocked the bugle. Now he says I gotta lend him $2 or Camp Dix won't get up tomorrow. Hey, Miss Duffy, Finnegan, Eddie.
Yeah,
the Lone Ranger's gonna be here any minute now. Now, leave us rehearse the song.
All right.
Eddie, give us the key. Hit the radiator with the bung starter.
Yeah.
Oh! Finnegan, I think you was just a little off there. Try it again. Yeah, that's better. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go.
Go, give me a home where the buffaloes raise.
Wait a minute. Mr. Archer, you sure that word is rain?
Certainly.
Well, I think it might be Rome, where the buffaloes roam.
Rome? Eddie, how many buffaloes do you know that live in Rome?
None.
Then keep quiet. Now leave us start again.
I know what the word is.
What?
Room.
Room?
Yeah, where they live, where the buffaloes room.
Yeah, I think you got it, Finnegan.
Yeah, look at that. 3 white guys standing around and it takes the dope to death. Excuse me, but how does home rhyme with room?
Home? Well, maybe we should give the word home the Western pronunciation.
Western?
Yeah. Oh, give me a home where the buffaloes roam.
Wait a minute, Miss. Eddie, where you going?
I got a headache. Gonna get an aspirin. Well, what's the idea of all this, Miss Archie?
Well, I'm doing this to give the Lone Ranger a touch of the kind of singing that he's used to.
If this is the kind of singing he's used to, no wonder he's the Lone Ranger.
Archie, Eddie's right. Why don't you just let me sing alone?
You sing. Miss Duffy, your voice by itself will confuse the guy.
Why?
Because coyotes only travel in packs.
Yeah, but you see, in a Western song, I'm different. I'm good. You see, in a regular song, I sing with my diaphragm, with my bronchial tubes, and my larynx. But in a Western song, I sing up here, through the nasal passage.
Listen, Miss Duffy, tonight, if you so much as open one nostril, I'll massacre you.
Miss Archie, who's that fella coming in?
Where? Oh, that's Sam Weisbord. He manages the movie down the block. Hiya, Mr. Weisbord.
Hello, Archie.
How's things at the Tivoli?
Colossal, Archie. I had a great picture yesterday. Packed them in, stood them in the aisles, plate to capacity. Took in $11.
$11, huh? What was the movie?
Oh, great picture, The Bite from a Nation.
Oh, revival.
What revival? The Tivoli is strictly a first-run theater.
First run? I seen a Birth of a Nation years ago.
But this is the first time in the Tivoli.
What have you got there tonight?
Nothing special. A weekday show. An hour-game comedy, a Hell Roach Turilla, a Terry Tune, 4 newsreels, eventually short, the Three Stooges, a Travel Talk, a Donald Duck, a Popeye cartoon, 2 government shots in the covered wagon.
Covered wagon, huh? Only 1 picture.
Well, we're only having 1 feature because of our extra added attraction.
What's that?
A Lone Ranger serial.
What episode?
All 15. You see, this is what I want to speak to you about, Archie.
What?
Well, frankly, the show what I'm talking about is a little skimpy. So, I'm wondering, is it possible that you could get me, the Lone Ranger, to make a personal appearance in the Tivoli?
Can I get him? Anything I ask him, he'll do.
Yeah?
Him and me is pards.
What?
Pards. The Western time, it means we're very close, like 2 peas in a pod.
Well, that's fine. Look, please tell them that it's a great theater. And be sure and tell them our slogan. The best shows of all move to Tivoli Hall. And Archie, my boy, you know that semi-wiseboard is nothing for nothing. You bring me the Lone Ranger, and I'll give you a free season pass. It's a deal. Goodbye, Archie.
So long, Mr. Whiteboard. Oh, boy, a free season pass. Folks, our male singing chanteuse, Mr. Clark Dennis. Mr. Dennis will sing, I'm getting tired so I can sleep. Don't take it as no hint.
I'm getting tired so I can sleep. I want to sleep so I can dream. I want to dream so I can be with you. I've got your picture by my bed. Will soon be placed beneath my head to keep me company the whole night through. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. I hope you're tired enough to dream, and please sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming too. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. I hope you're tired enough to sleep, and please sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming too.
Hey, Art.
What is it, Finnegan?
Hey, look, do you mind if my kid brother Wilford comes down here tonight?
Your brother Wilford, that's the short, fat, ugly one, ain't it?
Don't know. The short, fat, ugly one is my sister. You remember my brother Wilford? He's the one with the brains.
Oh, the black sheep of the family. Yeah, sure. Leave him come down here, Finnegan.
Say, Archie.
Huh?
I think I can help you get the Lone Ranger over to the Tivoli. I'll flatter him.
How, Miss Duffy?
With flattery. I'll tell him he's handsome, and that I'd even be happy to arrange a double date for us.
A double date? Who'd be the other couple?
Katrinka Yarbox and Tonto.
Katrinka Yarbots, Miss Duffy, we swindle the Indians enough over the Manhattan Island deal. Listen, you forget the Lone Ranger. I'll handle this deal myself.
Announcing the arrival of the Lone Ranger.
Good evening, Archie.
Good evening, Mr. Lone Ranger.
Well, now, wait a minute, Archie. Why the mister? Let's be informal.
Informal? Okay, whatever you say, Lone. How was things out in the White and Woolly West? Are you having much trouble rustling them cattle?
Well, no more than usual.
Them cattle hustlers must be pretty tough sombreros, huh?
Sombreros. You sound like a real Westerner, Archie. Ever been out there?
Been out there? I was raised and born just a stone's throw from that Grant Canyon. Yes, sir. Many's a day me and me Pinto would rent a couple of Broncos, you know. Go horseback riding together.
Oh, you ride, Archie?
How do you think me legs got this shape? From ducking under subway turnstiles? But enough of this idle bantam. I'd like to ask you a favor, Lone.
What is it, Archie?
Would you help me out by making a personal appearance at the Tivoli Theater?
Well, I don't know, Archie. I've been working pretty hard lately.
Working hard. What does hard work mean to a guy like you? Guy with them muscles of sinew. Plenty of good red corpuscles. Lots of that husky stamina, you know.
Well, I may have good red corpuscles, but I'm here on vacation.
But Lone, this is for me. Archie, your pard. Your old saddle mate.
Sorry, Pard. I'm afraid I've got to let you down.
Excuse me a minute, Lone. Miss Duffy.
Yeah?
Miss Duffy, you got to help me out with this guy. Start turning on a charm.
You think he'd go for me?
Certainly. Lone, I want you to meet the daughter of the establishment there.
Oh, so this is Miss Duffy.
Likewise, I'm sure. Oh, Mr. Ranger, you're so wonderful. See, I'll never forget the time I saw one of your movies with my boyfriend, Breckenridge Hotzenfelder. Every time you put your arms around your horse, Breckenridge did the same with me. And when your horse put his soft nose up against your cheek, I did likewise with Breckenridge. Oh, you'll go over big at the Tivoli, Mr. Ranger. And you'll be a good influence on some of them bums that hang out there.
Bums?
Please, Miss Duffy, they are not bums. They're just nervous. Now, Lone, don't leave Miss Duffy give you the idea that the Tivoli is a joint.
Oh, no, it's a high-class place. They charge a dime for adults.
Adults? Well, frankly, my friends are the youngsters.
The youngsters, huh? That ought to do it. Hey, Finnegan, did your kid brother Wilfred get here yet?
Yes, I've arrived.
Oh. Lone, now here's one of the kids who's going to be at the Tivoli tonight. You wouldn't want to disappoint him. Wilfred, come here. Lone, say hello to little Wilfred.
Son, I'm mighty glad to make your acquaintance. Mighty glad. Wilfred, how would you like to ride the range with me on your own little pony, with a trusty shooting iron at your side, rounding up a hustling, bustling, rootin', tootin' gang of outlaws? Huh?
Archie, is this guy kidding?
Lone, don't pay no attention. The kid's excited, you know. He don't know what he's saying. Do you, Wilfred?
I am perfectly aware of what I am saying.
Now, just a second, son.
Archie, who is this Denver Uncle Don?
Wilfred, this Denver Uncle Don happens to be none other than the Lone Ranger himself. You've heard the Lone Ranger on the radio, Wilfred?
Unfortunately, yes.
What do you mean, Wilfred?
Archie, it's ridiculous. One might almost be tempted to say that one could enjoy this character, only if one were exceedingly juvenile.
How would one like a nice smack in one's put?
Now, look here, son. I've been on the radio for quite some time now. I made thousands of friends. Tell me, man to man, wouldn't you like to become a member of the Lone Ranger Club?
I'd rather cut my throat.
Here's a piece of broken glass. Anyways, kid, they wouldn't let a brat like you into the Lone Rangers Club.
Just a minute, Archie. Son, your attitude puzzles me. As a Lone Ranger, I try to represent the best elements of sportsmanship, fair play, and adventure.
Look, Cactus Charlie. When I came in here, I didn't know you, did I?
No?
You didn't know me either, did you?
No?
Let's keep it that way.
Here goes me pass to the movies. Wilfred, come with me a minute.
Where are you going, Archie?
I'm going to take Wilfred for a little walk in the cellar. I'm going to show him where we keep the pickled pig's feet.
Yeah, but, Archie, the cellar is damp. Wilfred's liable to catch a cold.
Oh, won't that be too bad? Come along, Wilfred. Take off your shoes for Uncle Archie. Go.
No luck, Archie?
No, the Lone Ranger's going to be leaving any minute. He ain't going to the Tivoli. There's no pass for me.
Archie, there's one thing we ain't tried.
What?
Western songs. I put S-I-N-G.
Miss Duffy, I have heard you S-I-N-G, and at S-T-I-N... forget it. But I guess after Finnegan's brother, Little Wilfred... anything will probably sound good to the guy. Lone, do you like Western songs?
I love them.
I love them, too. You know, Mr. Ranger, there's something about a Western song that reminds you of the West.
Go ahead and sing one, Miss Duffy. Lone, you ain't lived until you've heard this dame sing.
We'll ride the trail together. Oh, faithful in every kind of weather. When your roundup days are over, there'll be pastures white with clover for you. Oh, faithful pal of
Tell me, what did you think of it, Lone?
Well, Archie, you said I haven't lived till I've heard her.
Yeah?
Well, do you think life is so important?
Mr. Archie,
Mr. Wisebird coming across the street.
Oh, the theater guy. Look, Lone, if you don't want to make this personal appearance yourself, would you mind if I got a guy to imitate you?
Well, not at all, Archie. I get a kick out of it.
Oh, thanks. Hey, Finnegan, come here. Finnegan, you are the new Lone Ranger. Now, quick, put a mask on, Finnegan.
Help him help the West. Well, Hotchie, is the Lone Ranger here?
Yep, Sam, I have swung the deal for you.
Ah, that's great. Where is he?
Right over there. Hey, Lone Ranger. Lone Ranger. Lone Ranger, say hello to Mr. Weissboard.
Hi-ho, Weissboard.
Hi-ho to you, too. This is certainly a thrill. The Lone Ranger.
That's a thrill for me, too. The manager of the Tivoli.
What's that?
Hey, Sam, he means he probably heard of you in Hollywood.
Oh, well, this is a possible possibility, yes. Lone Ranger, tell me, as one picture man to the other one, how did you first get into the picture?
I sneaked in.
Sam, the Lone Ranger's talking about them sneak previews.
Oh, yeah, I see. Well, tell me, my boy, how do you like Hollywood?
Hollywood? Oh, I'm nuts about it. Boy, what terrific dames. Oh.
Dames, please, Lone Ranger.
What dames? God, they're all nuts about me. Oh.
Pardon me, Lone Ranger. I thought you lived a quiet life and was adorable just by children.
Me? I hate kids. I'm just nuts about dames. Oh, boy.
Lone Ranger, please.
Just a second, Archie. This can't go on. I've got a career to think of.
Please, buddy, don't interrupt. We are talking.
But I'm the Lone Ranger.
Okay, I'm Clark Gable. All right, now go away. Leave us alone. Now, Ranger, as I was saying...
But I tell you, I'm really the Lone Ranger.
Would you please to go away?
You don't believe me? Listen to this. Oh, Silver!
Please, for heaven's sake, I got a headache. It's bad enough I've been hearing this all day in the theater with the Silver. Now, please, Peter, will you play? Archie, who is this guy?
Oh, some guy that walked in here.
Yeah, there's a lot of people imitate me.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Finnegan.
They are.
Your mother wants you on the phone.
What is this? He ain't the Lone Ranger? And this other guy ain't the Lone Ranger.
What's the difference with the mask on? Nobody knows what the Lone Ranger looks like anyhow.
Wait a second. Nobody knows what he looks like? Give me that mask.
Sam.
Yeah?
What are you going to do?
Archie, shake hands with the new Lone Ranger. Hi-ho, Silver! Hi-ho, Silver!
Well, Lone, pass or no pass? It was so all nice of you to come down here.
Well, I had a good time, Archie. Oh, by the way, what did you do with little Wilfred Finnegan?
Oh, Wilfred. I got him tied up in the cellar.
But, Archie, that isn't nice. A cold, dark cellar. I think we ought to untie him.
Yeah, maybe you're right. If we get a chance next Saturday or Sunday, we'll do that. So long, Lone.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
It's something to see when the Pepsi generation plays the game. One flick of the wrist, it's a whole new twist, and football's not the same. Come on, come on, come on, and taste the Pepsi way. Generation. Come on, come on, and have a Pepsi day. All across the nation, and have a Pepsi day.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, Bea Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. In answer to many requests, here's Denis to sing his RCA Victor record hit, Yeah, Sure, You Betcha.
Oh, Hilda, I ban think you're grand. Will you let me hold your hand? If I should ask you, do you love me too? Say, yeah, sure, you betcha, Abe and Tinky do. Oh, I do, yes, I do. By golly, by Yemeni, I do. Oh, if I should ask you, do you love me too? Say, yeah, sure, you betcha, Abe and Tinky do. In Wisconsin, Ole Janssen fell in love with a sweet Swedish Miss Hilda Swanson. He wooed her, he pursued her. All Wisconsin heard Janssen sing Swanson this song. Oh, Hilda, let this Swedish boy thrill you until you are yumpin' but yaw. There at the preacher's when he says, will you? Say, yeah, sure, you betcha, I ban Tinky do. Oh, I do, yes, I do. By golly, by Yemeni, I sure do to you. There at the preacher's when he says, will you? Say, yeah, sure, you betcha, I ban tink I do. Say, yeah, sure, you betcha, I ban tink I do.
here's Denis to sing Mazel.
There's a certain little word can mean a lot to you. You gotta have it, and if you got it, there's nothing you can do. You gotta have a little mazel, 'cause mazel means good luck. And with a little mazel, you'll always have a buck. And if you have no mazel, and though you're on the ball, you try and can't get by, you beat your head against the wall. Don't ever try to figure why you seem to be the blame, that some folks have a million and can't even write their name. You gotta have a little mazel, and you never will get stuck, 'cause with a little mazel, you'll always have good luck. You gotta have a little mazel, 'cause mazel means good luck. And with a little mazel, you'll always have a buck. Don't ever try to figure why you seem to be the blame, that some goyim have a million and can't even write their name. You gotta have a little mazel, and you never will get stuck, 'cause with a little mazel, you'll always have good
In these days of full employment, a bright young man with initiative and intelligence can find plenty of well-paid positions in the employ of dozens of firms. And so it is that we find our young hero, Denis Day, going into business for himself. It's early morning as we look in now at the Anderson house, and over breakfast, Denis has enthusiastically been describing his latest venture to his girlfriend, Mildred.
Selling movie equipment? You mean for the home, Denis?
Sure. Camera, lights, screen, projector, everything. No home should be without a movie camera, Mildred. I tell you, the old-fashioned snapshot is through.
Well, I guess movies are a little more interesting than still pictures.
Oh, there's no comparison. Take that baby picture of me, for instance, posed on a white fur rug. If that was a movie, you wouldn't have to look at just that one side of me all the time.
Yes. Well, I hope you're a big success, Denis. How much commission do you make on each camera?
Oh, I'm too smart to work on a commission or a salary, Mildred. I'm my own boss. I buy the equipment for cash, and then all I have to do is resell it at a profit.
Oh, but Denis, that's such a terrible gamble. Don't tell me you invested your good money in a scheme like that.
Oh, no.
Oh, thank goodness.
It was your mother's.
My mother's? You mean to say you borrowed the money from her?
Sure, and I'll bet she'll be mighty happy when she finds out she loaned it to me.
What do you mean?
Well, I met a man who needed a car, so I rented him your mother's for $25.
Mother's brand new car?
Uh-huh.
Without her knowing it? Oh, you know how she insists on keeping that car spotless.
Mildred, it was just for last night. The man had to get his chickens to the market somehow.
Chickens?
Sure, and I made him promise that all the eggs on the way belonged to your mother.
Oh, Denis, how could you? Don't you realize what a mess that car'll be?
But, Mildred...
And suppose he should have an accident. Oh, golly, I hope he isn't a reckless driver.
Oh, no. That isn't the reason they took his license away.
They took his license away?
Well, yeah, they just felt that a man over 90 with arthritis...
Oh, Denis, no.
Well, now, don't get excited. The time he smashed up his own car wasn't his fault at all. He happens to be a little stubborn about wearing glasses, that's all.
He smashed up his own car?
I told you it wasn't his fault. It was dark and he thought he was following the white line. How did he know it was a milk truck with a leaky can?
Oh, this is awful. When is he supposed to bring the car back?
By 8 o'clock this morning.
8 o'clock? But it's 1:15 right now.
I know.
And the folks will be down to breakfast any minute. Denis, we mustn't let Mother find out that car's gone. But how? Think, Denis, think.
All right.
I've got it.
Gee, you could have at least given me a chance to wrinkle my brow.
Now listen. We'll turn back all the clocks in the house 4 hours. Then when Mother comes down for breakfast, she'll think it's 4:15 instead of 4:08, and she'll go back to bed.
Well, we'll try it. I'll take the one on the shelf here, and you turn back the big one over the range.
Okay, hurry now.
Yeah. There we are. Now for the grandfather's clock in the living room.
Oh, yes. Oh, wait, I hear them coming. There isn't time. Quick, sit down at the table.
Good morning, Mildred. Dennis.
Good morning, children.
Why, Mother, Daddy, what are you doing up in the middle of the night?
Middle of the night?
Well, look, Poopsie, it's only 4:15. Let's go back upstairs. If we hurry, we can make it while there's still a little zing left in our hot water bottles.
But I can't understand it. It must be later than 4:15.
Oh, it's probably daylight saving time that's got you all confused, Mrs. Anderson.
But the sun is shining.
Sure, you have no idea how much daylight we've been saving.
Wait a minute. Isn't that a little boy out there with his school books?
Yeah, little Teddy O'Connell. It's a shame. Only 9 years old, and his father sends him to night school.
Is that so? Well, if it's 4:15, just what are you and Mildred doing up?
Oh, we just dropped downstairs to have a midnight snack.
With your clothes on?
Mrs. Anderson, we happen to be decent young Americans.
Dennis Day, just what are you...
Now, who could be calling us at this hour? I better go in and see. Pardon me.
There's something awfully fishy going on around here.
But, Poopsie, if both the clocks say 4:15...
I don't care what the clocks say. I know it's after 8, and high time you were cooking me my breakfast.
Mother, you're mistaken. After all...
Oh, Mildred, could I see you in here for just a minute, alone?
Oh, yes, of course, Dennis. Excuse me a second, Mother and Daddy. Dennis, what is it?
You were right, Mildred. It was the man who rented the car.
You mean something's happened?
Yeah. You know that dead-end street down by the library?
Yes.
Well, he's opened it up considerably.
Oh, my golly. Was he hurt?
No, but he was pretty badly frightened. And he wasn't the only one. 2 of the chickens had eggs that weren't doodle tomorrow.
How about the car? Is it all banged up?
Well, he said it wasn't as bad as it might have been.
Oh, is there a chance Mother won't notice anything's wrong?
I doubt it. She must suspect something when she opens the glove compartment and finds the motor there.
Dennis, what are we going to do?
Well, he says the car can be fixed by this evening for about $100. Only the garageman won't touch it unless he has the money in advance.
It might just as well be $1 million. Where could we raise $100?
I've got an awfully hot prospect for my movie equipment. The only trouble is I can't see him until 5 this afternoon.
Wait a minute. You know that foreign language radio station in Middletown?
Yeah?
They're always advertising easy loans on a moment's notice. The Pan-European Loan Company, remember?
Yeah, but they specialize in loans to poor foreign-born people, and I... Oh!
Sure, why shouldn't they lend a nice foreigner $100?
They know more about it, Fraulein. Faith, and I'll have the money for you in no time. Yeah, sure, you betcha. What then?
Now then, I believe you're next, young man. May I help you?
Si, senor. My name is Salvatore Giuseppe Antonio Silvestre Luigi Arturo Francesco Pastrami Baciagalupo. I'm Italian.
You don't say.
Si, and I'm understand you paisanos to give out the loans to foreign-born people.
Yes, that's correct. You're foreign-born?
This accent ain't from Brooklyn, kiddo.
No, obviously not. So you'd like us to arrange a loan for you?
Oh, I need the one awful bad. I'm the guy at home of 15 kids. 8 bambinos and 7 bambinettes.
15 children? My gracious, how long have you been married?
3 years.
3 years? But that's impossible.
Why? Oh! Well, you see, some of the kids are my wife's by her first marriage, and some of them are mine by my first marriage. And the rest belong to both of us.
Oh, well, that explains it quite satisfactorily.
Yeah, I'm pretty fast on my feet today.
Yeah. I beg pardon?
Oh, nothing. Anyway, you see why I needed the loan. 15 kids and my wife, she's right now in the hospital.
You don't say. Well, congratulations.
What are you congratulating me for? She's got appendicitis.
Pardon me. I thought she'd yielded to habit again.
This I'm no verstehst.
Well, it's just as well. If you want a loan, I'll have to fill out this form for you. Where do you live, Tony?
With my wife's parents.
The whole 17 of you?
Yeah, there was a nice enough to give us a room. The address, she's at 324 Helena Street.
I see. Now, what's your income, sir?
Oh, we already been through that. One bambino a year.
No, I mean how much money.
Oh, well, I only want to make a smaller loan, just $100.
Yeah, but haven't you any collateral? A job, a house, a car?
Just the kids. Please, mister, my wife is in the hospital. We got enough food in the house. Just $100. I promise I pay you back by 8 o'clock tonight.
8 tonight, huh?
See.
I'd like to help you if you're that desperate, but isn't there anything you could pledge as security? Furniture?
Furniture? I never thought of that. The salmon a gun, io sono stupido. Ma shoo, I pledge all of the furniture.
Well, all right, I'll take a chance. Here's your money. Now, I won't charge you any interest since it's only a short loan. But remember, if you've been lying to me and that money isn't here by 8 tonight, I'm taking your furniture.
Oh, thank you, sir. You saved my life. You got the big heart. Or like we say in Italy, you got the schmaltz.
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing You Can't Be True, Dear.
You can't be true, dear. There's nothing more to say. I trusted you, dear, hoping find a way. Your kisses tell me that you and I are through, but I'll keep loving you, although you can't be true. Kisses tell me that you and I are through, but I'll keep loving you, although you can't be true.
Well, the trouble started when Dennis went into the home movie equipment business. To buy the equipment, he rented out Mrs. Anderson's car, and when that was smashed, he borrowed some money from a finance company to have it fixed, pledging her furniture against the loan. So he'd better sell a movie outfit if he wants to get out of this mess. Not trusting his own salesmanship, he's learned the sales talk in the manual by heart, and is now calling on what has been described to him as a hot prospect.
Yes?
How do you do? I represent the Keystone Home Movie Camera Company. The Keystone Home Movie...
Who is that at the door?
It's a salesman, dear. What were you saying?
How do you do? I represent the Keystone Home Movie Camera Company. The Keystone Home Movie Camera Company is the...
What?
What should I wear to the Fowlers tonight?
How do I know? Wear whatever you want. Now, what was that, Bud?
How do you do? I represent the Keystone Home Movie Camera Company. The Keystone is the finest on the market today with super sensitive lenses.
You're not being very helpful, George.
Gladys, how do I know what you
Should I wear the brown dress that matches my hair or the blue one that matches my eyes?
Wear the green one that matches your complexion. Pretty good, huh, Bud?
How do you do? I represent the Keystone Home Movie Camera Company. The Keystone is the finest on the market today with super sensitive lenses, automatic self-winding...
What?
Snap
Snap yourself. I'm busy. Go ahead, Bud.
How do you do? I
I represent the Keystone Home Movie Camera Company. The Keystone.
Now, look,
is the...
Mac, hold it a minute, will you? What is this? Your magnificent obsession?
No, sir. I learned this speech by heart. The only way I can remember it is to say it from the beginning.
Well, look, that's no way to sell. If you want to sell something, talk about it in a few simple words of your own. You can do that, can't you?
Well, yes, sir. I think so.
Well, go ahead.
Well, this camera has the... Well, it has the... It's got... You can... It would... Ooh. How do you do? How do you do? I represent the Keystone. The Keystone is the...
What are you so busy with that you can't snap my dress?
Go away, will you? I'm talking. Go ahead, kid.
How do you do?
Oh, I should go away, sugar.
Yes. Go ahead, kid.
How do you do?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Go ahead, kid.
How do you do?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Go ahead, kid.
How do you do?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead, kid.
How do you do?
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess we all got kind of mixed up. You see,
I see that you've wasted enough of my husband's time. Now pick up that grip of yours and get out of here. Goodbye.
How do you do? I mean, goodbye. Oh, it's no use, Mildred. I couldn't make a sale all day, and here it is dinner time.
I know. Well, at least they fixed the car so Mother won't know it's been in an accident.
Yeah. Did she ever find out all the clocks were set back?
Well, she suspects, but Daddy doesn't. He's in the kitchen now eating his lunch.
Gosh, the only man in Weaverville on British time.
It isn't funny, Dennis. What's going to happen when the man from the finance company walks in here for our furniture?
Well, Mildred, I've got an idea. It may not work, but we're desperate, and it's our only chance.
Well, what is it, Dennis?
Well, suppose when that man comes for the furniture, we make your mother think it's just a scene from a movie.
What? But how can we do that?
Well, we've got a camera and film and lights, haven't we? All we have to do is pretend we're taking a movie where the big scene is a couple losing their furniture.
Dennis, that's wonderful.
Sure.
It'll give you more time to sell your movie equipment and get our furniture back. Only, how will we talk Mother into acting in a picture?
Well, I was thinking I could flatter her into it. In a very subtle way, of course.
Perfect. Go ahead. She's in the living room.
Okay, I'll give her everything I've got.
So there you are, Dennis Day. I've been wanting to
Stop! Don't move. Just let me look at you.
Huh?
That sunlight glinting on your golden hair, turning it to flame right down to its lovely black roots.
What?
That face. A face that has loved and been loved. A face that has suffered and caused suffering.
Dennis Day! Have you gone crazy?
That body, undoubtedly female. Those lovely legs curving gracefully into good, thick, wide, solid ankles. You got it, kiddo.
Well, I certainly don't want it.
Oh, you don't understand, Mrs. Anderson. You belong in Hollywood. You deserve swimming pools, husbands.
Are you trying to tell me I should be in the movies?
Exactly. You should be the most glamorous exotic star on the screen.
Me? Why, that's utterly ridiculous. Well, I don't mean utterly ridiculous. Matter of fact, I don't even mean ridiculous. But I mean, after all...
Keep going. I think we're getting someplace.
But it's silly. Movie stars are all so young, and I'm 33.
Oh, you can't be that old.
Well, of course I am. I've got a daughter, 22.
Oh, that's nothing. Out in Hollywood, lots of actresses have daughters older than they are.
Now, Dennis, really. If you expect me to chase out to Hollywood in hopes of a movie career...
Oh, you don't have to, Mrs. Anderson. I've got a movie camera and plenty of film. We can do a movie test of you right here in your living room tonight.
Really? Oh, that does sound like fun.
Oh, swell. I'll go right upstairs and write the script and then get everything ready.
Good.
Yeah, much better than I expected. See you later.
Dennis, for goodness sakes, hurry. It's almost 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. I'm going as fast as I can. Okay, places, everyone. We're going to shoot it just the way we rehearsed it.
Oh, my, isn't this exciting?
Now, remember, the first scene of my script is a dilapidated old house with a broken-down old couple. That's you, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. He's waiting for the finance man to take their furniture. I've got a special actor for that. Okay, lights. Camera, Mildred. Action. You have the first line, Mr. Anderson. Put plenty of feeling into it.
Okay. Oh, heavens, but we are poor, Matilda. We are oh so poor.
Yes. Aren't we poor, though?
Yes. And I think the reason we are so poor is because we have no money.
But we still have each other, George, my darling. Take me in your manly arms.
Come to me, Matilda.
Wait a minute. All the camera is getting is his face and my stomach.
Yeah, I think you better play the scene on your knees, Mrs. Anderson. Okay, go ahead. Camera!
Oh, mercy, mercy. They are coming to take our furniture away. And in that case, what shall we have to sit on?
What indeed? Hark, I think I hear the man from the finance company now.
Gee, right on time. I'll answer it.
Well, here I am for the furniture.
Wait a minute. Cut. What kind of an entrance is that?
I think it's big enough to get everything through.
I'm talking about the way you walked into the room. You're much too stiff.
Me? I never touched this stuff.
No, I mean you've come to take away our furniture. Say it like you meant it.
Huh?
Put some feeling into it. Now try it over. Go outside and come in again and get some menace into it.
Yes, ma'am.
Read your line again, Herbert.
Hark, I think I hear the man from the finance company now.
Well, here I am for the furniture.
No, I still don't like it. Go out and try it once more.
Look, this is fun, lady, but I have other houses to visit tonight. And my truck's waiting outside for me.
Truck? What truck?
Oh, he means his car, Mrs. Anderson. Some people call their car their truck.
Okay, so my 10-ton car is waiting outside.
Well, I don't understand all this. What kind of an actor are you, anyway?
Actor? I'm no actor. This young fella came into my office today with a phony Italian accent and borrowed $100 against your furniture. I've come for it.
My furniture? Denis Day, there must be some explanation for this.
Okay, let's hear it.
So, you tricked me into making this movie so I wouldn't know my things were being taken out.
Well, gee, Mrs. Anderson...
Oh, is that what you were doing, taking a movie? You know something? I've always wanted to own a set of home movie equipment, only I never knew where to buy it.
How do you do? I represent
the... You mean this equipment is for sale? Well, by golly, suppose I take that instead of the furniture. Is it a deal?
How do you do? I mean, boy, I'll say it is. See, Mrs. Anderson, everything turned out fine. I knew it would. It always does.
I wish I knew what I did to deserve you, Denis Day.
Oh, me?
Yes, you. Sometimes I could just kill your mother for saying hello to your father.
With Charles Dant in the orchestra, Denis returns to our microphone to sing How Soon?
How soon will I be seeing you? How soon I wish I really knew. And when will you be saying words I want to hear? Tender little love words, story old, meaningful
night, everybody.
You've been listening to A Day in the Life of Denis Day, brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
If a man's favorite threads prematurely lose their threads, and the seams in his slacks seem to disappear, then he needs Panatella Clothes by Levi's Sportswear. Panatella slacks, blazers, and suits hold their great looks because they're sewn to the tough standards that made the Levi's name famous for durability. Panatella from Levi's Sportswear, where quality never goes out of style.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Band and Billy Mills Orchestra. This would be a good time for me to thank those of you who have written recently to thank us for keeping Fibber, Magee, and Molly on the air. Your letters have been very much appreciated by our sponsors, the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, and by all of us here on the show. We sincerely hope this program will continue to entertain you every Tuesday night for the entire duration and long after. The makers of Johnson's Wax feel a distinct obligation to continue the show, in spite of such problems as packaging, labor, and material shortages that every manufacturer has to contend with these days. In spite of the large volume of special Johnson's Wax finishes that are going directly or indirectly into war work, the management of S.C. Johnson & Son have made it clear to all of us that the program should be made as helpful as possible to the war effort, not only as entertainment, but also as a means of giving you valuable service information. We shall certainly carry on with that thought in our minds. Do you know the difference between truth and rumor? A truth has only one father, but a rumor is adopted by thousands. We will now witness some adoption proceedings by the squire of 79 Wistful Vista, who is walking along minding his own business. Mr. Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Had a little pony and his name was Chief. Now he's on the menu as barbecued beef.
Hey, Magee, wait a minute.
Hey, McGee!
Huh? Oh, hi, Joe. What's the matter?
Look, McGee, you know what I just heard?
No.
Well, I just heard that we were going to have a phone next door. And he was talking about us. He was talking about us. He was talking about us.
My gosh, Joe. Are you sure?
Absolutely. Not many people know it. I'm only telling a few of my best friends.
Gee whiz. Well, thanks a lot, Joe. I'll see you later. Hey, Molly. Molly, where are you? Hey, Molly.
What's the matter, McGee? What are you so excited
Hey, give me some money, quick. Come on, hurry up. Give me some money. I got to run down and buy a flock of trusses. Come on, hurry up. Hurry up.
But why? You don't need a truss.
I know, but a guy just told me they're freezing them at midnight.
Listen, dear, for goodness sake, calm yourself. If we're going to rush out and buy things we don't need just because there might be a shortage of them, why don't we stock up on Flandeckers?
We got lots of... What's a Flandecker?
Well, that's a little gadget that fits over the mouth of a rumor monger to keep him from blowing his top. Now, come on down the basement. I need your help.
Doing what?
The washing machine has gone haywire.
Oh.
It's throwing laundry all over the cellar. And it hit me in the face with the shirt.
One of my good shirts?
Never mind the shirt. Have a little sympathy for me. Now, come on.
What seems to be the matter with the washing machine?
Well, after serious consideration, I've come to the conclusion that it won't run.
Oh. Shucks, I'll have this thing running in no time. Now, let me see. Gearbox probably needs adjusting. Where's the monkey wrench?
I don't know. Anyway, I tried adjusting the gearbox. I don't think that's it. I think this machine is just dying of old age.
Impossible. It was guaranteed for a lifetime.
Sure, and the company that made it went out of business in 1912. This particular model went out of style with a mustache cup and the ankle-length bathing suit.
Well, let me take a whirl at her. Where's the switch?
Right there on the side.
I got it. Let's see. Oh!
Hey. Look out, McGee. It's all coming apart. It's throwing wheels.
Let it go. Hey, shut it off! Shut it off!
I can't. It threw the switch into the fruit cellar. Oh, dear, oh, dear. McGee.
Huh?
I just remembered where I left the monkey wrench.
Where?
In the gearbox.
Boy, it sure is a wreck now.
Oh, dear.
Superman couldn't put this back together now.
I haven't seen so many crooked parts since my nearsighted uncle sold his barber shop. Well, what do we do now?
Just stand here and wait, I guess. Well, we can't buy a new washer, that's a cinch. I better get these parts together and see if a repairman can make sense out of them. Give me something to wrap them up in.
Here. Here's a newspaper, dearie.
Thanks. I'll take them downtown and see if I can find...
What's the matter?
Look, in this newspaper you give me. Here's an ad in the classified. For sale. Electric washing machine by a woman in good condition. With ringing and ironing attachments. Must sell before April 1st. April 1st? Hey, that's the day after tomorrow. Says telephone Mrs. J. Benchley Mokes. Wistful Vista, 9807.
Heavenly days. Talk about coincidences. If this happened on the radio, the listeners would just sneer, wouldn't they?
Well, there's a power that watches over me, baby. Come on, let's get on the phone.
Dear, I hope we're in time, McGee. You know, these days, no washing machine is going to stand around wringing its pillowcases from lonesomeness.
Don't worry. Providence didn't put that paper under my nose just to let somebody else beat me to it. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista. Hand me that newspaper, man.
Okay.
Wistful Vista, 980. Is that you, Mert?
We haven't got time for that now.
How's every little thing, Mert? There's that. What's that, Mert? Your sister. Studying to be a what? A gunner?
What on earth for, McGee?
The sailor she's going with wants to be a gunner's mate. Hey, Mert, give me 9807, will you? Huh? Disconnected?
I warned you, McGee. There's been so many calls, she shut off her phone.
Well, look, Mert, what's the address of that phone number? Oh, I know you ain't allowed to, Mert, but gee whiz, this is... Huh? She is? Okay, Mert, thanks a lot. Come on, Molly, get your hat.
Did she give you the address?
No, they ain't allowed to, but she says the party that had that phone was always calling up Jimmy Sales Grocery. They'll know.
Oh, good. Wait just a minute while I put my face on. I'll be with you in a jiffy, dearie.
Hey, wear an old dress, Molly. We don't want them to think we can pay too much for this washer.
I can wear my newest one and still get 40% off.
Ah, there's a good kid. I bust her washing machine all to pieces, and she never says a word. Just gives me a dirty look and lets it go at that. If I ever have it... Oh, dear. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, little girl. Now, I haven't got time to stand around and fan the breeze with you today. Mrs. Magee and I are going out.
Where?
Is it any of your business?
No.
Well, then, if you don't mind...
If it was, I'd know where, I betcha.
Huh? I said, look, sis, now I'm very busy today, so why don't you just tuck your little skull between your sinuses and hit the grit?
Okay, mister. But I thought maybe you'd help me with my arithmetic a little bit.
Why don't you ask your father?
I did, mister. My daddy says after what he went through on March 15th, he didn't want to see any figures for the rest of the year. Including Paulette Goddard, Rita Hayworth, and Veronica Puddle.
That's Veronica Lake.
Well, my daddy knew her when she was little.
Oh. What problem you stuck on?
I'm not stuck on any of them, I bet you. I hate them all.
Well, so do I. So now you better run along before Mrs.
Have you got time to guess a poodle, mister?
A poodle? What's a poodle?
Well, it's a riddle you can't get through your noodle.
Oh. Well, what is it? What is it?
Why does President Roosevelt smoke cigarettes in a long black holder? Why does he?
I give up.
Because a cigarette is a smoke, and where there's smoke, there's fire, and where there's a fire, there's LaGuardia, and LaGuardia is a mare, and a mare is a horse, and a horse eats grass, and grass is green, and green is for Irishmen, and an Irishman is Pat, and a Pat talks to a mic, and so does President Roosevelt.
Yeah, but why does he smoke cigarettes in a long black holder?
To keep the smoke out of his eyes, silly. So long,
Get a load of Jimmy, laughing his head off.
They probably got him so nervous he's hysterical. Yoo-hoo! Can we see you a minute, Mr. Sales?
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Mrs. Fibber. Look at him. Just look at him.
I am Jimmy, but what's the joke?
Oh, spending all their precious coupons to load up on chumps and steaks and roasts. No, but half of them never ate meat twice a week in their lives.
That's so funny.
It's funny to me. I'm a vegetarian.
Well, look, Jimmy. If you can control yourself a minute, we want some information. We're trying to buy a washing machine.
I'm not the washing machine business, McGee, I'm sorry to say.
No, but look. You know, there's an ad in the paper, Jimmy, about a woman who wants to sell one, and the telephone operator told us you knew her. It's Mrs. J. Benchley Mouse.
Yeah, where does she live, Jimmy? Where does she live?
I don't know, McGee. She doesn't trade with me anymore. She gave a dinner for the British ambassador once, and I wouldn't put silk knee breeches on the lamb chops.
Yeah, but you must know where she lives.
No, she never had a charge account.
Well, the delivery boy must know.
Oh, he probably does, McGee.
Well, let's ask him. Where is he?
In Guadalcanal, I believe, Mrs. McGee.
Come on.
But I can give you a clue. Mrs. J. Benchley Mokes is a good friend of Mrs. Huffington's.
Oh. Well, she'll tell us. Much obliged, Jimmy. Come on, Molly.
It would be just our luck not to find Abigail at home.
She's so snobbish, she probably won't admit knowing anybody who owns a washing machine.
Now, listen, Abigail isn't so bad, McGee.
Oh, no? That old dame is so high-toned, she snores like a flute. I mind one time that...
Yes?
Yes, what?
Whom did you wish to see?
Look, Snarkins, or whatever your name is. Pigeon-toe your little way into the drawing room and tell old Lady Uppington to draw herself out to the front door. We want to see her.
Thank you, sir. And whom shall I announce?
Why don't you try announcing Lum and Abner? That'd be quite a contrast for you.
Thank you. I shall inform Mrs. Uppington that Mrs. Lum and Abner wish to see her.
He ought to study with Dale Carnegie about how to win friends and keep from getting beat up on a dark night.
Butlers like him are born, Molly. That codfish expression is hereditary. I'll bet if she...
Oh, hello there, Abigail.
Well, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy.
What a surprise this is. Remington told me that Dick and Sade or Amos and Andy or someone wished to see me.
No, Lum and Abner, Abigail.
Oh.
And look, we're on the trail of a washing machine. Now, do you know a woman named Mrs. J. Benchley Mokes?
Oh, my dear. I know Mrs. J. Benchley Mokes like my own sister.
Oh, gee, you do? Well, who is she?
She is my sister.
Well, where does she live, Uppy? We got to contact her right away. She had an ad in the paper to sell a washing machine.
My goodness. She didn't tell me she was back in town. She usually winters in hot springs, you know.
Oh, no, we didn't know. Where does she usually spring?
Yeah. Let us know where she's going to fall, too. We'll throw a pillar down for her. No kidding, Uppy. Where does she live?
Really, Miss McGee, I haven't the faintest idea. She takes a new apartment every time she comes back to town, and I hadn't heard from her yet. Isn't the address in the advertisement?
No, just a phone number, and it's disconnected. She probably had so many phone calls, she shut it off. Heavenly days, we've just got to get that washing machine, Abigail.
Oh, I have an idea, my dear. Her chauffeur lives at 916 Oak Street. He or his wife will know where she is.
Oh, your sister look like you, Uppy?
Yes, she's my type, I should say. Serious and robust.
Oh, we have one of their catalogs. I'd know her in a minute. Come on, McGee, let's go.
Yeah?
How do you do? We're looking for a washing machine, and we were told that Mrs. J. Benchley Mokes' chauffeur would...
You're looking for a what? A washing machine. Washing machine. One of them things that stands in the basement and washes your clothes.
Sure, it wrings them out, too.
Yes, and irons them. We want to buy it.
You want to what?
Buy it. Buy it. Is it for sale?
For sale? Sir, you're speaking of the woman I love.
McGee.
Hey, I got an idea. Wilcox.
What about him?
He knows every woman in town from selling them Johnson's Glow Coat. He'll know how to find Mrs. J. Benchley Mokes.
Good day.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello. What can I do for you?
Oh, how do you like that? What could he do for us? Look, Junior.
I'm afraid you have the advantage of me, sir. Have we met?
Have you met? Why, you've been bumping noses every week for 8 years. What goes on here?
Who is it, Paul, and what do they want?
Who's that?
That's my brother, Harlow.
Well, then, who are you?
I'm Paul Wilcox.
Well, I'll be... Are you guys twins?
Well, yes, but we're not identical twins. Harlow likes nutmeg in his malted milk, and I like cinnamon.
Well, that must be a lot of trouble going to the drugstore to find out who is who, huh?
Who is it, Paul? Who is it?
Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGee, Paul.
It's Mr. and Mrs. McGee, Harlow. What do they want? What was it you wanted?
Can little Harlow come out for a minute?
No, he's taking a shower. Anything I can do for you? Won't you come in?
No, thank you, Paul. We're trying to find a Mrs. J. Benchley Mokes. She advertised a washing machine for sale, and...
Hey, Harlow, they're trying to find a Mrs. Mokes. Oh, she's the one I told you about, Paul. Sell Fibber and Molly. Who? Fibber and Molly. Fibber and Molly, that's Mr. and Mrs. McGee. Oh, yes, Harlow was telling me... Yes, Harlow was telling me about a Mrs. Mokes this morning. It seems that she had just been in her new place a very few days, and the linoleum was in pretty bad shape. And Harlow was telling her how Johnson's self-polishing glow coat would make it look practically new again and bring out the original colors and how it would look.
Yes. We know about glow coat, Paul.
Yeah. These guys are certainly twins, all right. They only got one subject of conversation between them. But where does Mrs. Mulks live?
Well, I'll ask Harlow in just a minute. But I wanted to tell you how happy Mrs. Mulks was with Johnson's glow coat.
Oh, sure.
Harlow said that when she discovered that you could just pour out a few drops, spread it around, let it dry in 20 minutes or less to a beautiful, protective, dust and damp-proof finish, Harlow said she was just ecstatic.
Look, Paul, never mind what Harlow said. Where does Mrs. Mulks live? We've got to see her.
Yeah.
Well, I know it's somewhere in this neighborhood. I'll ask Harlow. Say, Harlow. Yes, Paul. Where does Mrs. Mulks live? Search me, Paul.
Well, that won't take long if he's in the shower. Why don't he come out here? Hey, Harlow!
What do you... Oh, wrong. I lost Paul here someplace.
What
do you want, pal?
What do you mean you don't know where Mrs. Mulks lives, Harlow? Paul said you were telling her all about glow coat.
I was. She called me on the telephone.
Oh, my God. We'll have to canvass the neighborhood. Well, thanks anyway, Harlow. Paul.
Don't mention it, folks. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Paul.
So long, Harlow.
Goodbye. Yes?
Does Mrs. J. Benchley Mulks live here?
Yes.
Hot dog at last. Has she got a washing machine for sale, Bud?
Yes.
Is it in good condition?
Yes.
Well, will she take $10 for it?
Yes.
What? She will?
Yes.
What make washing machine is it, Bud?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Now, look, Bud. This must be Mrs. Mulks. Look, Mrs. Mulks.
I am not Mrs. Mulks. I am Mrs. Fatowski, and don't pay any attention to what my husband says. He's just learning English, and all he can say is yes. Come, Stanislaus.
Yes.
Come on in.
No, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. We didn't even know you lived here.
We're looking for a Mrs. J. Benchley Mulks.
Mrs. J. Benchley Mulks, eh? Tall, heavy-set gal with gray hair, drinks gin all day, belongs to the Book of the Month Club.
Is that her?
No, that's my sweetheart, Bessie. Is this Mulks woman anything like her?
We don't know. We never met her, Oldtimer. All we know is she lives somewhere in this neighborhood.
Yes, I don't know her. Sorry, kid.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Oldtimer. Say, are you and Bessie married now?
Not yet, daughter. Bessie ain't back yet.
Bessie isn't back from where?
Africa.
What on earth is Bessie doing in Africa?
Matter of fact, daughter, we ain't sure it is Africa.
Oh.
Might be Alaska, Iceland, Solomon Islands, or Texas.
Well, wherever she is, how'd she get there?
Flew.
Well, what's she doing wherever she is?
Probably kicking her heels and hollering her head off, daughter.
What?
You see, she was working on an airplane out of the factory, and she must have welded herself into a wing. Nobody missed her for 3 days. We don't know where she is now. Well, hope to find her tomorrow.
The King's Men sing I'm an Old Cowhand.
Step aside, you ornery tender feet, whilst I sings my song. I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, but my legs ain't bowed and my cheeks ain't tanned. I'm a cowboy who never saw a plow, never roped a steer, never milked a cow, and I sure ain't fixin' to start in now. Yippee-i-o-ki-yay, yippee-i-o-ki-yay. I punch cattle when they're fried in the pan. I can hardly tell beef from pork, except on Tuesday. The only leather I ever pulled was in the subway in New York. Oh, get along, little doggy, get along. Old cowhand, Rio Grande. Learn to ride, or I learn to stand. I'm a character tougher than an Arkansas mule. Never missed on the draw, never lost a ewe. And the horse I ride is a drugstore stool. Yippee! Ki-yay. I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande. radio. Yippee-yi-oh-ki-yay. 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 Yip, 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 ki-yay.
Only 2 houses to go, Molly. Only 2 more in the block. The search is narrowing down.
Yeah, so are my hips. Which is the only good thing I can say for this expedition. Let's let it go, McGee.
No, sir, I'm going to get that washing machine. I ain't going to let my own wife slave away over a scrubbing board. Besides, we haven't got a scrubbing board.
Oh, that's a very sweet
Hey,
thought.
look, here comes the mail girl, the baguette. She ought to know where everybody lives around here. Hey, sis.
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, dear. Say, will you do us a favor? We're trying to find a Mrs. Malks.
Mrs. J. Benchley Malks?
That's the one, sis. That's the one.
I remember the name because she gets such a lot of mail.
Well, tell us quick, where does she live?
Yeah.
Well, I really don't know, Mrs. McGee.
Why, doggone it, sis. How can you deliver her mail if you don't know where she lives?
I don't deliver it. She picks it up at general delivery. Well, nice to see you. Good day.
Oh, dear, I'm beginning to feel like a 90-year-old quiz kid, McGee. Let's stop asking people questions and go on home.
No, we're too close to the end of the chase now. Only 2 houses to go. Let's try this one first.
Why, I know who lives here.
Who?
Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee. Won't you come in?
No, thanks, Wimp. We got to keep going. Look, do you know where a Mrs. Malks lives?
Mrs. J. Benchley Malks.
Why, of course I do, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, fine.
Minnie Malks is in one of Sweetie Face's physical torture classes.
You mean physical culture, Wimp?
I know what I mean, Mr. McGee. My goodness. You should see all those women in their sweaters and bloomers lined up doing their exercises.
Mm-hmm.
I took a candid camera picture of them once through a window.
Say, I'd like to see a print of that sometime, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, I haven't got the negative anymore, Mrs. McGee.
Oh.
The ladies chipped in and bought it from me for $200. Isn't photography fascinating?
My Wimp. Why, that's blackmail.
Yes.
Say, is your wife home now, Mr. Wimple?
Yes, Mrs. McGee, but I don't think you can see her now. She's under the piano.
Under the piano?
Yes. She picked it up to throw at me this morning, and her foot slipped, and she fell down, and the piano fell on top of her.
Oh, heavenly days, Mr. Wimple. Why don't you do something about it?
Oh, I'm going to, Mrs. McGee. Just as soon as I finish working on my stamp collection. But you wanted to know where Mrs. Malks lived, didn't you?
Yes, we did, Wimp. She's advertising a washing machine for sale, and we want it. Does she live near here?
Oh, indeed she does.
Well, where, Mr. Wimple?
Right here. She rents our front room upstairs.
Oh, my gosh.
I'll call her. Oh, Mrs. Malks, somebody to see you.
Yes? Mrs. Malks?
Yes? Mrs. Malks, this is Mrs. Fibber McGee. Mrs. McGee, this is Mrs. Malks. Mrs. Malks, this is Mr. McGee. Mr. McGee, this is Mrs. Malks. Have I left anybody out?
How do you do? How do you do, I'm sure.
Now, look, Mulkey. We want to buy your washing machine.
My what? Your washing machine that you advertise in the paper. Show the paper, dearie.
Here's your ad right here. You say you got to sell it before April 1st. Are we in time?
Well, no, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
You're just a little late.
Oh.
If you look at the date on that paper, it's March 28th, 1941.
When you put a beautiful piece of linoleum down on your kitchen or bathroom floor, what do you say to yourself? I wish it would always look this nice? Or maybe I hope it wears forever? Chances are that's what you think, even if you don't say it. Now, suppose you already know all about how Johnson's self-polishing glow coat protects linoleum. Then what would you say? Probably something like this. I know this linoleum will always look nice and will wear practically forever because I'm going to protect it regularly with Johnson's glow coat. You might add, if you wanted to, because Glow Coat makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer. Keeps the colors bright and fresh, besides saving me hours of work. No, you wouldn't be exaggerating things a bit. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat does all these things and more. It needs no rubbing or buffing. That's why it's called self-polishing.
Molly.
Yes?
Isn't bluing supposed to make clothes white?
Yeah.
Well, then you got the wrong kind. I've used 3 bottles, and these sheets are getting darker all the time.
3 bottles. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hey, how'd you like some free gasoline when you fill up?
I'd like it a lot.
Change to Quaker State Sterling Motor Oil.
You're telling me an oil change
will get you better gas mileage. See, Quaker State Sterling is a different kind of oil, specially blended to lubricate better than regular oils. Less friction, so your engine will work less hard.
and use less gasoline.
It'll be like getting extra gas for free. Change to Quaker State Sterling. It's like getting free gas with every tank full.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
When giving presents in advance, it is customary to attach a little label reading, "Do not open until Christmas." Tonight we give you a prize package. We pasted a label over his mouth. If he opens it before Christmas, he's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. I just bend down low like that to show you my hair doesn't come off. You see. So many of those people come from Hollywood and give you those little bows, you know, because the thing goes on the side. Well, thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy, that Yuletide tocsin you just sounded doesn't quite fit in with your attire.
Well, what do you mean, Fred?
Well, isn't this rather late in the season, James, to be wearing open-toed shoes?
Oh, these shoes were regular Oxfords, but I was doing some Christmas shopping at a department store this morning.
Well, how did the ends of your shoes get nipped off?
Well, I was coming down on an escalator, and I stepped off, all but my toes.
Oh, I see. Went much better the first
It
show,
did, didn't it?
I guess you should have another set of feet for the 12 o'clock show. Well, you know, those galloping ramps are pretty dangerous, Jimmy. I knew a fellow last year who tripped and sat down on an escalator. And, well, when they finally pried him out, he was wearing a tweed sarong. His trousers were ruined, no end. But we just throw that in. You know, you got to kill him now, okay?
Hiya, fellas. What's frying?
Well, Jimmy and I were barbecuing a little verbal fat, Kenny. We were just sort of talking about Christmas shopping.
Well, if that isn't a coincidence, I was at Macy's all afternoon.
Shopping?
No, I was tied up with Santa Claus.
Tied up with Santa Claus? You must have had some list.
Brother, I threw the book at him.
You asked Sandy for plenty, hey?
Did I? A bow and arrow, a pogo stick, a new yo-yo, an electric razor.
An electric razor? Well, isn't that a little too grown up, Kenny, after all?
Oh, I'm a big boy now. Look at this cheek.
What is that, fuzz?
It ain't mohair, brother. Santa Claus better come through.
Oh, now, Kenny, don't tell me that you think that fellow at Macy's is really Santa Claus.
I don't think it. I know it.
Well, how do you know it?
I got it straight from his brother Gimbel's.
I see.
He's got another brother on 14th Street. Boy, what a Santa Claus he is. With a dialect.
Really? You rarely get one complete with a dialect. Well, you managed to visit 3 department stores in this Christmas rush. Well, didn't the crowds bother you any?
Oh, it was pretty bad. It was so crowded on 33rd Street, one woman fainted and had to walk for 4 blocks before she could fall down.
I suppose they finally froze some water in icicles and passed it to her through the crowd to revive her. Well, the shopping crowds are terrible. Let you and I enjoy it, huh? Hey, listen, after all, the The audience gets the best of it. We've got a right once in a while to have a little fun here. You know, the crowds are terrible, the shopping crowds, Kenny. I heard about a salesgirl who reported for work at Wanamaker's, sold 3 dresses at Klein's, and got paid off in Bloomingdale.
Boy, things are sure moving fast around the stores, F.A.
Oh, they sure are, KB. In one busy toy department, they tell me, they're running the little kiddies across Santa Claus's lap on an assembly bell.
Well, as Fred Allen would say, so much for Santa Claus.
Well, I'll explain that. We tossed for that line, folks, and Kenny lost, so he had to say it. So as Kenny Baker would say, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents highlights from the world of news. Washington, D.C.
No news.
Nizhny Novgorod, Russia.
Толстой грабино, что такое сметана, no news.
Shanghai, China.
Tai Hong, Tai Fuyong, Ichinat, no news.
Times Square, New York.
Times, Tribune, Mirror, sorry, Mr. No News.
Well, there you are, folks. There you are, folks. It looks as though there's no news, but no news is good news. And the good news is that Kenny Baker sings for us now, There I Go. Kenny, if this was the Pantages time, you'd have taken 2 encores. Better say to you. Kenny, that was fine. You would have been held over in Salt Lake, which was very hard. Kenny, that was being held over in Salt Lake was not what you think it is. But, Kenny, that was fine. It was not only pro rata, but the whole thing there. You were out of... Kenny, that was fine. Hey, at this time of night, you're lucky enough to think of a straight line. Who can think of something? Kenny, that was fine. You are in rare form tonight.
Yes, I've been practicing every day.
You have, really?
Yeah, I got to be in good voice this week.
Why?
Dennis Day gets into town.
Dennis?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, boy, I guess you and Denis, 2 tenors, have high old times when you get together.
Oh, boy, we're practically insufferable.
What do you fellas do, Kenny?
Well, generally I go over to Dennis's house and he sings for me, and then Dennis comes over to my house and I sing for him.
Well, this goes on all day?
Till night, yes.
Then what happens?
Well, Dennis and I generally go over to Frank Parker's house and sing duets for Frank.
Well, that sort of fills in the day, doesn't it?
Oh, it's monotonous.
Yes. In any special key? You ought to teach... look, Kenny, now, you ought to teach Denis. Do him a favor when he gets off tomorrow. He'll be singing bass for 4 days after being up. You ought to teach Denis that song you just sang a little while ago.
There I Go?
Yeah.
There I Go. I wonder how that song got its title.
How did you ever happen to think of a line like that? Because I know the answer, you see. Had I been this well prepared on information, please, it would have been another story. They're still penalizing Fadiman over there, you know. $125 it cost tonight. I was on. The auctioneer is talking slower since, you know. But you wonder how that song, There I Go, got its title? Well, I tell you, I'll be frank with you, Kenny. If you don't mind me incognito, I'll be frank. The song There I Go, it was inspired by a remark Dr. Jekyll made one day as Mr. Hyde passed him on the street. As Mr. Hyde went by, Dr. Jekyll said, There I go. Well, sir, if this observation later didn't become the title of your song.
Oh, boy, wait till I tell Dennis. He's never been confronted with a fact.
Excuse me, Fred.
Wait a minute, Kenny. Were you through, Kenny? Well, all right. All right.
Excuse me again, Fred.
Well, you're coming in again? Or is it... Well, yes, Larry.
Well, is this where I say a few words about Sky Chief gasoline?
Well, yes, approximately now, Larry. But before you start, I have a great idea for you.
Well, what is it, Fred?
But did you see Walt Disney's picture Fantasia?
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember those centaurs?
You mean those fabled creatures that were half human and half horse? Sure, what about them?
Well, why don't you write a commercial about centaurs? You know, you could make up a centaur fable, only bring it up to date and give it a commercial twist. Like a fable about creatures that are half human and half automobile.
Well, that would be no fable, Fred. That's the truth. A lot of good drivers are practically part of their cars.
Oh, Larry, you don't mean that there are people with gears for legs and a transmission where their heart should be? There's nobody that gets his blood changed every 1,000 miles now, after all.
Well, not quite that, Fred, but it's a fact that when you drive a car, you become part of it. You climb the hills. You steady it over the bumps. You guide it between the lines, around the curves, and on the straightaway.
Al Goodman and his band, who next week are making a personal appearance at a jukebox in Katie's Tavern on the Hempstead Turnpike, have just played The Man I Love. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, thank you, Issy. You ought to thank Mr. Goodman for starting your reception. Why he just applauds anybody from force of habit. Is that going with you? Well, what's new, Portland? And something had better be new, or the program's going to be 3 minutes short.
Well, I wanted to show you this telegram. It's from Mary Livingston.
Mary Livingston? Well, if it's for you, why show it to me?
Mary gets into New York tomorrow. She wants us both to come down to the depot to meet her.
Well, let me see that wire.
Here.
Having terrible time, Jack ran out of sandwiches at Kansas City. His thermos bottle ran dry at Chillicothe. If you will meet us at the Grand Central with donuts and hot coffee, Jack will have enough strength to get to a hotel. Otherwise, I will have to leave him in the check room or ask Mr. Foster what to do with him. Why, that Feeny?
Don't they have a diner on that train?
Well, they have diners on all the California trains. Diners don't mean anything to Benny. To Benny, diner is only a song title.
Why is Jack coming to New York?
Well, Love Thy Neighbor opens at the Paramount next Tuesday, and Benny's coming from California with his tape measure to measure his name when they put it up on the marquee.
Well, will the marquee hold two of you?
They're testing it today. They'll know. You know, I'm surprised that the picture's even opening at the Paramount, Portland. With that ham in it, I thought it was a cinch to open in a delicatessen.
Where is Jack stopping in New York?
Who knows? The last time he stayed at the Sherry Netherland, he checked out the second day.
Why?
The hotel refused to press Benny's Kleenex. What a guy. He spent 3 days trying to find a glass-bottom taxi cab so he could ride down Broadway and look for cigar butts. No Catalina Playboy.
Did you hear Jack say you laugh at your own joke?
Well, a man's got to be pretty funny to make himself laugh, after all. You know, he's so close to himself, he gets sick of himself occasionally. That's quite... You know why Benny doesn't laugh on the air, don't you?
No, why?
Well, every time Benny tells a joke, it reminds him of what he's paying his writers pro rata who sold him the joke he's telling. You see? He's the only man I know whose tear duct connects with his pocketbook.
You better not go too far with Jack, Mr. Allen.
Well, who's afraid of that coward? Benny's so yellow, when he gets into a cab, you can't tell where the yellow cab leaves off and Benny starts.
And Jack was bragging how strong he was Sunday.
Strong. Benny's so weak he only smokes one way. He can't exhale. But then when he smokes, he's got it. You see? Yeah? It's hard to fluoroscope him, you know. It always looks like the top of Mount McKinley. Benny's teeth are so sensitive he has to have his dental floss warmed before he can use it. hot dental floss. How do you like that? Well, that exhausts me on the flimsy subject at hand. Now, what about our guest, Portland?
He's the owner of the show that's had the longest run of any show ever produced in New York City.
Oh, you mean the producer of Tobacco Road?
No, this gentleman owns the flea circus.
Oh.
Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Roy Heckler.
Well, good evening, Mr. Heckler.
Good evening, Fred.
You, Mr. Heckler, are the sole producer and proprietor of the Flea Circus in Hubert's Museum on 42nd Street.
That's right, Fred. My flea circus has been there for 15 years.
15 years? Why, your show has had a longer run than Abe's Irish Rose and Tobacco Road put together.
Yes, we've seen a lot of shows come and go.
Well, how many artists do you employ, Mr. Heckler?
I have 15 stars,
Yeah.
15 understudies, and about 30 actors in training, all fleas.
Well, yours is indeed a unique theatrical troupe, Mr. Heckler. What do your little leaping thespians provide in the way of entertainment?
They do everything from juggling balls to running chariot races. Every one of my 15 stars has a different specialty.
Well, how can you possibly train a flea to do these things? Isn't it rather difficult?
Not at all, Fred. Fleas are quite intelligent and adaptable.
That is the first kind word I've ever heard anyone say about a flea, Mr. Heckler. In fact, it's the first remark I've ever heard about a flea that could safely be used on the air.
Well, fleas are greatly misunderstood, Fred.
Well, I don't agree with you, Mr. Heckler. I'm sorry. It's rarely that I don't agree with a guest, but when you say fleas are greatly misunderstood, I don't agree. One usually knows what a flea is getting at, Mr. Heckler. But tell me, can you train any old flea that wants to break into show business?
No. The ordinary flea is too short-lived for training purposes. We have to import a hardier specimen.
Well, how does the average Pekingese cricket live? How long does the Pekingese cricket live, as a rule, Mr. Heckler?
The normal lifespan is 2 to 3 years, but acting wears the flea out. He's usually through after 6 months.
Washed up, eh?
Right.
Well, what do you do then? Do fleas have a form of social security?
No, my actors all die in harness, Fred. I just put understudies in their places.
The show must go on. It's the old saying. Well, let's take a typical performing flea, Mr. Heckler, and trace his career from its humble beginnings to the dizzy heights of his Broadway success. Now, let me see. What would be a good name for a flea?
Malcolm isn't bad, Fred. I once had a flea named Malcolm.
Well, all right. Now, let's say Malcolm arrives in New York Harbor one day. He skips gaily off the boat, takes a nip out of the customs inspector, which he declares later, checks in at the Lambs Club and reports for work. Now, what happens?
Well, that's a little exaggerated, Fred.
Really?
Malcolm, arriving in a box with a lot of other fleas, the first thing I do is put a collar on him.
Sort of a shrunken lavalier. Hmm?
Yes. I make the collar out of fine copper wire. Malcolm wears it the rest of his life.
Well, is Malcolm's noose for ornamental purposes?
No. It's a safety measure. I pick up Malcolm, attach him to his props with a collar, and it avoids injury in the process of handling.
What is the initial step in the training routine, Mr. Heckler?
Well, first I have to break the flea of its frisky habits. He has to be taught to walk instead of skipping and hopping.
Well, how is that done?
I put him in a small horizontal glass tube. Every time he tries to hop, he bangs his head against the top of the tube. It only takes a couple of days.
When Malcolm staggers out, then he's slap happy but cured. What happens to him next?
I try to cast him in the show.
Well, you mean certain fleas have special talents?
Yes. Some fleas are natural strongmen.
Really?
Others make good jugglers or dancers, and some are born comedians.
And then I suppose they're they're not called fleas, though. Then I suppose there is the complete dud or the Jillo again type of flea. But let us say Malcolm seems to be a natural juggler. Now, what happens?
Oh, I teach him a couple of tricks and keep him as an understudy until the juggler I am working gives out.
Well, you're spared one headache most theatrical managers have, Mr. Heckler. At least you're not forced to cope with exhibitions of temperament backstage.
Oh, you're wrong, Fred.
Really?
Some fleas are very temperamental. They'll hardly work one day, and the next day they'll turn in swell performances.
A variety man out front or something. Well, how do you, how do you account for this, Mr. Heckler?
Well, who can look into the soul of an artist, Fred?
How true. Truer words. But tell me, who would you say is your outstanding performer as of today?
Rudolph, the strongman flea, Fred. He turns a merry-go-round that weighs 400 times as much as he does. The only trouble is Rudolph is getting old.
What happens when a flea performer begins to age? Does he start to wrinkle up around the antenna? Does he start to go around showing old write-ups and bragging about his radio appearance on Flea the People?
No. Usually his legs begin to go, Fred. Fleas have weak ankles.
Well, I didn't know that. I'll bandage them in the future if I have any care with the elderly fleas. But who are some of your other stars beside the aging Rudolph, Mr. Heckler?
There's Patty, the Irish flea who jumps through a hoop. And then there's Tommy, the football flea, Prince Henry, the juggler, and our closing act, Fifi, Sadie, and Peaches, the dancers.
That is a gallant array of microscopic talent, Mr. Heckler.
Yes, that's what all the critics say.
The critics? Well, don't tell me the news reviewed your flea circus and gave it 3.5 swats.
No, but George Jean Nathan, Walter Winchell, and the late old McIntyre have all reviewed my show.
Say, with all that publicity, I'm surprised that some of your troopers haven't been drafted by Hollywood, Mr. Heckler.
They have, Fred. 2 years ago, 2 of my fleas were flown out to Hollywood to appear in a picture with Claudette Colbert.
What company made the picture?
Paramount.
Oh, that explains it. Paramount apparently will stoop to anything for talent. They even had me out there on a leash last summer. Well, this has been a mighty interesting glimpse behind the diminutive big top of your flea circus, Mr. Heckler.
Thanks, Fred. I've enjoyed talking about my little show.
And give my regards to your cast in the green room when you get back over there. And tell your fleas that they don't have to worry about the future. When they get old and they have to quit show business, tell them to come to me.
I didn't know you were a flea philanthropist, Fred.
Oh, yes, Mr. Heckler. I'm buying a St. Bernard. It will always be a refuge for old, destitute fleas.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Roy Heckler. Thank you. And now our house quartet, the Martins, huddle at the microphone to test the Hugh Martin arrangement of When You Climb Those Golden Stairs. Golden Stairs.
My organization.
Of what organization?
The Ladies' League for the Prevention of Unkindness to Cars.
The Ladies' League?
Yes. Oh, you've no idea how many cars are being treated unkindly these days, Mr. Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Why, I saw a poor old sedan at a curb just this evening.
Yeah.
The poor thing was so cold, its differential was all goose pimples.
Its differential was all goose pimples? No kidding.
I sat right down and knitted it a cozy.
Well, with a belt in the back, I hope. The differential. Well, that's the way your league functions. You knit garments for old, decrepit cars, huh?
Yes. Help us, ladies and gentlemen. Send in your old knitting needles. Send in your yarn. Send in anything.
Just a minute, madam. If you want to prevent unkindness to cars, here is a man who can put over a real message, Mr. Jimmy Wellington.
This is the time of the year when the makers of...
Can I be excused for about 15 minutes?
Excused? Why?
I've got my portable radio upstairs, and I've got to listen to the record quiz program.
The record quiz program? What is that?
Well, the announcer plays a record,
Yeah.
and the first listener to phone in the name of the song gets $1.
Oh, you want to walk out on this program to listen to another one?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that's loyalty...
But they give away $1.
Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, Portland. For a measly $1, you'd leave everybody on this program flat. Now, you wait till I tell Kenny. Kenny?
Hi, just a minute, F.A. I'm on the phone.
Well, hurry up.
Hello? Record quiz program? That song is Beat Me, Daddy, 8 to the bar. Yeah? Oh, boy, I'll be right over.
Kenneth Baker, you come back here.
Oh, but I'm in a hurry, F.A. I got to see a man about $1.
Gosh, Kenny, did you win?
It wasn't Oscar Levant. Well, so long.
Now, wait. Just a minute, Junior. Have you forgotten a certain part-time job you have around here? It involves singing on the premises.
Charity is one thing, F.A., but $1 is 100 cents.
I am not interested in your revolutionary economic definitions, Kenneth Baker. Your first obligation is to this program. Now, and to make sure that you don't get out of here, I'm going to put your song on. This is rather spiteful, but I'm going through with it. I'm going to put your song on right now. Say, Maestro, where's Goodman? Say, Goodman.
Yes? You're calling Goodman?
Yes, I am calling Goodman. I am changing the program around. Kenny is ready for his song.
Just a minute. Goodman is telephoning.
What is this? Suddenly everybody's telephoning.
Hello? That song is Beat Me to the Bar Daddy 8. What? Somebody already won it. Obviously, it's your own brother, Chisler.
Well, that does it. Doesn't anybody beside the censor pay any attention to what's going on around here?
Nobody.
Who said that?
He, Goodman, said it. Me? Suddenly I'm a tenor.
Now, look, if you three are trying to audition a mutiny, what is
Well,
this?
Kenny has something to tell you, Mr. Allen.
Kenny has what to tell me?
Well, if you want the truth, F.A., this program is old-fashioned. Nobody listens to it anymore.
Well, why are people suddenly not listening?
Because you don't give any money away.
That's right. This program is corny. What is it? Nothing but entertainment.
Entertainment isn't enough on the radio today?
No, it isn't. You've got to give away money.
Yes, like all the successful programs. Double or Nothing, Take It or Leave It, Professor Quiz, Pot of Gold.
And why are they successful?
Why?
Their listeners send in questions and make money. The studio audience answers them and makes money. Everybody makes money. On this program, we are the only ones who make money. It says here in the script.
Well, that's right. We don't ask our audience to do a thing but sit back and enjoy themselves. And if we last long enough in radio, this program may be a novelty again.
Oh, you'd better wake up before it's too late, Mr. Allen.
I'll say, F.A., people don't go for radio shows today unless they can make money.
What kind of a quiz can I make out of this program?
I could be Dr. IQ if I had an IQ. Put a waffle on my head, and I, Goodman, could be Kay Kaiser.
Look, a waffle on your head wouldn't look bad from what's... A waffle you could pot in the middle would look better than what you got. Well, look, I will admit that people get money from some of those quiz shows, but they do not get the money for nothing. That's my point.
Oh, no? Well, what about the pot of gold?
That's money for nothing?
All you have to do is sit at home.
I know a man who hasn't been out of the house for 3 years. For 3 years he's been sitting by the telephone waiting for the pot of gold to call him up.
But if it does, he'll get $1,000.
All right. Spread out that $1,000 over the 3 years. He's getting $333 a year. Why, with 52 weeks, he's only getting $6.42 a week. Now, already, after 3 years, the man is so nervous, waiting for the call to come, he's spending $4 a week for cigarettes. Smoking. Jangled nerves. He can't sleep nights. He spends $2 a week for aspirin. Now, that leaves him 42 cents a week. And his phone bill each month is $6. That man is actually losing $5.58 a month.
You mean if he wins the pot of gold at the...
If he wins the pot of gold at the end of 3 years, that man loses $200.88. And also, he will be a victim of canatosis, which you get from sitting around the house on cane-bottom chairs.
But that's just one man. Lots of people make money on quiz shows.
You can't fight the trend, F.A. You gotta give away some money.
Well, all right. I'll give away money. But I will do it the right way. No slogans to be written in. No personal questions to be asked. No problems to be worked out. You don't even have to have a telephone.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, hand me that hand microphone, will you please? Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in the history of radio, people are going to get money from a radio program without doing a thing for it. Kenny, here is a roll of bills. A small roll. have enough dough to go for it in a big way. Now, you come down in the audience with me. I'll give away money. I'll show you that after all, there is a program. I beg your pardon, sir. What is your name?
Jerry Johnson.
Jerry Johnson. Give Jerry Johnson $4. Did you, Jerry Johnson, did you have to do anything to get this money?
No, Mr. Allen.
Thank you very much. Jerry Johnson gets $4 for absolutely nothing. Madam, where do you live, madam?
New York.
New York City. Give the lady $3. Here is a gentleman with a kind face. Give the gentleman with the kind face $2, Kenny. Thank you. Pardon me, sir. What size shoe do you wear? The gentleman wears an 8.5 shoe. Give him $4. Pardon me, madam. Here's a lady with glasses. Give the lady with the glasses $3, Kenny. Bifocals $4, lady. You just missed it by $1. Pardon me, sir. How is the... I beg your pardon, madam. You want money? Well, I can't get in there with the microphone after... Oh, well, that's perfectly all right. Well, would you care to come out here? That's perfectly all right. This is one of those quizzes. No, wait a minute. Don't just give her $1 for coming out that far. If she walks out all the way, Kenny, that will be exercise, and she will become automatically a professional pedestrian, and we don't want any professionals in the contest. Well, I tell you, there's a lady with a, where did you get your hat, madam? Would you care to answer? Give the lady with the funny hat $3. Well, now, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. These lucky people have gotten the money for doing absolutely nothing. Am I right? No questions to ask, nothing. I'm sorry we didn't have enough to go around. I could have made it, but it's only an hour program. Give me a good sustainer and I'll be all over the house. With the, I've gotten the money for doing... You want a cue,
but,
huh?
Mr. Allen, what about the people listening at home?
Gee, that's right, F.A. The folks at home didn't get anything.
Well, all right. Who's got a phone book?
I, Goodman, always have a phone book with me.
Well, turn to the last page of that phone book, Portland.
All right.
That Los Angeles phone book, by the way. This is for California. We went to a lot of trouble to get that here. The carrier pigeon was all in when he got here with it tonight. Round shoulders, little feathered clavicle, all bent. Well, look in the last column of that Los Angeles phone book, Portland. Find the last name. Count 4 names up. Who is it?
Mr. William A. Zylstra, 3117 Garnett, Los Angeles.
Send Mr. William A. Zylstra, 3117 Garnett, Los Angeles, $5. And now, Kenny, what are you going to sing?
Begin the begin.
Help yourself to 50 cents, Kenny. Even you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have as a guest a man with a most unusual occupation. I give you Mr. Luther Burbank Snog. Now, what is it you do again, Mr. Snog?
I cross things.
Such as what?
Well, for instance, I am the first man that ever crossed a silkworm in a mort.
What was your motive?
Well, the silkworm made silk and the mort made holes. Boy, did I get some swell lace curtains.
Well, what are some of your other mergers, Mr. Snog?
Well, I crossed a beaver and a kangaroo once. I got a beaver coat with pocket.
Amazing. Well, tell me, do all of your experiments work out so magnificently?
All but one. I've been trying to cross a rubber plant with a tomato. I figured I would get a tomato that if it rolled off of your plate, it would bounce right back into your salad.
Oh, well, how did it work out?
Not good, brother. I took the tomato seed and I vulcanized the rubber plant seed onto it and I planted it. Then I sat down and waited for nature to do its stuff.
And nature reneged?
I don't understand it. Everything else I tried crossing was a success. Why did that seed turn out to be a dud?
That, my friend, is a question that stops me. But my learned colleague, Jimmy Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds, may have an explanation. Have you, Jimmy?
Well, all I know, Fred, is that when you plant seeds, some grow and others do not.
Joe dentist plight, or the senator's tooth was a debutante at heart, so he knew it had to come out. Music, maestro.
And so, to the tune of his theme song, Teeth for Two, we bid adieu to radio's friendly dentist, Old Doc Allen. Old Doc Allen will be back on the air in half an hour with another extraction. Be sure to tune in, and don't forget Old Doc Allen's slogan. If your teeth need filling, Doc Allen's willin'. Goodbye now. Okay, Doc.
Are we off the air, Ed?
Yeah, Doc, but you're on again in half an hour.
I know. I'll get back to my office and go over my next script.
Okay, Doc, I'll stand by.
Good morning, Nurse Moeller.
Good morning, Dr. Allen. How did your broadcast go?
Fine. I filled 2 teeth and got in 17 commercials in 10 minutes.
Radio is certainly booming your business, Doctor.
Yes, I'm the first dentist to open an office right in a radio studio and put all of my patients on the air. I'm working on a new theme song now.
Have you got a melody in mind?
Yes. Hand me down my Novocaine. Oh, hand me down my Novocaine. Hand me... this must be my next patient. Hand me my script, nurse, and open the door.
Yes, Doctor.
How do you do, Dr. Allen?
How do you do, Mr. Ludwig?
Goodbye, Dr. Allen.
Goodbye, Mr. Ludwig. Oh, hand me down my Novocaine. Oh, hand me... Come in.
How do you do, Dr. Allen?
How do you do, Mr. Ludwig?
Goodbye, Dr. Allen.
Goodbye, Mr. Ludwig.
Well, who was that?
Mr. Ludwig is a model patient. He always sees his dentist twice a year. Has any fan mail come in for me?
Yes, I just opened this bundle of letters here.
What's this top one? Well, I won't have time to read these letters now, nurse. I've got to run over these scripts for my next 4 broadcasts. You know, I'm on the air every half hour until noon.
Who's your special guest star today?
Senator Botts.
Senator Botts?
Senator Botts. I retreaded the senator's upper plate last week. He was so crazy about it, he insisted on coming on my program today and speaking through his new teeth.
Isn't it almost time for your next broadcast, Doctor?
Yes, it is, nurse. I've got one coast-to-coast extraction, a Mr. Weir, I believe, and then my big guest show with Senator Botts.
This may be the senator now.
Possibly. Oh, it's Mr. Weir.
Oh, Doctor, my tooth is killing me.
Well, we'll go on the air in just a minute.
Can't you take my tooth out now, Doc?
Not until we get on the air, Mr. Weir.
Oh, but this tooth is...
Lucky you. There's the buzzer, Mr. Weir. We're going on the air.
Thank heavens. Oh.
Now, here's your script, your patient script. The dentist chair is next door in the studio. Follow me, please.
Oh, this tooth is killing
20
me.
seconds, Doc. Stand by.
Okay,
Hurry,
Ed.
Doc, hurry.
Now, just sit in this dentist chair, Mr. Weir, and read your script into this combination microphone and rinse bowl.
Oh, but this
Quiet.
tooth...
Stand by, everybody. We're on the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, Old Doc Allen presents his dental sensation of the air, Fang Busters. And here he is, radio's one and only friendly dentist, Old Doc Allen.
Well, hi, you all patients. Yes, Lance. This is Old Doc Allen, radio's friendly dentist, coming to you again on the half hour. Now, this time I'm presenting as my patient, Mr. Bascom Weir.
Oh, hurry, Doc, hurry.
Control yourself, Weir. Now, where do you live, Mr. Weir?
I live in Cincinnati,
Oh, Ohio. Well,
oh, this back tooth is killing me, Doc. Oh.
Here, no ad-libbing, Weir. Stick to your script.
Oh.
And now, folks, presenting the queen of the ether, lovely Nurse Moeller.
Hello, everybody. I want to thank you all for the many letters you've written in saying how much you've enjoyed my anesthesia work on Old Doc Allen's programs.
You're the last with the gas, Nurse Moeller.
Oh, hurry up, Doc. This tooth is killing me.
All right, we're all right. Folks, Old Doc Allen is ready. Open wide, Mr. Weir.
Oh.
Wider.
Oh.
Hands up, Doc.
Well, sorry, folks. We're a little late. The program's running a little long. I won't have time to make Mr. Weir's extraction here after all. This is Old Doc Allen hustling up and saying goodbye, all.
Goodbye. Hey, Doc, what about my tooth?
You'll have to come back another day, Mr. Weir. So long, folks.
Will Mr. Weir come back another day? Will Mr. Weir get that aching tooth pulled out? Will Mr. Weir go to another dentist? Has Old Doc Allen seen the last of Mr. Weir? Stay tuned in and find out. And don't forget, Old Doc Allen's big guest star show in 10 minutes, starring Senator Botts. Okay, we're off the air, Doc.
Fine, I'll get back to my office. Oh, hand me down my Novocaine. Oh, hand me down. Oh, well, Nurse Moeller, has Senator Botts arrived yet?
He's in the waiting room.
Well, show him in.
come in, Senator.
Thank you.
Well, Senator Bott.
Well, Dr. Allen, I want you to meet my manager, Big Jim Tully.
Hiya. Now, the Senator's a busy man, Doc.
I'll put you on the air right away.
Oh, that's fine.
When America hears you speak wearing an old Doc Allen upper plate, my business will boom.
Yes, it will. Look, this front tooth seems to be a little loose, Doctor.
Well, it's the new jive, swing pivot tooth I put in. It gives a little, looks more natural.
I see. Well, very well. I'll run over my speech.
Got it right here, Senator.
This is an important talk, Dr. Allen. The entire nation will be listening in.
Gad, what a plug for old Doc Allen.
Yes. I'm welcoming all soldiers and sailors who've been listening.
You ain't got much time, Sam. You better rehearse that speech of yours.
Yes, that's Big Tim Tully.
Big Tim,
yes. Soldiers and sailors, salutation. From the sunny slopes of the sultry south to the soaring summits of the Sierras, I see... Do I have to use all these S's, Tim?
That's the way Wendell wants it.
Oh, I see. Well, every time I say S, this front tooth wobbles, I may lose it.
Ridiculous, Senator. My work is guaranteed. Now, if you're not satisfied...
Oh, the Senator's nuts about his new uppers, Doc. That's why he's up here speaking on your program.
Exactly. Now, what's the rest of this speech? Oh, yes, right here. Soldiers and sailors... wait a moment, I clear my throat. Soldiers and sailors... Hey, Stewie, what is this?
Gad.
Hey, wait a minute, look at this.
The tooth.
Your front tooth is gone, Senator.
Yes, I know, I swallowed it.
Those S's, Senator Bott.
Yes, but you told me that tooth would stay in.
But you...
Politically, I'm sunk.
We'll run you out of dentistry, Allen.
Yes, you grimy scoundrel, you'll see. You hear that? Listen.
You sound like Whistler's father.
Stand by. Senator Botts is on the air in 2 minutes. On the air? I'm scuttling. That's what I am.
You better replace that Mr. Tooth in a hurry, Allen.
Yes.
If Senator Botts goes on the air talking this way, he'll be laughed out of office.
Sure, I'll be ostracized.
Now, stop whistling, Senator.
Yes.
You'll have this place full of dogs in no time.
Listen, how can I stop whistling? Every time I say yes, I whistle. See, I sound silly. You're on the air in 1 minute, Senator Botts. Stand by. Stand by. I'm sunk.
This is your last chance, Allen. You're a dentist. Pick the Senator up.
Now look. Senator.
Yes?
Try putting your finger into the gap in your upper plate.
Yes, I will. For sure. Like this?
Now, that's fine. Can you talk?
Well, I can talk, but nobody can understand what I'm saying.
That's no good. You better come up with another idea, Allen.
Yeah.
Open your mouth, Senator. I'll take out that plate.
Okay.
There. Now, say something.
Say something? What shall I say? Soldiers and sailors, salutation.
No.
Listen to that. God,
the Senator can't go on the air bumping his gums.
Yeah.
Haven't you got a spare upper plate?
Well, yes. Here are some uppers I made for Joey Brown.
Yeah.
Slip these in, Senator.
Okay.
You can't whistle now, can you?
Hey, these are so big I can't even close my mouth.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Take them out.
Okay.
All he needs is one pivot tooth, Allen.
Yes, I swallowed the other one.
10 seconds, Senator Botts. Stand by.
10 seconds. I've got to come through. I've got it. Give me your teeth, Senator.
Here they are.
Where are you going, Allen?
Just over here to my desk.
Say, what's he doing, Tim?
I don't know. Oh, quiet, Senator. He's coming back with your teeth.
All right.
Here.
Say, your pivot tooth is replaced, Senator.
Oh, good.
Zip your uppers back in.
Yeah. Why, these are perfect. Soldiers and sailors, salutation.
You ain't whistling, Senator.
Oh, Doc Allen, you're wonderful. Where did you get this new pivot tooth on such short notice? Dad, your front tooth is gone.
Yes, Senator.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the nightcap message from Larry Elliott.
All-American is a term you hear a lot of these. All-American is a term you hear a lot of these. All-American is a term you hear a lot of these. All-American is a term you hear a lot of these. All-American is a term you hear a lot of these.
Simonize announces a new car wax that not only beads up the rain, but also stands up to the sun. Introducing Simonize Shines Like the Sun. The new premium car wax that starts brighter, stays brighter than the leading premium wax. Come rain or come shine. Use Simonize Shines Like the Sun. It starts brighter, stays brighter than the leading premium wax.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Funny, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Look up the street there.
What?
Coming out of the Long Branch.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand it. I didn't hear no gunshots.
Well, that man they're carrying got hurt somehow, Chester. If he'd only passed out drinking, they'd probably left him under the bar and stood on him to improve their reach.
Oh, I've seen that happen, Mr. Dillon. I've really seen it.
Now, look, there's Doc with him.
Well, he's got better ears than I have if he heard any gunfire.
Now, there are other ways of killing men, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Dillon. I saw a man killed with a bullwhip once. Oh, that was
You
bad.
men carry him up to my office. Okay. The door's open. I'll be along as soon as I talk to the marshal. Okay, take him Matt, you'd better get into the Long Branch or there's going to be more of this.
What happened, Doc?
That's Bill Zant they're carrying.
I don't know him.
Well, neither do I. But that's what they said it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. What happened to it?
Well, he's been cut bad with a bowie knife.
Who did it?
That big drunk buffalo man, Noli Meeker.
Noli Meeker, huh? Is he still in the Long Branch?
Yes, he is, Matt. And you watch out for him. He's in a mighty dangerous mood.
Did you see it?
Well, I saw part of it. I was in there having a beer when it happened. Zant had a knife, too, but Noli Meeker knocked it out of his hand.
Oh, then Noli did this in self-defense.
No, he didn't. Everybody says Noli started it. Well, I've got to go and take care of Zant before he dies. Now, you watch out for Noli, Matt. Nobody can get anywhere near him.
Come on, Chester.
I saw Noli Meeker drunk once, Mr. Dillon. He sure does get mean.
Mean enough to start killing people?
Yes, sir. But when he's sober, he always seems plenty calm. I just don't know what happens to him.
Now, that's what happens to other people I don't like. Being drunk's no excuse for murder.
No, sir, it sure ain't.
See what he can do.
Oh, look at him. He's got the whole bar to himself, Mr. Dillon, and that bloody knife in his hand. How you going to take him?
You stay here. Evening, Noli.
Get away from me, Marshal.
Why don't you drop the knife, Noli? You're in enough trouble now.
I killed Zant, didn't I? I'll kill you next.
Zant isn't dead yet, Noli. Then I'm going to have to keep you in jail till we find out if he's going to live.
I ain't going to jail. Not if I have to cut me a path all the way out of Dodge.
If Zant dies, you murdered him. You're not leaving Dodge. Now, you can't be so drunk you don't understand that.
Come on, Marshal, let's fight.
But my 6-gun against your bowie knife, you wouldn't have a chance, Noli. Now, why don't you calm down before you get hurt?
You go get yourself a knife.
No, I'm not going to go get myself a knife.
Okay, we'll fight this way.
Forget about fighting, Nolly.
I can cut good with this knife, Marshal. I can throw it, too.
Stop it, Nolly.
Didn't know that, did you? What?
Hal, you don't throw too good when you're drunk.
Nolly?
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too. Light and mild. L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
This Christmas, why not give the very best to all the filter tip smokers on your list? This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Feel pretty good today, do you, Nolly?
Leave me alone, huh? I got a head like I've been sleeping under a buffalo.
Yeah. Well, you don't deserve it, but I brought you some coffee. I'll put it right there.
I'd do better on a pint of Triple X.
You sure learn hard, Nolly.
Go away. Go away. Let me sleep, Chester.
Last time I scalded my thumb bringing in coffee. Ain't great.
Well, how's our prisoner this morning, Chester?
Well, I don't think it's the liquor so much as the way you hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he had it coming.
He sure did. That knife couldn't have missed you more than an inch. I still don't know why you didn't shoot him.
Well, how would it look for me to shoot somebody that didn't have a gun? Besides, I don't think Nolly really knew what he was doing.
Well, I ain't sure he knows yet.
Good morning, Mac. Chester.
Oh, Doc.
How's Zant coming along, Doc?
Well, that's what I came to tell you, Matt. Zant's going to live.
Huh?
He's going to be awful thin for a while, but he'll live.
Bring Nolly in here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Nothing vital was cut, Matt, but the man bled so much. It took me over an hour to get it stopped. And for a while there, I thought he'd surely die. You know, it's too bad there isn't some way to get blood back into a man when he loses that much.
Well, I don't know how you could do that, Doc.
Oh, if I could. I'd save twice as many lives as I do. Well, I'm going to go to bed, Matt. It's been a long night.
Thanks for coming down, Doc.
That's all right.
Quit complaining about sleep, Nolly. You just escaped years and years of it, whole centuries.
I'll take that on any time, Chester. What'd you want, Marshal?
You sober enough now to tell me why you took your knife to Zant last night, Nolly?
Personal matter?
Well, maybe you better tell me whether it's personal or not. I'm not going to turn you loose to go stab him again.
Turn me loose?
You didn't kill Zant. He's going to live. Now, what were you fighting about?
A woman?
Is that all?
You got something against women, Marshal?
That's not what I meant. I've known you for a long time, Nolan. You never seemed like the kind of a man who'd try to kill somebody over a woman.
When I'm drunk, I get mean, Marshal. I'll fight over anything.
Even a woman, huh?
Now you're fogging me up again, Marshal.
Okay. Where did you know Zant?
We've both been working for Ezra Marcy.
Collecting buffalo bones?
We gather 'em up off the prairie and bring 'em back to Dodge and sell 'em to Marcy, and he ships 'em back east on the railroad.
It's beyond me how they can make fertilizer in China and stuff out of them little buffalo bones.
Nolly, you and Zant work together, is that it?
No. I got my own wagon. He's got his. But I still don't like him.
You going to leave him alone?
Marshal, I wouldn't hurt nobody less than I was crazy drunk.
You tried to kill me, too. Do you know that?
I did? Oh, Marshal, I don't believe that.
You threw your bowie knife at me. And you're lucky I didn't shoot you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you start drinking again, and I'll throw you in jail as soon as I see you. All right, you can go now, Nolly. But you came awful close to hanging. You just remember that.
Well, my pa always said I'd hang. I won't cause no more trouble, Marshal. So long. So long, Chester.
Goodbye, Nolly. Mr. Dillon, you believe that about them fighting over a woman?
Oh, there might be more to it than that, Chester.
Why don't you ask Zan about it?
Well, if Nolly's lying, Zant will lie, too. But whatever they were fighting about, I doubt that it's over. He hurt Zant too bad for that.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
You waiting for the stage to come in?
No, I just got tired sitting in my office.
That's a funny thing about your job.
No?
You're either doing nothing, sitting in your office, or standing around the plaza like some bum. Or you're the most violent man in Kansas.
Well, it's a good thing I don't get paid for the job, isn't it?
You'd starve.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
But still, nobody could ever pay me enough to go against Noli Meeker and his knife the way you did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I could have shot him, Kitty.
No, you couldn't. Not you. It's just what'll get you hurt someday, Matt. Or worse.
Look, Kitty, I'll die when my time comes, just like everybody else.
Matt, I'll feel better when I get some breakfast.
Oh, haven't you eaten yet?
I don't get up as early as some people.
I'll go with you, Kitty. I could
Good.
use a cup of coffee myself.
Oh, wait. Here comes Ezra Marcy. Looks
Huh?
like he wants you.
Morning, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Oh, Marcy.
Marcy.
I got a job for you, Marshal.
Oh?
I wish I'd never made a deal with them men. Neither one of them.
Oh, you mean Sant and Noli Meeker?
Them. They've been complaining and fighting more than they've been gathering buffalo bones for me.
Oh, why don't you deal with somebody else?
Most men would rather hunt for hides than bones, Marshal. It pays better. I buy both, so it don't matter to me, but even so, Zant ain't been much use since Noli cut him up. Now he ain't no use at all.
Why not?
Noli's got a shack down past the Opera House at the edge of town, Marshal. Let's go ask him. He got drunk again last night.
I thought you were talking about Sant.
It's about Zant I want to talk to Noli.
Oh, why do you need me?
Noli killed him, Marshal.
What?
Zant was doing with a wagon load of bones this morning, and he was late. So I rode up the river to look for him. And I found him, sitting on his wagon with a hole through him like a Sharp's 50 would make.
You think Noli did it?
Well, Noli tried to kill him before, didn't he? And he come in with a load of bones yesterday, and I paid him off, and he went and got drunk. Of course Noli killed him.
Does Noli have a Sharp's 50?
He used to be a hide hunter until he got tired of it. And it was a Sharps that killed Zant. Anybody can tell that.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That Noli Meeker's a murderer, Marshal. You go arrest him.
Did you leave Zant at the river, Marcy?
I ain't gonna bury him.
Come along and show me where he is.
All right, I'll send somebody out to bury him, but let's go find Noli. I don't want no murderer to get away.
I'll talk to Noli later.
No, we'll get him first.
We're going to the river, Marcy. Now. I went by the office and picked up Chester, and he and I followed Marcy up the river. Zant had stopped in a little cottonwood grove, apparently to water his oxen, a couple of miles above Dodge. And we found him there, slumped over the seat of his big Studebaker wagon, shot in the back. The wagon, piled high with sun-bleached buffalo bones, was headed toward the river. But the oxen had stopped when Zant was hit and were standing patiently, waiting for their next command. We laid Zant's body onto the sand, and then I had Chester lead the oxen down to the water. A few minutes later, he was back.
You going to bury Zant out here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
While we're fooling around here, Nolly's probably on the run.
I'll find him, Marcy. But I don't know how I'm going to prove he did it.
Well, you got all the proof you need.
What if he's got a good alibi? What if he can prove he was someplace else when this happened?
Marshal, now I ain't going to miss Zant. But I ain't going to watch a murderer go free, neither.
I'm kind of against murder myself.
Well, you're awful slow showing it. Wasting time coming out here and now all this talk about proof and such. I'm telling you, Marshal, if you don't see Nolly Meeker hung for this, I will.
Lynch talks something I won't stand for, Marcy. Now, don't make it around me and don't start making it around Dodge.
You're threatening me, Marshal.
I don't threaten people. I warn them. Now, you know me. You know what I mean. We'll go find Nolly and see what he has to say. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll send somebody out for the wagon and those oxen. They can stand here a while longer. They've had their water.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing, Mr. Dillon. Them oxen didn't drink no water.
They didn't?
No, sir. And they hadn't been to the river, neither. There wasn't no tracks between where they was standing and the river.
Then why was Zant heading them toward the river?
I don't know. But you'd think Zant would have known if they wasn't thirsty.
Of course he would.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not so sure, Chester. I'm not sure at all. But let's go find Nolly.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. L&M's got everything. King size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is it, Marshal, right here. I just hope Nolly ain't awake and watching us out of one of them cracks.
You can ride back if you like, Marcy.
No, I want to be here when you talk to him.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Nolly.
What's Marcy here for? You're still drunk, ain't you?
No, I ain't drunk. I done slept it off.
Were you drunk last night, Nolly?
I didn't cause no trouble last night.
Were you drunk?
Of course I was.
I didn't see you in any of the saloons.
Well, I was out here, sitting on the ground. I was sitting right there against the wall, me and a friend of mine downed a jug of corn whiskey. Took us most all night. What did you want to know for?
You had a friend with you?
He was here till about an hour or two ago.
Who was it?
Well, you don't know him. He's an old Indian, a Cheyenne.
Where is he now?
He's on his way home.
Where?
Absaroka Mountains.
Absaroka Mountains in Wyoming?
Well, that's what you're doing here. Looking for him 'cause he run off the reservation down south. Well, you won't find him, Marshal. That old Cheyenne's traveling alone, and he lives like a wolf. You'll never find him.
No, I don't expect we could.
Well, there goes his alibi.
Alibi? What are you talking about?
About Zant's murder.
Zant's murder?
You'll hang for it now.
Wait a
Nolly.
minute, Marcy. Zant was shot in the back with a Sharps 50 this morning, Nolly. A couple of miles up the river.
Marshal, you're thinking I did it?
Well, you tried to do it once before.
I didn't kill him, Marshal. If I was to kill a man, I wouldn't do it that way. I ain't no coward.
Arrest him, Marshal. He can do his talking in jail.
I didn't do it, I tell you. You know I ain't that kind of a man. I ain't a good man, but I ain't like that.
Okay, Nolly. I believe you. I couldn't prove it anyway.
Now, look here.
Shut up,
Marshal,
Marcy.
What
And you remember what I told you. I don't want to hear any talk out of you. Come on, Chester. There's something I want to do in town.
What are you after down here to the depot, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I want to talk to Sam Vestal, Chester. Just hope he's in.
Hello, Marshal. Chester. Come on in.
All right, Sam.
Fine, Chester. What can I do for you, Marshal?
Sam is agent for the Santa Fe Railroad. I figured that you might know something about Ezra Marcy's bone shipments out of here.
Well, what is it you want to know, Marshal?
Well, I want to know if there's been any trouble about him.
There sure has. But how'd you know? Marcy told me not to say anything about it.
Tell me about the trouble, Sam.
Well, the buyers back east have been calling Marcy a crook. But I know he ain't, Marshal. I weigh them loads myself, and I'll personally guarantee they ain't short on weight when they leave here.
But they are short when they arrive back there, huh?
Some of them are.
Uh-huh. Zant's?
How'd you know that?
I guessed it.
Well, you're right. I checked on it for Marcy, and it's the loads Bill Zant brings in that come up short back east.
Marcy pays Zant by the load, doesn't he?
Sure, but it made Marcy terrible mad being called a crook like that when he ain't one. If you ask me, maybe it's them fellas back east. They're the crooks. All Marcy wants is to be paid for the weight of the bones he ships out of here. They come up short back there. Ain't his fault.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll go talk to Marcy about it. I think maybe I can straighten this whole business out now.
Marcy's coming, Mr. Dillon. I found him in the Texas Trail. You know what he was doing?
What, Chester?
Stirring up a bunch of men in there about how they got to go get Nolly Meeker. He was telling them you ain't going to do nothing about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
Here he comes.
It's no use, Marshal. You can't stop me now. I already got 10 men in there on my side.
Well, that's 11-1 against Nolly, isn't it? We shouldn't have much trouble taking him. except for one thing.
You ain't gonna stop us.
I'm stopping you right now.
All I gotta do is yell. They'll be out here, Marshal.
Marcy, I had a talk with Sam Vestal down at the depot.
What?
The bones Zant's been hauling in. They've been losing weight on their way back east.
All right. So I told you. That's my trouble, Marshal. I'll handle it.
You've already handled it.
What are you talking about?
You're scared to death, aren't you?
I don't know what you're saying.
Those oxen weren't thirsty at the river. Zant wasn't headed for water because of them. It was to soak those sun-dried buffalo bones. You figured it out, too, didn't you? Waterlogged, they weigh in heavy here, but by the time they're weighed again back east, they're dried out.
Zant was a crook.
Yeah, sure he was. But you shouldn't have murdered him, Marcy.
Me? Murder him?
I'm arresting you for it.
Oh, no. No, you ain't.
I'm going to take your gun, Marcy.
No.
He shouldn't have tried that, Mr. Dillon. He's about the poorest gunfighter I ever saw.
Yeah, he was slow, Chester. But he'd have killed me if I'd let him.
Why'd you try it? I don't know how you could have proved he murdered Zant anyway.
I couldn't. But Marcy was feeling so guilty and so scared he didn't stop to think. If he had, he might have bluffed the whole thing out and gone free. No, it was his own guilt that did him in, Chester.
And now our star, William Conrad.
When you're choosing Christmas gifts for filter tip smokers, you can figure a carton of L&M's will please them most of all. Filter tip smokers know that L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M's come in just about the handsomest Christmas carton you ever laid eyes on. Give king size or regular L&M's, and you're giving America's best filter cigarette.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Ellis, and Frank Cady. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tuberculosis can attack at any age, and it can invade any home, rich or poor. But Christmas seals fight tuberculosis. Help protect you, your family, and all of us from our country's #1 infectious killer. This year, use Christmas seals on your cards and packages. Why not go home for the holidays with Perry Como? That's the title of Perry's new RCA hit record, and he'll sing it for you next week when Chesterfield brings you all the top tunes on radio. Perry invites you to be his guest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and reminds you to get a carton of Chesterfield for the weekend. Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Look!
It's the Chief. Meet the Chief, the four-wheel drive Jeep Cherokee Chief. Jeep country is where he roams. Here he comes. The Chief's rugged enough to handle almost any terrain.
Look at the size of him.
With huge all-terrain tires, massive frame and suspension at high ground clearance.
He's a brute.
But beautiful. You'll know him by his markings. The Chief.
Sure seems friendly.
The Jeep Cherokee Chief. We wrote the book on four-wheel drive.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Heading the list was this item: 3 packages of Jell-O, orange, lemon, and strawberry. Mr. Lapworth writes, I didn't realize that Jell-O has been on the market so many years. But I wish I had $1 for every package we've bought since our first order. For Jell-O makes a bang-up dessert, easily made, more easily eaten, most easily digested. Well, thank you, Mr. Lapworth. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the way Jell-O keeps its friends right down through the years. It's been America's favorite gelatin dessert for over 40 years, and no wonder. For it's Jell-O that brings you that delicious extra-rich fruit flavor which can't be topped for tempting goodness. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was Jericho, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies, that suave comedian and sophisticated humorist, Maxwell Stroud.
Now, wait a minute, Don. I refuse to accept that introduction. No matter what Fred Allen says, I'm not Maxwell Stroud. Now, change it immediately.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the first week of spring, we bring you that quince on the fruit tree of life, Jack Benny.
That's better. Anyway, hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, thanks very much for that royal introduction. It was awfully nice of you to call me a prince.
Oh, don't mention it.
I'll see you later. But you're right, Don. Spring is here. Flowers are blooming, trees are budding. It's getting warmer every day.
It sure is. Oh, by the way, Jack, have you taken your long underwear off yet?
No, I always unveil in April. But you know, Don, this spring weather has done my cold a world of good. I tell you, it's simply marvelous to be living here in sunny Los Angeles. Yes, sir.
Sunny? Why, Jack, there hasn't been any sun here in over 2 weeks.
Of course not. It's gone to San Francisco for the fair. But it'll be back. I am looking much better, though, don't you think?
Oh, you certainly are. And incidentally, how's Carmichael, your polar bear?
Oh, he's fine, Don. Getting along swell now. You know, I've been taking him out for long walks nearly every day.
You and the bear?
Oh, sure. And you know, Don, I was so embarrassed yesterday. You know, we were strolling down Hollywood Boulevard, and all of a sudden, Carmichael pulled out a tin cup. Oh, I don't know where he got it.
Not much, you don't.
Phil, I was talking to Don. But as long as you're here, I want to thank you for taking my place on the program last week when I was sick in bed.
That's all right, Jack. Say, those jokes of mine were pretty hot, weren't they?
Hot? They were warmed over, if that was the name. Hot. You got the next line, Phil. Go ahead. What are you waiting for?
You just ain't modern, that's all.
Modern? What a combination. Corny and illiterate. Huh? Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello. Say, Jack, I saw you and your polar bear on the boulevard yesterday. Boy, what a crowd you had around you.
Yes, we were quite a sensation, weren't we?
Yeah, but I thought you were overdoing it with your violin.
Now, Mary, don't jump at conclusion. It just so happens that I was taking my violin to the repair shop.
Sounded all right to me.
Now, Mary, don't make up things. You know very well I was not playing that violin.
Then why was the bear dancing?
Because the pavement was hot and keep still. Gee whiz, the way you're questioning me, you think I didn't have an amusement license. Now, let's forget it.
What territory are you working next week?
Westlake Park. Will you be there? We start out with a program about spring, and here we are in Westlake Park.
Shall I unpack the lunch?
Now, stop this. Phil, I think you better play a number before the ants spoil our little picnic.
Okay.
Oh, no, you don't, Phil Harris. I just wrote a poem about spring, and you're all going to hear it.
Now, Mary, we're not going to listen to a lot of...
You are, too.
Oh, all right. Get it over with. What's the title of your poem?
When it's springtime in the Rockies, I will throw some rocks at you.
Now, there's a sentimental thought. Go ahead, Mary.
Winter, you have gone away. Where you are, I cannot say. But spring is here, and birdies sing. Gee, I'm happy. Pling, pling, pling.
Pling, pling, pling. What's that for?
I'm playing a banjo.
Oh, I didn't see it. Continue.
I saw a robin not long ago making a nest of grass and snow.
Snow?
And then I saw an old blue jay building his nest in Jack's toupee.
Now, isn't that silly?
Yesterday, I spent 2 hours watching the bees among the flowers. Buzz, 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 they were making honey. And I got stung where it wasn't funny.
Well, it's your own fault.
Last verse. Take it, Don.
You can have your spring with birds and bees. I'll take a dish of Jell-O, please. It's tempting, delicious, and oh so divine.
All out, folks. It's the end of the line.
That was very good, both of you. Now, Phil, if you'll put down your nail file, how about a number? What's it going to be?
I'm going to play a little ditty entitled, We Don't Know Where Mom Is, But We've Got Pop on Ice.
Ooh. Phil, now you pick up that baton and redeem yourself. We got Pop on ice. I'm going to get some shut-eye, played by Phil Harris. I don't know where Mom is, but we got Pop on ice. Wow. Phil, no kidding. How can you possibly be so corny?
Corny? I resent that, Jack. I'm high class.
All right, then have it your way. You're cream of corn. Say, that was a fast one, eh, Mary?
Yeah, that was a stinger.
Well, I'm glad that's over with. I was a little worried about how you were going to read that. And now, folks, since our feature attraction this evening is rather long, I will start announcing it without further ado. Tonight, the Busy Benny Bumpkins will present a hotel mystery drama entitled...
Say, Jack, look at Kenny standing over there biting his nails.
Oh, yes. Hello, Kenny.
Hello.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me, that's what.
Now, Kenny, I know there's something bothering you. What is it?
Well, I'll suffer alone, thank you.
Kenny Baker, I don't want you coming in here with a long face. Now, what's wrong?
Did you ever buy a ticket on the Irish sweepstakes?
Yes.
Did you win?
No.
Well, put yes and no together and leave me alone.
Oh, so that's it. Listen, Kenny, everybody can't win. You bought a ticket, so what?
$2.50 shot to Dante's Inferno.
All right. Don't be such a hard loser.
Look who's talking.
Quiet. And now, folks, getting back to our play, in our hotel mystery, I will play the part of the clerk. Or Clark, as they say in England.
Or Cluck, as they say in Waukegan.
Phil, have you so much money saved up that you can afford to ad-lib at random? If not, I would suggest less levity. Now, let's see. I'm going to be the clerk, and Mary, you're going to be the telephone operator.
Okay. Say, Jack, why don't you be the house detective?
Because I don't want to, I'm going to be the clerk.
Gee, 2 flat feet gone to waste.
Never mind that. Now, this murder mystery will go on immediately.
I'll never eat another Irish potato, believe me.
Kenny, will you forget about that sweepstake ticket? Now, folks, as I've been trying to say, this murder mystery will go on immediately after... Come in?
Pardon me, is this the Jell-O program?
Yes, it is. What can I... Well, of all people, Ed Sullivan. How are you, Ed?
I'm fine, Jack. How are you?
Well, this certainly is a pleasant surprise. Nice of you to drop in, Ed. We're doing a swell play tonight. You'll enjoy it.
Well, thanks, but to tell the truth, Jack, I really came up here for another reason.
Oh. Well, it's sure good to see you again. Say, Ed, I don't think you've ever met my gang. This is Mary Livingston, our leading lady.
How do you do, Miss Livingston?
Mary, this is Ed Sullivan. He writes a very famous newspaper column.
I never saw my name in it.
Mary. Don't mind her, Ed. She's a little blunt.
She's a little brat, too.
Yes. Yes. She is. Now, there are Don Wilson and Phil Harris. Harris is the one with the false eyelashes. Right there.
Oh, I know them both. Hiya, fellas.
Hi, Ed. And, oh, yes, I want you to meet our young tenor, Kenny Baker. Kenny, this is Ed Sullivan.
Hello, Kenny.
Oh, an Irishman, huh? Give me my $2.50 back.
Kenny. Mr. Sullivan has nothing to do with the Irish sweepstakes. You see, Ed, he's a little upset because he didn't win.
Oh, come now, Kenny. I bought a ticket and I didn't win either.
Oh, a sucker, huh?
Kenny, I've had about enough from you. Now go over in the corner and lay down.
Jolly little troupe you have here.
Yes. Well, Ed, we're just about to put on our little play, so sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I didn't come up here to watch your program. I'm here as a reporter.
Oh. Well, what's on your mind, Ed?
I want to get the lowdown on this Maxwell Stroud stuff. Now, what about it? Are you Jack Benny or Maxwell Stroud?
Ed, believe me, I'm Jack Benny. And until 2 weeks ago, I never even heard of Maxwell Stroud.
Well, last Wednesday night, Fred Allen had the real Jack Benny on his program, and a notary public from Waukegan to prove it.
Now, wait a minute, Ed. You and I have been friends for a good many years. We started on our careers at the same time. We've palled around together from the bright lights of Broadway to the battle-scarred trenches of France.
I don't remember that.
Well, we've stuck together through thick and thin, you and I, the two of us. We've called each other buddy. Now, whom do you believe, me or the notary?
The notary, buddy.
Well, maybe I didn't build it up enough. But look, Ed, regardless of what Allen said, you know that my name has always been Jack Benny.
Well, you could have changed it, you know. Take my case, for instance. My name wasn't always Sullivan.
Oh, no? What was it?
Hooligan.
Hooligan?
Yes, Edward H. Hooligan.
Oh, what's the H for?
Happy.
Mary. Now, look, Ed, don't pay any attention to Allen. I'm the real Jack Benny, and you can tell your readers tomorrow that I'm not Maxwell Stroud.
Well, let me ask you something. What about that ring you're wearing?
What about it?
Well, what does that MS stand for?
Mostly silver.
It does not. That MS on my ring stands for Master of Ceremony.
Master of Ceremony? Ceremonies begins with a C.
In Russian? Well, I got this ring in Moscow when I was playing Rasputin's Rivoli. I went over very big. Now, Ed, will you please sit down and watch our play?
Oh, no. I'm here for a story, and I'm going to get it.
Say, why don't you run out and get drunk like reporters do in the movies?
Don't evade the issue. Fred Allen has definite proof that you're an imposter. You're not Jack Benny.
I'm not, eh? Well, you call up Mansell Talcott, the mayor of Waukegan. He'll tell you. Why, he planted a great big elm tree in the public square in my honor. Call him up.
I tried to, but he wouldn't come down out of the tree.
Oh, is he up there again? Ever since he visited Hollywood, he thinks he's Tarzan. Now, we got a long play to do tonight, Ed, and I haven't time to discuss this any longer.
All right, Mr. Benny or Stroud or whatever your name is. I'll go, but I'll be back and get to the bottom of this, or my name ain't Edward Happy Hooligan Sullivan. Goodbye.
Goodbye. What a prying prunella.
Why, if I were you, Jack, I'd have punched him right in the nose.
Now, Mary, how could I hit a man wearing glasses?
He wasn't wearing glasses.
Well, I am. And now, folks, our hotel mystery will go on immediately after Kenny Baker's song. Go ahead, Kenny.
How can I sing when my money lies over the ocean?
Sing, Kenny! I've had enough for one day. And where's my cigar?
When the deep purple falls over sleepy garden walls, and the stars begin to flicker in the sky, through the mist of a memory you wander back to me, breathing my name with a sigh. Now the sun is sinking low, and twilight steals across the darkening sky. As I loved you long ago, so now my love betrays me with a sigh. Love, come to me again, come to my arms forever. Like the stars fade with the dawn, so I awake and found you gone away, far away. In the still of the night, once again I hold you tight. Though you're gone, your love lives on when moonlight beams. And as long as my heart will beat, loved one, we'll always meet here in my deep purple
That was Deep Purple, sung by Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play. That great hotel mystery entitled... Or... Now, the scene of our drama is the lobby of the Hotel Chafing Dish, located in the thriving little town of Sterno, Pennsylvania. It is a dark and stormy night. Outside, the wind is howling and whistling. Gazooks, what weather. It is 8 p.m., just 1 hour before the stroke of 9.
What happens then?
Nothing. Curtain. Music.
Good evening, Hotel Chafing Dish. Here's your party. Good evening. What's that, sir? Oh, that's terrible. You'll do no such thing.
What seems to be the trouble, Miss LaBonce?
Mr. Ferncliff in 503 wants to send some money down to pay his bill.
Money? What's wrong with that?
2 hours ago, he ordered some paper, green ink, and a picture of Lincoln.
Oh, is he doing that again? Last week he gave me a $5 bill with baby Snooks on it. Oh, well. What a night. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'd like a room, please.
Would you like a room with a bath, or do you want to follow the arrow? We have both.
It doesn't matter. I won't be here long.
I see. Front, take this gentleman's luggage up to 401.
Be careful of that alligator bag. It hasn't had lunch yet.
You know something? I think that guy is nuts.
Oh, tush, Miss LaBonce. He's all right. Well, sir, I hope you have a good night's rest. You look tired.
Yes, I had a tough day at Waterloo.
That three-cornered hat should have tipped me off. Yes?
Pardon me, but the folding bed in my room is stuck, and I can't get it down.
We'll take care of it, Mr. Baldome.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Good evening. Yes, Mr. Smith? What? There's a hippopotamus in your bathtub. Well, put your glasses on and apologize to your wife.
Mrs. Smith is a pretty big woman. Well, how do you do?
Hello. I'd like a room. I just got married.
Oh, a newlywed, eh? Where's your wife?
Outside. She's carrying the trunk.
Carrying the trunk? My goodness, is it heavy?
I think so. She never had bow legs before. Here she is. You can put it down now, Sophie.
Thanks, Waldemar. You're so considerate.
Say, you got her trained early, haven't you?
Yeah.
You ought to see me balance a ball on my nose.
Balance a ball?
It's the only seal I ever saw with a rabbit coat.
Quiet, Miss LaBonce. What sort of a room would you folks like?
We want the bridal suit.
Suit? That's sweet.
Lay off of my wife, you masher.
I'm not flirting with your wife. As a matter of fact, I think she's very homely.
Well, that's more like it.
Front, take this happy couple up to Suite 5B.
Let's hurry upstairs, honey. I don't want to miss the Lone Ranger.
Oh, I'm following that, too. Good night, kiddies.
Good night.
Hi-ho, Silver!
Gee, they're a romantic couple.
Good evening, Hotel Chafing Dish. Yes.
Who are you saying yes to?
My darling daughter.
Oh, how is Joni?
Pardon me, but the folding bed in my room is still stuck, and I can't get it down.
I'll get to it as soon as possible, Mr. Baldome.
Please do. Goodbye.
Charming fellow. Well, more business.
Good evening. I'd like to get a room.
Yes, sir. What's your name, please?
Phil Harris.
Oh, you better have baggage, brother. No stalling now. Where are your bags?
Under my eyes, straight man.
Don't be so smart and get out of here. We have no room.
Okay, I'll sleep at the Wilshire Bowl.
What a show-off. Well, here comes Junior Wilson, the little devil. Hello, Donald.
Hello.
Now, Donald, a little boy like you should be in bed this hour of night. Don't you want to grow up to be a fine, strong man like your father?
That big tub?
Now, Junior, that isn't nice.
I don't care. I'm going to be a radio announcer. I want to tell everybody but Jell-O has 6 delicious flavors. strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and wine.
And don't forget the big red letters on the box. What do you got in your mouth? Now go to bed. Good night, Junior.
Good night, Quince Face.
Quince Face, I have trouble with your father on that. You know, Miss Levance, that Junior is a cute little rascal. He's got big blue eyes, just like his mother.
Yes, but his chins belong to Daddy.
Daddy can take the rap for his stomach, too. Oh, well. Yes, sir, what can I do for you?
Have you any rooms available?
Why, certainly. Quite a bad storm, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Will you be staying long?
No, just for the night. I'm on my way to New York.
Oh. A little business trip?
Not exactly. You see, I'm on a mission of great importance, and I don't wish to discuss it.
Well, I didn't mean to pry into your affairs, Mr.
Stroud. Maxwell Stroud.
Maxwell Stroud?
Well, slap me down and call me grumpy.
Please, Miss Levance. You seem rather nervous, Mr. Stroud. What's wrong?
Can I trust you, young man?
Definitely.
Well, for 2 weeks now, a certain well-known radio comedian in New York City has been perpetrating a vile and vicious slander.
Yes?
He claims that a certain Jack Benny, whom he hates...
Yes, I know.
...is not Jack Benny at all.
Yes.
But really Maxwell Stroud.
But you are Maxwell Stroud.
Exactly. And when I get to New York, the whole world will know of the cheap trickery that's been foisted on the public by this nasal buffoon.
Well, I'm with you, Mr. Stroud. Here's the key to your room.
Thank you.
By the way, are you acquainted with Jack Benny?
No, but I understand he's revolting. Good night.
Good night. Well, Miss Levance, that's very important news we just heard.
I'll say it is.
Pardon me, but the folding bed in my room is still stuck, and I can't get it down.
Don't worry, Mr. Baldwin. We'll take care of it first thing in the morning.
I wish you would. My wife is in it.
Oh. Well, I'll attend to it at once. My, this is certainly a busy night.
Hey, you, did a fella check in here a few minutes ago by the name of Maxwell Stroud?
Yes, he did.
What room is he in?
313. Wait a minute, who are you?
I'm Ed Sullivan of the New York Daily News, the Pittsburgh Press, the Hollywood Citizen News, the Boston Traveler, the Philadelphia Ledger, the Omaha World Herald, the Denver Post, and the Chicago Tribune.
Did you hear those shots, Miss Levance?
Yes, they came from upstairs.
I suspected something like that. Follow me.
You don't think he'd go first, do you?
Oh, no. Come on, let's go. Good heavens. It's Maxwell Stroud. He's dead.
I thought so. Now we've got to find out who done it.
That's who did it. Fine newspaper man. But who in the world would want to kill Maxwell Stroud?
Look! Someone jumped through that window and he's running down the fire escape.
That must be the murderer. Did you get a good look at him, Happy?
No, I didn't.
Look, here's the derby hat on the floor. He must have dropped it.
Let me have that. Aha. Look at the initials inside of that hat. F.A.
F.A.?
Yes. That proves the man who killed Maxwell Stroud was none other than... Yipe! He got me. Ooh.
Who shot you? Tell us who shot you.
Yes, who done it?
I told you before, that's who did it. I was shot by... Oh, nuts. Play, Phil.
If your family is feeling just a touch of spring fever, here's a dessert that will make them sit right up and take notice. It's the most delicious butterscotch pie that ever nestled in a crisp brown pie crust, or you make it with Jell-O butterscotch pudding. And let me tell you, it's a treat. Creamy, smooth, and golden, tempting to look at and taste, rich with true butterscotch flavor, the real old-fashioned kind. And it is easy as pie to make. No fussing around with the filling, for you just prepare your Jell-O butterscotch pudding as usual, according to the simple directions on the package. Then let it cool, pour it into the baked pie shell, and, well, there you are. If you want to be extra grand, cover your butterscotch pie with a foamy topping of whipped cream. The family will love it. They'll love Jell-O chocolate pudding, too, and Jell-O vanilla pudding, for all three have the real homemade goodness. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O butterscotch chocolate and vanilla pudding. And be sure to make that butterscotch pie.
Thank you, Ed Sullivan. We're a little late, folks. Good night.
J-E-L-L. Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Meet the only stealer with a tougher body than mine.
You're looking at one stealer that can dish it up, and one stealer that can take it.
Uniroyal presents the Steeler Radial. It's built tough with 2 steel belts, and it's tough to beat when you look at its price, from about $45.
When it comes to keeping his feet, there's only one stealer I can't beat.
The Uniroyal Steeler. You want a tough tire at a price that's fair? You want Uniroyal there.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you Kay Francis and Warren William in My Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we follow the fortunes of a gallant woman, a symbol of all those gallant women who faced the world alone and found happiness for themselves and for their children. I think perhaps we've all known someone like Mary Colebrook in the play My Bill. Hers is the brand of courage and devotion for which mothers are famous. Her story is a tribute to the love and sacrifice of all mothers the world over. But Mary Colebrook is a typically American mother, and tonight you'll hear her played by a typically American star, Kay Francis. It's the part she played in the Warner Brothers picture, a performance that had all the warmth and understanding of Mary Colebrook herself. So I'm not surprised that you've been asking to hear Kay play the same part at this microphone. And co-starring with Kay, we present Warren William, who's back on this stage after too long an absence. You know, we get a good many definite instructions from you every week. Not just as we do the comments and criticisms. And one of the most frequent comments from members of this audience is that after listening to the Lux Radio Theater for a few Monday nights, they feel they'd like to take out a regular membership. So they buy a cake of Lux toilet soap for the first time. And that's a noble gesture. And the beginning of a pretty good habit, too. One cake always deserves another, and another, and another. So the regular listener becomes a regular customer. And that's what makes Lux toilet soap a national habit among millions of American women. And tonight we have a play especially tailored for these millions of women. A play about one woman who found herself fighting the whole world with only one real ally, a 10-year-old son named Bill. The strongest bond in the world is the tie between a mother and child. Incidentally, this is one of the best parts we've ever had for a boy actor. And I believe you'll hear more about the lad who's playing it tonight, Dix Davis. Now the curtain rises on the first act of the play My Bill, starring Kay Francis as Mary Colebrook and Warren William as John Rudlin, with Dix Davis as Bill. In the quiet little town of Colebrook, Massachusetts, is a quiet street called Colebrook Avenue. There, in an old frame house, simple and dignified, live the Colebrookes, for whose ancestors the town was named. There are 5 in the family. Mary Colebrook, a young widow, Reginald, age 18, Muriel, 16, Gwen, 12, and Bill, 10. Muriel, 16, is on the telephone, engaged in a long-winded conversation.
Well, I don't know, Lynn. Gwen, will you soft pedal that?
Hello, Lynn. I'll have to talk to Mother. What?
Mother, postman.
I'll get it, Gwen. You keep on practicing.
Wait a minute, Lynn. Here she is now. Mother, Lynn wants to know if I can go to his sister's party tomorrow night.
Why, of course, dear.
But I can't go if I don't get that new dress.
Miss Colebrook, the butcher's in the kitchen. He says he wants to see you. All right, Beulah. As soon as I get the nail.
Mother, wait. What about my dress? Hello, Lynn. Oh, wait a minute. She's gone again. Mother, will you please listen?
Oh, dear, what is it?
Well, Lynn wants to know
The mail, Mother.
Oh, nothing much, Gwen. Just bills, I guess.
Any news from Aunt Carolyn?
I don't see anything.
Well, when is she coming?
I don't know. She simply wrote that she'd visit us. If people want to be that vague, we just have to take them as we find them. But we must be nice to them.
Mother, please! What about my dress?
Don't shout like that, Muriel. Now, what's the matter, dear?
Oh, Mother, you know perfectly well, Madam Claire said I couldn't get the dress until we paid for the last one. Now, do I get it or not? Have you got the money?
Darling, you're too young to start worrying about money. And don't scowl like that. Spoiled your looks.
The butcher's in a hurry, Miss Colebrook.
Oh, dear, the butcher. All right, Beulah, coming.
Hello, Lynn. Oh, I don't think I can go. No, nothing you've done. Just not sure I can go, that's all. I'll call you later.
Hello, sis. Who are you talking to?
Lynn, it's about the party. And I won't go unless I get my new dress.
Well, you won't get it, so don't worry.
Why won't you, Reggie?
Well, what do you mean?
Come on in the living room and I'll tell you.
What's the matter, Reggie?
Listen, have you two noticed there's been a distinct shortage of money in this house for the past few weeks? Well, I just found out that our credit in this town has been marked NG.
What does that mean?
No good.
Reggie.
Yep. I went into Cochran's department store to get a new tie, and they refused to charge it. A measly $1.50, and they refused.
Reggie, how humiliating.
Then I went across the street to Miller's and got the same answer. Why, our charge account has been discontinued everywhere.
Oh, it's all Mother's fault. She has no sense about business.
You leave Mother alone. You're always picking on her. What is it now? Bill Colebrook, just look at you. Next to losing our credit, you're the biggest disgrace in this family. Oh, keep quiet.
What's the trouble, children?
Mother, just look at Bill.
I see him. He's a little dirty, isn't he? Hello, Bill.
How are you, sweetheart?
If Aunt Carolyn comes, you'd better hide him.
Hide, Bill? Why, nonsense.
Well, Aunt Carolyn isn't going to like having a hoodlum around the house. You know how she is.
Yes, Reggie. I know how she is far better than you. You hardly remember her. I do very well.
Anyway, she's got lots of money, and I hope she comes.
Yes, dear, of course. Have a good game, Bill?
Yeah, I made a 90-yard run for a touchdown. He looks as if he crawled it.
Oh, forget Bill. Mother, if we're on the brink of financial ruin, don't you think you might tell us about it?
Oh, Reggie, what's the matter?
Our credit is so poor that I can't buy a $1.50 tie. That's what's the matter.
And you've got a desk full of bills.
And you didn't pay the butcher because you haven't any money in your purse. I looked.
Well, how am I ever going to finish my law course?
And how am I going to get my dress? Or go on with my art study?
What about my piano lessons?
Children, please. Now, don't get yourselves all upset. It's bad for your digestion. Beulah, door, please.
Mother, is all the money Dad left us gone? We want to know. You know, we're not babies any longer.
Of course you're not. Reggie, straighten your tie. Well, there's been a little mix-up in my accounts with the brokers, that's all. But there's nothing for you to worry about. Tomorrow, Mother will take care of everything.
Miss Colebrook, you've got to come out and talk to these men.
What's the matter, Beulah?
And Dad's going to move our piano.
That's what we're going to do, lady. Unless you got $24. 2 months payment.
Well, as a matter of fact, at the moment I haven't. But I could call the company and explain.
Won't do no good, lady. Cash or the piano. Let's get it, Jake.
You leave my piano alone.
Gwen, please.
Don't you dare touch that
You're the next thing you know, they're all right. You got to leave. We can't afford living like this anymore.
Hiya, Colebrook.
Lynn.
Oh, hello, Lynn. How are you?
The door was open, so I came on in. I dropped over to see why Muriel won't go to the party. You moving?
What?
Oh, no. No, we're just getting rid of the old piano.
Oh, what's the use of kidding Lynn, Mother? The fact is the piano is being taken away from us.
Why don't you shut up?
Because I'm tired of Mother's floor flushing. That's why I've had enough.
Go on, you big bag of wind.
No, don't. Well, I'm sorry you had to come right now, Lynn. Just everyday problems of a family.
Sure, I know.
Of course. But I'm afraid it's a little upsetting for Muriel.
It's horrible.
Don't feel like that, Muriel. I know how these things are.
And everything's quite all right anyhow.
Don't try to lie, Mother. You're just an ostrich. That's what you are.
Am I, darling?
You're just burying your head in the sand to hide from reality.
Muriel, you shouldn't talk to your mother like that.
Oh, don't you tell me what to do. What do you know about it? Does your family pay its bills? Your mother knows what's happened to the money your father's left her.
Well, Lynn's father is very much alive, dear.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
Muriel, take it easy. Look, Mrs. Colebrook, I have a little money, and if you'd let me help her...
Mother, if you take so much as 1 penny from Lynn, I'll never speak to you again as long as I live. Never, never, never!
What a gal.
Gosh, I never knew she got like that.
Oh, she doesn't usually. Well, but things have been a bit upset lately. She'll be all right tomorrow.
I certainly hope so. Look, if there's anything I can do,
I'm afraid I'm the one who will have to do things. Goodbye, Lynn.
Goodbye, Mrs. Colebrook. So long, Bill.
So long, Romeo. Better luck next time. You'll never see him again.
Gwen, go wash your face. You're a sight.
I don't care. When I think of all that practicing I've done just being wasted, I don't care about anything. Are things really bad, sweetheart?
Well, they aren't too good, Bill.
Well, I got some money. Can you do anything with 65 cents?
Mm-hmm. You can get a quart of ice cream. The children always feel better when there's ice cream for dessert.
Yeah, but what about everything else?
Tomorrow, Bill. I'll think of something the very first thing in the morning.
Okay. But don't let them get you down, sweetheart. I'll go get the ice cream.
Thanks, darling. Hello? Cambridge National Bank. May I speak to Mr. John Rudland, please?
Sit down, Mary. Well, it took you an awfully long time before you decided to come to see me.
Yes, John. And I know I shouldn't have.
I hope you'll never say that and really mean it. What can I do for you?
Well, I need money. And I've nothing to offer as security.
Yes, I know.
Well, how could you?
It's my business. Bankers are supposed to know about those things. Why didn't you come before?
Oh, pride, I suppose. A woman hates to admit that she's a bad businessman.
Is that the only reason?
Well, no. You see, every time I decide to come, I'd remember how jealous Robert used to be of you.
That was a long time ago, Mary.
Yes? Yes, Robert's been dead almost 9 years. It's hard to believe sometimes. Doesn't seem that long.
It seems longer to me.
John, please.
Mary, you're a strange person. You've been hiding away up there in that house all this time. Never going anywhere, never seeing anyone. What are you getting out of life?
I have 4 children. They've been my life, John. And they've kept me pretty busy.
I imagine so. Well, how much money do you need?
Anybody home?
We're all home in the living room.
Oh, that's nice.
What's all the packages, Mother?
Just a few things for dinner. And a few other things. Reggie, you wanted a tie, didn't you? Well, here it is. I hope you like the color.
A tie?
Bill, put these flowers in water, will you, sweet?
Flowers?
Mother, what's the meaning of this?
And Gwen, dear, the piano will be back this afternoon. The man said at 3.
Oh, Mother.
Muriel, here's your dress, darling. Madame Claire just finished it.
Mother, you got it.
Oh, and Reggie, I want you to pay the rent, the lights, the grocer, and the butcher. You'll have to hurry before they close.
What am I going to use for money?
Oh, don't be such a pessimist. Here.
Mother, what a roll of bills.
Where did you get it?
Don't ask so many questions. Do what she tells you.
Is everything all right, Mother? You got the check from the broker?
Everything's perfectly grand.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
Sure she is. 3 cheers for Mother. What about it, Gwen?
It's okay with me. What about you, Reggie?
Well, I think it's great, Mother.
Rah, 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 rah. Mother.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm glad you're so happy, kids. But please remember one thing. Anyone can be normal in normal times. That's no test. It's when things go against us that we show our true colors. We must never weaken. And no matter what happens to us, ever, the main thing is that we must stick together.
Oh, don't worry, Mother.
Now hurry, Reggie, and pay the bills. Muriel, call in and tell him you can go to the party. Gwen, you'd better move the furniture back again and make room for the piano. And Bill, what are you doing this afternoon?
I've got a football game.
Oh, yes. The Tigers versus the Panthers. All right, kids, run along now. And Bill, hold that line.
All right, signal 62, 78, 23. High.
Kick it, Bill. Kick it. Oh, boy, what a kick. Nice work, Bill. Hey, holy mackerel. You busted a window.
Oh, gee, it would have to be Mrs. Crosby's window.
Yeah, that old crab. Well, let's get back to your ball, Bill.
I'll get her back. I ain't afraid of her. Like that, fellas.
You'll get your ball, young man, when my window is fixed. Enough a minute before. Now go away.
All right, Mrs. Crosby. I guess you're just what everybody says you are.
What do they say I am?
A mean, nasty old woman who locks herself in.
Why, you get out. Get out of here.
Hey, what's the matter?
My heart.
Gee whiz. Here, sit down. Want me to call a doctor?
No. No doctors.
Got any medicine in the house?
Upstairs. But I'm all right now. Don't bother.
Here, let me rub your hands. That'll stimulate the blood. What happened?
Just one of my spells.
Gee, ain't there anyone to take care of you when you get one?
No. I live alone here.
In this big house? I should think you'd get awful lonesome and want someone to talk to now and then.
I haven't anyone.
Gee, I'm sorry. I guess what my mother said must be right.
What did she say?
Well, just last week she said, Mrs. Crosby isn't really mean. It's just that she hasn't got a single friend anywhere. And that's why she feels the whole world's against her.
She said that? I wonder if she wouldn't pay me a visit sometime so we could get acquainted.
Oh, I'll ask her about it. You'll like my mother. She's swell.
I'm sure of it.
Well, I guess I'll be getting on home. Well, if you're all right now.
Oh, just a second. Oh, what did you say your name is?
Bill.
Well, Bill, before you go, you better get your football.
Gee, thanks, Mrs. Crosby.
Pass the bread, Reggie. Now, Gwen, eat all of those vegetables. They're good for you.
Oh, gee.
Excuse me, will you, Mother?
Muriel, sit down. Where are you going?
Mother, I'm late. Lynn will be here soon, and I've got to do my nails yet and get
You
dressed.
sit right down and finish your dinner. Lynn will just have to wait.
Oh, Mother.
Oh, you look lovely tonight, darling. Your eyes shine like electric light bulbs. Oh, yes, Reggie, did you pay the light bill?
Yes, I went right to the main office. Mother, I've been trying to find out where you got all that money. You didn't...
Hiya, kids. Hiya, sweetheart.
Oh, Bill, you're late for dinner again. Everything's stone cold.
Oh, that's all right, sweetheart. Think nothing of it.
Where were you, anyway?
I was having a little talk with Mrs. Crosby. Mrs. Crosby?
That old crank?
You don't know anything about her, so keep quiet.
Sit down and eat, Bill.
Mother, I still want to know where you got them...
Oh, Gwen, I've been meaning to ask you. Did you notice if they brought back the same piano?
It's the same one.
But how do you know, dear? I wouldn't want to get an older one or anything.
The middle C is flat.
Yeah, that's ours, all right.
Mother, will you listen?
Have some peas, Bill.
Thanks.
Mother, please. You've been stalling all through dinner, but I think it's time you answered my question.
Why, what question was that, dear?
Oh, you know what I mean. Where did you get all that money yesterday?
Yes, she never did tell us, Mother.
As long as she got it, that's the important thing.
Mother, I insist upon knowing.
Of course, Reggie. I got it at the bank.
How?
How does anyone get money from a bank?
Thank you, Bill. That's right. I just asked them for money, and they gave me a note. You see, Reggie, you were worried for no reason at all.
Oh, now who can that be?
I bet it's Lynn. Maybe it's Aunt Carolyn.
I'll answer it. Good evening.
Don't you ever answer the doorbell?
Yes, when it rings. Sometimes it doesn't. It's erratic.
Like your mother. Well, are you going to let me in? I'm your Aunt Carolyn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please come in. Mother, Aunt Carolyn is here.
You're Muriel, of course. I'd have known you from your earliest pictures. You're quite pretty.
Thank you. This is Gwen, and this is Reginald, and Bill.
Hello, Aunt Carolyn.
How do you do?
Hello.
Colbrooks. I can see the qualities of the Colbrooks in you. Eternal qualities they are, make no mistake.
How are you, Aunt Carolyn? We're delighted to see you. We've looked forward to your visit.
Thank you.
You must be tired after your journey. May I get you some dinner?
No, thanks. I've had my dinner.
Well, perhaps you'd like to freshen up a bit. I'll take you to your room.
Thank you, but I've taken a house down the street.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm sure we're all disappointed.
Oh, let's stop pretending. Where do you go from here?
What do you mean?
I mean now that you've hit the bottom.
Well, how do you...
Oh, I found out all about your problems, even if you didn't send me a signal of distress.
Mother, what is she talking about?
Is there anything wrong, Mother?
So you've kept them in the dark, lied to them, your own children. Well, I'll tell them. Your mother has squandered every cent your father left you.
You mean we're broke? We have nothing?
Nothing. You're penniless.
Mother!
I'm sorry, children. It's true. I've done the best I could,
The best you could. Everyone in this town says you're scatterbrained, and they're right. You're a stupid, impractical woman.
You can't talk like that to my mother.
It's time somebody told the truth.
Have you thought what'll happen when we're thrown into the street, Mother? We don't own this house, you know.
Have I thought about it? Reggie, I haven't slept for weeks.
But how could you go through that much money?
You don't understand, dear. I didn't know anything about business when your father died. I never had to. Well, I made some investments.
Why?
Why? To get all the things I wanted for you children. Interest rates were going down, and I had to find some way to triple the principal. So I took a chance.
You had no right to do it. It was criminal of you.
Muriel, you've never used that tone to me before.
I wish I had. Now we're paupers and the laughingstock of this town. That's all your fault.
Oh, Father always said you had no sense of responsibility.
But, Reggie, 2.5%.
I don't want to hear anything about it.
A woman like you has no right to have children.
Will you please leave the room? All of you. I want to speak to your Aunt Carolyn.
I'll leave the room. I'll kill myself. That's what I'll do. Oh, shut up, Gwen.
Why have you come here, Carolyn?
To take care of my brother's children. Before he died, he told me everything that was in his mind about you and begged me to watch over them.
And how do you propose to take care of them?
I want you to give them up.
Well, I won't do it. Never.
Then I'll take them from you.
Well, you tried, Carolyn, and now...
What? There's nothing you can do. And when the last dollar is gone, they'll come to me of their own accord, because I can give them the things they need.
Will you please go now, Carolyn? I think you've said just about enough.
I've said everything I want to say at the moment. Good night.
Where do I put these packages, sweetheart?
On the table. Hello, Muriel.
Hello.
Well, I'm beginning to economize. Bill and I walked all the way to the market. How much did we save on the vegetables, Bill?
You said a dime.
That's right.
Mother, I want to know something.
Again, dear?
You told us you got that money from the bank.
Yes, dear.
What bank?
The Cambridge National Bank. Why?
From Mr. Rutland?
Well, yes, darling. He's the president, isn't he?
If we're so poor, what kind of security could you have given him?
He didn't ask for any. I just gave him a note, payable on demand.
Oh, Mother, how could you? That bachelor.
But I don't understand you.
You've given a note payable on demand to John T. Rutland, who's the most despicable man in this town.
Now, darling, you're going through the hysterical period of your life, but you can't afford to be too ridiculous. A lot of people don't like John Rutland because he's a banker. He's smart. But he happens to be a very fine man and an old friend.
He's no good. And he's always been in love with you, hasn't he?
Muriel, where did you...
He was after you even when my father was alive. Aunt Carolyn said so.
Oh, Aunt Carolyn.
When did you see Aunt Carolyn?
I didn't. But Reggie did, this morning.
Oh, I see. Well, she stops at nothing, does she? Oh, I wouldn't worry about John Rutland or that note, dear. I'll pay him back.
You'll do nothing of the sort. You're not going to disgrace this family anymore. When the time comes, I'll pay what you owe.
You'll pay?
Yes. I'll marry some rich man and save this family. I've just sent Lynn away.
Boy, are you nuts.
Oh, no, Bill. She's just melodramatic. She has a self-sacrificing complex. But I think that shows something good in her.
Are you ready, Muriel?
Come on, I've got the bags.
Reggie. Gwen. Well, where are you going?
There's no use making a fuss, Mother. The girls and I are leaving.
Leaving?
Yes, I've had a talk with Aunt Carolyn, and she's invited us to live with her.
Reggie. Well, you can't do this.
You're traitors, that's what you are.
Now, we're simply trying to be practical, Mother. You don't seem to realize what our position is.
I realize better than you know. Oh, but we're not licked yet. I'll find some way out of this difficulty. Already I've begun to economize. I may even find a job for myself. But no matter what happens, you can't leave.
Well, if you intend economizing, why should you object to our going to live with Aunt Carolyn, who can well afford it? And it would make things easier for you. It's simple arithmetic.
It isn't arithmetic at all. It's a spite. Oh, she doesn't care about you, Reggie, or any of the others. She just hates me. She never wanted your father to marry me. I don't know why.
Well, that's something we know nothing of. We're merely trying to be sensible.
Now, children, you're young and you don't realize what you're doing. I don't mean just running over to Aunt Carolyn's. It isn't how much you'll hurt me, but it's how much you're hurting yourselves. It makes you cowardly. I can stop you, you know. You're not of age, but I won't. I'm going to let you make your own decisions. But you ought to know that this is all wrong. Why, we agreed to stick together.
It's too late for speeches, Mother. We're leaving. Come on, Gwen. Muriel?
Goodbye, Mother.
Go on, scram. You're a fine bunch of heels. That's all I can say.
They've really gone. And I couldn't stop.
Don't cry, sweetheart. They're not worth crying about, honest.
Why, I could have managed somehow. It would have come out all right if we just stuck together.
Sure it would. But if they turned out to be rats, you can't help it.
Oh, there's children. But, Bill, you don't understand that. They're still my children. I want them back.
Sure, I know how you feel. But never mind, sweetheart. I'm here.
Yes, Bill. Yes, you're here. You're still with me, aren't you?
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille presents our stars, Kay Francis and Warren William, in the second act of My Bill. Does that sound familiar? A crowded bus is stopping to take on a passenger. It's Mrs. Randall, all tired out from a hard day's shopping.
Goodness, I wish these buses wouldn't start till a person's had a chance to get her fare out. Oh, wait, driver, I'm caught in the door. There, that finishes the feather on my hat. Took the top right off, I'll bet. Phew. It's good to get a seat, even if you are practically shoved into it. I'm so tired, I almost wish the Johnsons weren't coming over tonight. Glad I've got this new dress, though. Hope Jim will like it. I wish I was home. I can't wait to get into a good, warm Lux soap bath. It'll make a new woman of me.
Mrs. Randall has the right idea. After that Lux toilet soap beauty bath, she will feel like a new woman, rested and wonderfully refreshed. And here's the important thing. She'll be confident of the charm she knows is most important of all, the charm of perfect, exquisite daintiness. You see, Lux soap has active lather that carries away perspiration and every trace of dust and dirt. It leaves skin really fresh, sweet, and its delicate perfume is so refreshing. And 10 to 1, when Mrs. Randall slips on that new dress of hers this evening, she'll say to herself,
I feel so fresh after that lovely Lux soap bath. It's really wonderful.
yes, fastidious women love the way a Lux toilet soap beauty bath makes daintiness sure. Why don't you use white, fragrant Lux toilet soap for a daily beauty bath? It's such a luxurious soap, and it costs so little. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Act 2 of My Bill, starring Kay Francis as Mary Colebrook and Warren William as John Rudlin, with Dix Davis as Bill. It's a lonely place now, the little house on Colebrook Avenue. With 3 of her children gone, Mary faces life sadly, but without bitterness. Young Bill is concerned chiefly with the financial problems involved. With this in mind, he's gone to visit his young friend, his new friend, Mrs. Crosby.
Well, Bill, I'm glad you came over.
Oh, I just wanted to see how you were, Mrs. Crosby. Besides, I need some advice.
I'm flattered you want to take me into your confidence.
Well, even if you haven't got a lot of kids, you kind of understand.
Mm-hmm. Now, what is it that's troubling you?
Mrs. Crosby, have you got any idea where I could borrow some money?
If it's that window you're worrying about, forget it.
Well, that's one thing. But I've got to get some money for other reasons. And I've got an idea.
I see. You want to negotiate a loan.
Huh?
Negotiate. That means talk it over, put it through.
Oh, yeah. But not from you, Mrs. Crosby. I wouldn't use our friendship for that. No, ma'am, this is strictly business.
Well, then, I suggest you go down to the Cambridge National Bank and see John Rudlin.
I heard things about him, Mrs. Crosby. You sure he's all right?
Of course he is. He's a fine man. But don't tell him I said so. But you just talk with him. I'm sure you can work out something.
Take a seat, Bill. What can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Rudlin, I want to negotiate a loan.
Huh? Oh, I see. What for, Bill?
Well, Mr. Rudlin, I want to go into the newspaper business, and I'm desperate for $3. What do I have to do to get it? I mean, I haven't got any securities and that kind of stuff.
No security, eh? That's bad, isn't it?
Yes, sir. But I have a pretty good reputation. That counts too, doesn't it?
Yes. We always consider the borrower's reputation, Bill. And I've never heard any slander about you. But do you think that business conditions are ripe to open a newspaper stand?
Well, they're ripe for me anyway.
All right, Bill. I think we can manage to let you have that loan.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Miss Kelly.
Yes, sir?
Will you draw up a loan for $3 for Mr. William Colebrook?
What? Why, yes, sir. Right away.
And, Miss Kelly, tell the office boy he doesn't need to go out to buy papers. Hereafter, we'll take from Mr. Colebrook.
Yes. Oh, boy, thanks. Don't you think the idea's got possibilities, Mr. Rutland?
Sounds good, Bill. And why don't you get a regular route besides? People to subscribe through you.
Say, that's great. No wonder Mom says you're smart.
How is your mother, Bill?
Well, there's nothing wrong with Mom that money can't cure. That's why I'm starting now.
Good boy. Take care of her, Bill. She's a fine woman.
Want me to start serving dinner, Miss Colebrook?
I suppose you might as well, Beulah. I guess they aren't coming.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I was so sure they'd be back for dinner, Bill. I couldn't believe they meant it.
Well, I can't see why you want to be sad about losing 3 palookas like them.
Oh, maybe it's not altogether their fault, Bill. Maybe I've trained them badly. I've always allowed them to be completely free about everything. They think I've done wrong. And I suppose they feel justified in leaving, especially with all Aunt Carolyn can offer them.
Look, sweetheart, did you ever have a talk with Mr. Rutland before he made those bum investments?
No, I didn't.
I wish you had. He seems like an awful nice guy to me.
What do you know about him?
Well, I'll tell you. I figured that since we were broke, I ought to get busy and make some money. So I decided to go into the newspaper business. I went down to borrow some money from him.
You borrowed money from Mr. Rutland?
Well, I'll pay him back. I only got $3.
But, Bill, how did you happen to go to him?
Well, Mrs. Crosby recommended him. You know, I told you I was over the other day, and we've kind of got to be good friends.
Bill, you certainly get to the strangest places.
Well, Mrs. Crosby's all right. She wants you to come over and visit her sometime.
Yes, I will. But not now. I've got too much on my mind.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, I don't know which way to turn, Bill.
No? Well, I don't want to be telling you what to do, sweetheart. But I think the first thing you ought to do is look for a job.
Bill, I think you've got something there.
You know how to operate a contometer?
What's that?
Never mind. Do you type?
Well, not very fast.
And of course you don't know shorthand.
No, I don't.
I'm sorry, but there's nothing.
I can sell, Mr. Barnes. I know it.
I don't doubt that, Mrs. Colebrook. But you see, it would be embarrassing for our customers to have to buy merchandise from a former member of their social set. There's nothing I can do. Sorry.
All right. Thank you.
Well, there might be something open, Mrs. Colebrook, but in our business one has to be able to make friends. Do you think you could do that?
Oh, certainly. I don't have any trouble making friends.
Well, if you're sure about that, I think we might get along together very well. Don't you think so?
Oh, no, I don't. Good afternoon.
Paper, read all about it, paper. Hello, Bill. Oh, hello.
We've just been shopping with Aunt Carolyn.
Yeah?
Paper! Wayne, come along. We haven't got all... What's this? What are you doing here?
Oh, I'm selling papers. You want one?
Bill, does Mother know about this?
Sure she does.
A Colebrook selling newspapers.
What's the matter with that? My mom says it's okay, and if she says it's okay, it's okay.
I'll put a stop to this if it's the last thing I ever do. She's disgraced the Colebrook name long enough. Come along, children.
Just a minute. What did my mother ever do to you anyway? What are you so mean to her for? That goes for the rest of you, too.
Keep your voice down. People are looking at us.
Let them look. They ain't seeing much.
Children, come along. Hurry, children.
Yeah, hurry. You ought to be ashamed. They're nothing but a lot of palookas, all of you. Paper, read all about it. Palookas. Paper.
What's the latest news, Bill?
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
How you doing?
Oh, swell. I made 80 cents so far today. How are you doing? Did you find a job yet?
Not yet.
Well, don't worry. Something will turn up.
Sure it will.
Sure, look at me. A couple of days ago, I was broke. Now I'm in business for myself.
Yes, and you're a great success, too, Bill.
Look, sweetheart, You don't mind, do you? I mean, about me selling papers on the street?
Mine? Well, I'm proud of you, darling.
That's all I wanted to know.
I don't understand, Carolyn. Why must I leave this house?
Because I've taken a lease on this property, and you're a month behind in your rent. You'll vacate this house by the end of the week, and as soon as you do, I shall bring the children back to their home.
You're doing this deliberately, Carolyn. Oh, why do you hate me so much? What have I ever done to you?
I'm trying to protect the Colebrook name. You've gone through a fortune and left your children no alternative but one of charity. And now you allow William to make a spectacle of himself, selling papers in the streets. You have no consideration for family pride or your children. You're a disgrace to them.
Is that the way they feel about it?
They do. And the sooner you and Bill leave town, the better it will be for all concerned. I realize you have no funds, but if you do as I ask, I shall see to it that wherever you go, you'll receive enough for living expenses.
I don't want your charity.
Well, that's up to you. Good day.
Is that Aunt Carolyn, sweetheart? What's she want now?
Bill, we're leaving here.
Huh? What for?
Well, Aunt Carolyn has taken a lease on this house and wants us to get out.
Giving us the needle again, huh? Well, we can find another place.
No, Bill. We're leaving Colebrook.
What? Just because she wants to get rid of us?
And it's the children, too. They're ashamed of us. Me being broke and you selling papers.
Well, where do you want to go, sweetheart?
New York. I've got just enough to get us there and take care of us until I can get a job.
Couldn't find anything here?
No. Oh, besides, Bill, the whole town knows about my children leaving me, and I've got to get away.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it.
There's a train for New York in a few hours. Will you be ready?
All right, I guess I can sell newspapers there, too.
I'm sure you can.
All right, I'd like to say goodbye to old Mrs. Crosby. Can I?
Well, of course, dear. I'll pack your things for you.
Mrs. Crosby! Mrs. Crosby! Mrs. Crosby, are you home? Mrs. Crosby!
Bill, here.
Mrs. Crosby, what's the matter with you?
My heart.
You shouldn't be alone like this. I'll get my mom. She'll know what to do.
Hurry. Hurry.
There you are. You just lie there and rest, Mrs. Crosby. You feeling any better now?
Thank you. I knew Bill's mother would be like this. It was nice of you to come.
You sure had me scared, Mrs. Crosby.
I'll be all right now.
Of course you will. The doctor will be here any minute.
No doctor can give me a new heart.
No, but he can help. You'll see.
I don't want to rush you, Miss Colebrook, but if you're going to catch that train, you better get started.
Yes, Beulah.
Are you going away?
Yes, Bill and I are leaving town tonight. I was packing when he called me.
Yeah, that's what I came over to tell you, Mrs. Crosby. We've been put out of our house.
But I thought your aunt rented the house.
And that's just it. But how did you know?
Oh, I heard about it.
It's getting late, Miss Colebrook. You better hurry.
All right, Beulah.
Wait a minute. What are you and Bill going to do?
Look, Mrs. Crosby, you're sick, and it seems to me that Sweetheart and I ought to stay here with you until you feel better. What do you think?
I wish you would.
Oh, Bill, we can't do that.
Why not? Besides, if you leave now, the kids are likely to think you're just running away and don't care about them. We just can't leave Mrs. Crosby like this.
Please stay. You'd make me very happy.
But Mrs. Crosby...
Please.
All right. We'll stay. Bill, did you have this all figured out? Is that why you came over here tonight instead of going to your room and packing your things?
Honest, sweetheart, there are times when I think you don't understand me.
Well, Doctor, is she any better?
I'm afraid not. She's a sick woman, Mrs. Colebrook. This condition's been coming on for years. Now, well, it's too late.
But isn't there anything we can do?
Nothing except stay with her. She's very lonesome, and, oh, yes, she wants to see John Rudlin. Will you phone him?
John Rudlin?
She was rather insistent about it. I'll be getting along now. Good day, Mrs. Colebrook.
Good day, Doctor.
Hello, Dr. Haley.
Good afternoon, Bill.
Hello, sweetheart.
Bill, what are you doing home at this time of day?
Well, I closed up for a while. How is she?
She's been calling for you all afternoon. You'd better go in and talk to her.
Okay.
Bill, wait. She's very sick, Bill.
Yeah, I know. But she'll be okay with you taking care of her.
Look, darling, sometimes No matter how much care you take care of people, it doesn't make them better.
I don't know what you mean.
Sometimes people get tired, Bill. So tired that nothing can help them. They've lived such a long time, and they need rest. And then after a while, they stop trying to go on. It's nothing to be frightened of. Even they aren't frightened. Do you know now what I mean, darling?
I guess so.
She's a good friend of yours, isn't she?
Yeah.
Go into her now, my sweet. She's waiting.
Hi, Duchess.
Hello, Bill. How's the paper business?
Swell. I made $1.20 today. How you doing?
Not so good. Has Mr. Rutland come yet?
No. Mom's calling him now. What do you want to see him for?
Business. Think you're the only one who...
Oh, gosh, isn't there something I can do for you?
Yes.
What?
You can give a kiss to an old lady.
I don't know any old ladies.
Then you can give it to me. What you sniveling about?
Nothing. I just got a little cold. Anything else you want me to do?
Get Rutland up here. Quick.
He'll be here. Don't worry, he'll come.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Kay Francis and Warren William, will return in Act 3 of My Bill. Well, tonight we have our Hollywood fashion reporter, Libby Collins, with us. Say, Libby, that's a very interesting little business you've got on your head.
Is interesting the best you can say for it, Mr. Ruick?
Well, honest, Libby, it looks good. But say, isn't that hat kind of different from what you girls have been wearing? I mean, softer and not so crazy, if you don't mind my saying so. More feminine.
I'm glad you approve, Mr. Ruick. I found out long ago if it's men you're trying to please, a little straw hat with violets and roses on the brim will do the trick. Mr. Ruick, hats are going to be really adorable this spring. But here's an advance tip I'd like to give the girls who'll be wearing them.
You mean not to be carried away and buy too many, Libby?
No woman can have too many hats. But seriously, Mr. Ruick, it's what's under the hat that I want to talk about. For that freshest springtime look, now is the time to begin regular, thorough complexion care. Then, when a girl purchases what you call one of these little businesses on the top of her curls, she's much more likely to be glad of what she sees in the mirror.
Libby, isn't that where the Lux toilet soap comes in?
It certainly is, Mr. Ruick. A few minutes, once or twice a day, devoted to Lux Soap Active Lather Care is a grand investment. I'm a busy person, so I don't have much time, but I can take an active lather facial in almost no time at all. It certainly does the trick.
Libby, will you tell us how you take your Lux Soap facial?
It's very simple. I just pat the nice, rich Lux lather lightly into my skin, rinse with warm water, then cool and pat my face dry. Active lather really removes dust and dirt and stale cosmetics thoroughly. And here's the important thing. I take these Lux Soap facials regularly. Never neglect this care at bedtime, no matter how tired I am.
You're a wise woman, Libby. And thanks for the tip. To the women in our audience, I say, won't you try these Lux beauty facials for 30 days? Here in Hollywood, famous screen stars take them regularly. They say their skin feels so smooth and soft after a Lux facial. It looks so fresh, too. You'll be delighted with this gentle Lux care, they tell you. So why not get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of My Bill. Mrs. Crosby has passed on, but Mary Colebrook and Bill still live in her house, for this was her last wish. Meanwhile, Aunt Carolyn, established in the old Colebrook home, rules her charges with an iron hand.
What did I tell you about leaving your things in the living room?
Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt Carolyn. I was just going out.
Where?
Well, I had a date with Lynn.
I thought you weren't going to see him anymore.
Well, I thought it all over, and if it's all right with you...
It's not all right with me.
But...
We'll discuss it later. Gwen, did you practice today?
No, I don't feel much like playing.
I didn't ask you that, my dear. Now, if you want to continue with your lessons, you'll have to make them worthwhile.
Yes, Aunt Caroline.
Did you see this in the paper? It's about Mrs. Crosby's funeral.
Who's Mrs. Crosby?
Well, that's the lady Mother's been living with.
Oh, I wonder what she'll do now. Well, they'll have to leave the house for one thing, I hope. Then they can leave town.
Maybe she'll be able to borrow some more money.
From whom?
Well, I don't know.
I asked you from whom, Gwen?
Well, from Mr. Rudland.
Has she ever borrowed from him before?
I think so.
Then I suppose she'll do it again.
What do you mean?
Stripes on the zebra. You can't change them. Well, I'm going up to bed. It might be a good idea if you all go to bed early for a change. Good night.
Good night, Aunt Caroline.
I'm getting tired of being bossed by her.
So am I. What right has she got to tell me when to practice?
What right has she to tell me I can't see Lynn?
Yes, and I think she's gone a little too far with Mother, too. Forcing her out of this house. Well, I never expected her to do that.
If you ask me, it was pretty low down mean.
I saw Bill on the street today. He said that Mr. Rudland was going to let them stay at Mrs. Crosby's place until the estate was settled.
Yes, but what then? Afterwards, I mean.
Well, I don't know.
Something ought to be done.
Something will be done, only I don't want John Rudland mixed up in it.
Yes, what is it?
I'm Reginald Colbrook, Mr. Rudland, and this is my sister Muriel.
Well?
We came here to talk to you about Mother, Mr. Rudland.
Have you? Good. I've been hoping you kids would snap out of it and come to your senses. I suppose you want to follow Bill's lead and lend a hand? Looking for jobs, eh? Ever done any secretarial work, Muriel?
Me? Well, no. The fact
is, Mr. Rudland, we didn't come here to answer questions, but to ask them.
Oh. Well, I think you have a few to answer. Why aren't you living with your mother?
Aunt Caroline said she'd care for the rest of us, but she wouldn't support Bill and Mother.
And you let your mother go?
Well, there was nothing we could do.
Oh, yes, there was. You could have thrown the house in Aunt Caroline's smug face and walked out and got yourselves jobs.
But I'm going to law school, and Muriel is...
What of it? Ever hear of night school? Ever hear of boys working their fingers to the bone for their mothers? A mother like yours, one of the finest women who ever bore 3 ungrateful brats under thoroughbred. Get out of my office, both of you.
Now, see here, Mr. Rudland, I came here to...
I don't give a hoot why you came. Get out.
Don't go, Reggie. Do you think your bellowing is going to cover the issue, Mr. Rudland? You can't whitewash yourself by scolding us.
What are you talking about?
She's talking about lending Mother money without collateral.
Yes. Why did you do it?
Is that any of your business? I'll lend her as much as she'll ask for.
You're very generous, aren't you?
Oh, you can't fool us, Mr. Rudland. We know your reputation in this town, and when Mother can't pay...
Why, you... Now, you listen to me. I don't care what you 2 unnatural children think of me or what you say. But when you become disrespectful of your mother, you become far lower than anything you might accuse me of being. I lent your mother that money because she's trying to do the bravest, the finest work that's given a woman to do. And I did it without thought or hope of repayment. There's a lot more I could tell you about your mother, but it would be a waste of time. All I know is that when I look at you 2, I'm glad I'm not a father. Now get out! Sit down, Bill.
Well, I can't stay, Mr. Rudland. I've got to sell 50 papers today.
I think what I have to say is just a little more important.
But I got to get enough to buy a Mother's Day present for Sweetheart.
She'll get it. Look, Bill, I'm executor of Mrs. Crosby's estate.
Yeah? What's that got to do with me?
A great deal. You see, you're the sole heir to her property.
Huh?
She left you everything she had. There's considerable stock. I won't know how much until it's liquidated. Then there are 2 houses.
2?
Yes. The one you and your mother are living in, and the one your Aunt Caroline rented.
You mean our house?
That's right. Mrs. Crosby owned it, but it wasn't generally known. Now there's a clause in Aunt Caroline's lease obliging your aunt to vacate immediately should the property change hands.
Say that again.
I said you had the right to take possession at any time.
Yeah? Hey, look, could you do me a favor?
Of course. What?
Go down and take care of my paper stand for a while.
Huh?
I got some important business to attend to. Took you long enough to answer that bell.
I beg your pardon?
Who are you?
I'm the butler.
Oh, yeah? Where are the others? Where's Aunt Caroline?
She's not at home.
Well, that's swell. You can start packing because you're not at home either.
What's that?
That's right. You and Aunt Carol and anybody else that's around. This is my house, and I'm coming in, so get out of my way.
Who is it, Jenner?
It's me.
Bill. Bill, for Pete's sake.
Bill, where did you come from?
What are you doing here, Bill? I'm taking over, that's what. This house belongs to me.
What?
You heard me. Mrs. Crosby owned this house, and she left it to me in her will.
Are you joking?
Do I look like I'm joking? She left me this house and hers and a lot of other stuff besides. And Mother's moving in right now.
Oh, Bill, that's wonderful. Gee, that's great.
Congratulations.
Okay, but you're still moving out. Now go on, scram.
Oh, now wait a minute, Bill. There's something we want to tell you.
Yes,
Wait,
Bill, you...
nothing. You can't come crawling back just because the ship isn't sinking anymore. Now go on, beat it, scram. How soon will things be ready, Beulah?
Oh, in just a few minutes. Everything's cooking, and I just finished fixing these flowers in the hall. Ain't they pretty, Mr. Bill?
Mr. Bill, where do you get that stuff? I wonder who that is.
If it's your Aunt Caroline, Bill, I hope you're going to let me be the one to throw her out.
Nothing doing. I'm saving that pleasure for myself.
Hello, Bill.
Sweetheart. Hey, how'd you know I was here?
I told her everything, Bill. I had to. You're not of age, you know.
Oh, that's right. Well, you're a little early, but come on in.
Where are the children?
Children? Well...
Oh, Bill, you didn't send them away.
But isn't that what you wanted me to do?
Of course not. Oh, look, Bill, this letter came this morning. Read it.
Dear Mother, we've been fools. And no matter how poor you are, we want to be with you. Please answer. Your loving children, Reginald, Muriel, Gwen.
Don't you see, Bill? They wanted to come back.
And you really want them?
Oh, of course I do.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure they weren't lying to me about this letter. All right, Beulah, open up.
Oh,
there they are, sweetheart.
Mother. Oh, it's good to be back with you. Oh, I miss you so much.
Oh, to have you all together again.
That dinner table in there looks like a party, Bill.
You bet it's a party. We've got something to celebrate.
You all can sit down now, because I'm going to start serving.
Just what is this?
Oh, boy, it's Aunt Caroline. Now the fun begins.
What's going on in here? What is it?
Nothing unusual is going on, Aunt Caroline. Mr. William Colebrook is giving a party in his own home in honor of his mother.
Bill's the name, Ma.
Have you lost your wits?
My son has inherited this house.
And a lot more. Tell her.
I'll tell her. He has more money right now than all the Colebrooks ever stole from the Indians. This house and Mrs. Crosby's house and securities.
I'll find out about this.
You won't have to go far, Miss Colebrook. I'm the executor of Mrs. Crosby's estate. And Mr. Colebrook here is now owner and completely in his rights.
Who are you?
Mrs. John Rudlin.
Rudlin? Have you the audacity to bring him in this house?
I have.
Then you're more shameless than I thought.
Robert's been dead for almost 9 years, Caroline.
It's disgraceful. Goodness knows what went on when my brother was alive.
Miss Colebrook, I think you ought to leave.
Yeah, so do I.
When I do go, these children will go with me. If their mother has no sense of decency, I have.
Caroline, you're being ridiculous.
Well, I'm sorry, Aunt Caroline, but we'd rather be with Mother.
We've changed our minds.
And don't you dare say anything about Mother.
Thank you, children. But your Aunt Caroline has made some insinuations which ought to be cleared up. She has a narrow, warped mind, and I'm afraid she'd rather see evil than good in anything. Oh, I've tried never to speak badly of your father. But your Aunt Caroline forces me to tell you the truth.
Atta girl, you tell him, sweetheart.
I married your father because I've been brought up to believe that wealth and family were the most important things in life. But I learned that human kindness and sympathy were much more important. Your father didn't seem to feel that way. Oh, not that he was ever deliberately vicious or cruel. He was only indifferent to people's feelings. I believe his family would call it being strong-minded.
My brother Robert
Keep quiet, Caroline. I'm talking now. I suppose when the Colebrookes first settled here, they had to be hard and disciplined in order to survive. And that was the way he wanted to raise his children. I believed that kind of training was no longer necessary. But I told him so. Oh, we fought about it constantly. In time, we would have worked out our own problems, but his family wouldn't let us. They interfered at every turn. They hated me. They've always hated me.
If you think I'm going to stand
You
here...
keep quiet.
Atta girl, sweetheart, go ahead.
Just let me get my breath.
You always told us Father was a swell guy.
Well, I always wanted you to think so, Reggie. But it's too late now. I had known John Rudlin when I was a girl. He was a bank clerk then, and... Well, I made the mistake of marrying your father instead of him. But when he learned what I had to put up with, he came and begged to help me. Your father found out about it. Your Aunt Carol and the rest of the Colebrook saw to that. They began to poison his mind against me. They accused me of every dreadful thing you could think of, even in public, till I thought I couldn't stand it any longer. But I knew they'd never let me have my children, so I put up with it. Until your father died and I was free of them.
Mother, why didn't you tell us before?
Because I've tried to spare you these things. Well, even after your father's death, I refused to see John Rutland because of any possibility of hurting you children. Not even for financial advice, and heaven knows I needed it.
But from now on, it's going to be different.
I told my brother that you were in love with this man.
Yes. Yes, I've always loved John Rutland. And I knew that he loved me. So now we're going to be married.
Gee, that's swell, sweetheart.
Oh, I'm so happy, Mother.
I'm all for it, Mother.
Disgraceful, that's what it is.
Aunt Carolyn, I'm sorry for you, because I suppose you can't help being a Colebrook. But my sorrow isn't great enough to prevent me from throwing you out of this house.
Don't you push me, Mary Colebrook.
Oh, gee, I wanted to put her out.
Aunt Carolyn, there's the door.
Stop it.
And now, as Bill would say, Aunt Carolyn, scram.
Well, I guess that's that.
Oh, well, now I think we can have our dinner.
Dinner, sir. Mother, here's something we bought for you.
Oh, flowers. 3 boxes of them. Oh, darlings, they're lovely. Thank you so much.
I've got to start practicing again. Oh, gee whiz.
Well, Bill, what's the matter?
I wanted to get you a present, too.
Bill, you've given me the greatest, biggest present of all. What about the house?
Dinner, sir. I was going to get you a real present with the newspapers I sold. Oh, hey, I forgot. Mr. Rutland, what happened to my papers?
I sold them.
All of them?
Every last one. Here you are. $2.20.
Hey, wait a minute. There ought to be another dime there.
Oh, look.
Dinner, sir. Oh, that must be Lynn.
By George, you're right. It was way down in the bottom of my pocket.
Thanks. Say, maybe I'll take you in as a partner. How about it, sweetheart?
I think it's a wonderful idea. Don't you, John?
Marvelous.
What is it, Muriel?
Mother, can I go out to a dance with Lynn tomorrow?
Mother, listen.
Well, I think... what, Gwen? Beulah, the door.
Mother, can I?
Oh, it's fine. I mean, of course you can. Oh, isn't it just grand to be back to normal again?
The curtain falls on tonight's play, and Kay Francis and Warren William return to the footlights. We congratulate them on a fine performance.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And I know you'll join us in awarding a big red apple to Dix Davis, who played Bill tonight.
He certainly deserves it. He's a fine trooper.
Now, we haven't got a red apple handy, so suppose we find him another part instead.
Kay, it was very pleasant appearing with you again.
Just like old times, Warren. It's several years since we did a picture together.
You know, Kay, I like to remember Warren as a tall, decisive figure in a toga.
A toga? I imagine he looks well in one, but why?
Well, he played Caesar for me in Cleopatra. And confidentially, I've always admired any man who can look decisive in a toga.
Purely the inspiration I had from the director, C.B.
Seriously, though, it's grand to be here in this theater again, Mr. DeMille. I've enjoyed it. And I want to tell you that I'm still absolutely loyal to Lux Soap. It's been several years since I discovered what a help it is in keeping one's complexion smooth. And now I wouldn't think of using any soap but Lux.
Great minds run on the same channel, Kay, when it comes to Lux Soap.
And I know the audience is anxious now to hear about next week's play, Mr. DeMille.
Well, it's one to really get excited about, Kay. Because next Monday night, we're going to present Bob Hope and Constance Bennett in The Awful Truth. It's a madcap comedy with Bob in a part of a young man who's trying to win back the love of his former wife against pretty tough competition. Frankly, we believe it's an even better play for Bob than the one we had when he was here last year. So if you're looking for a really entertaining hit, don't miss Bob Hope and Constance Bennett in The Awful Truth at this microphone next Monday night.
I certainly won't, C.B. It sounds like a great show. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Theaters like this are made by stars like you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Hope and Constance Bennett in The Awful Truth. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Kay Francis has just finished the picture The Man Who Lost Himself, produced by Larry Fox for Universal Pictures. Warren William will soon be seen in the Columbia picture, The Lone Wolf Takes a Chance. Heard in tonight's play were Dix Davis as Bill, Claire Videra as Aunt Caroline, Janet Waldo as Muriel, Sidney Miller as Reggie, Barbara Jean Wong as Gwen, Verna Tholton as Mrs. Crosby, Edward Arnold Jr. as Lynn, Bernice Pilot as Beulah, Lou Merrill as truck driver, Ferdinand Munier as doctor, and Shirley Ward, Alaire Armstead, James Reed, and Tommy Lane. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wednesday, on a special 2-hour 8 is Enough, David says goodbye to Janet and Sacramento. Then, on Vegas, Dan falls for a body he's guarding.
Here's to tonight.
But finds his own body on the line, right after the 8 is Enough special.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hear that? Makes your hair stand on end, doesn't it? It's a mighty ghostly, scary sound, and that's a fact. Oh, by the way, I'm Ranger Bill, back again. Most of you know me by now. I've been the United States Forest Ranger out here in this part of the West for a long time now. My job is mostly conservation, taking care of our great natural resources, woods and waters, animals and birds. It's a wonderful job that I have, and I like it. Sometimes, though, it can be dangerous. That's all part of the day's work to a forest ranger. Our work deals with real people and real things, wild animals and trees and mountains. But once we had to deal with something that wasn't real, something that seemed to come from another world, something unseen, unknown, supernatural. That strange, wild, eerie wail you heard a moment ago was the signal for the uncanny adventure I call the Abominable Snowman.
Shut that window. Here we are in a skyscraper, 40 stories above the street, and yet that traffic noise would drive you crazy. Shut the window, I say.
Yes, Mr. Costello. Right away.
That's better. Now a fellow can think. Let's see, where were we to?
I was just about to read you more from the encyclopedia here about the Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, go on. What am I paying you for?
Yes, sorry, sir. The bighorn sheep is thought by many experts to be the most difficult animal to shoot in all the ranks of big game.
Ah, that's for me. Go on.
Living as it does in the Rocky Mountains, above the timberline, and even in the area of perpetual snow, it is a real hardship to pursue.
Snow country, eh?
That's what it says, Mr. Costello. The immense animal with its huge curling horns nevertheless has an uncanny ability to run and jump on steep slopes, where even a man cannot possibly climb or crawl.
Sounds better all the time. Keep reading.
Possessed of keen eyesight and hearing, the animal can almost never be approached to within logical rifle shot. The slightest sound or movement, easily seen and heard in the bare open spaces above the timberline, is enough to send the bighorn sheep out of sight in an instant.
Is that all?
It says here that the animal is very rare because it makes such a prized trophy that big game hunters value it above everything else.
Big game hunters, eh? Who's the most famous big game hunter you ever heard of?
Why, you, sir.
Yes, me. Craig Carstairs, millionaire sportsman. That's what the newspapers call me. Why, I've shot every kind of big game animal there is. Rhinoceros, elephant, lion, and India tigers. I have the world's record of Kodiak bear, the world's record of African buffalo. I have them all, heads and horns all mounted, hanging on the walls of this penthouse apartment in New York.
Yes, sir.
But there's one I haven't got.
And that is?
The bighorn sheep. And that's the one I'm going to get.
That's beautiful, Stumpy, beautiful. But why the concert so early in the morning?
And I'm practicing for our high-toned visitor. I figured a feller as fancy as him ought to be serenaded with a harmonica concert.
That might be a good idea at that. But tell me, how did you know we were due for a visitor?
I can read the papers, long as the print ain't too small. Look here, right on the front page there. Big as life and twice as natural. Craig Carstairs, world-famous big game hunter and millionaire sportsman, planning to visit Knotty Pine. Mr. Carstairs will be in this here territory sometime in order to incarcerate a campaign to shoot a world's record Rocky Mountain sheep. Mr. Carstairs is the holder of many world's records for big game and wishes to incorporate a pair of bighorn sheep horns into his collection of trophies. What's a trophy?
Trophy, Stumpy. The mounted head of some poor animal that's been shot to satisfy the ego of a man like our friend Mr. Carstairs.
Well, he ain't my friend. He might be... Oh, it looks like he's coming now. Hey, just feast your eye on that hat with the fancy feather in it, would you? Here I go.
Come in, please.
Are you the Forest Ranger?
I am, sir, and at your service. What can I do for you?
I'm Craig Carstairs. You've heard of me. Craig Carstairs, gentleman hunter.
Yes?
They told me down at the state capitol that you were the man to see. Said you had to check my hunting license.
Oh, yes. Then, too, we like to sort of get acquainted with anybody who's setting out for the mountains.
Why?
Well, they're pretty big mountains, you know.
Nonsense. I know my way around. I can take care of myself.
I see.
I'm out here to shoot a world's record Rocky Mountain sheep.
I wonder what the sheep will think about that.
What's that?
No, nothing.
May I see your license, Mr. Carstairs?
There it is, all in order. I wish to hire a guide. I pay top prices, plus a bonus after I get the sheep. I spend money, but I always get what I want. Right now, I want the best guide money can buy.
Well, the best guide we have out here doesn't guide for money. If I can persuade him to take you, you couldn't be in better hands, though.
Doesn't work for money. What's the matter with him? Is he crazy?
No, he just happens to love animals, that's all. Since this license here gives you permission to shoot a bighorn, he'll go along to protect your welfare up there in the mountains. And to protect the bighorn, too.
I don't need to be protected from a sheep.
No, but suppose you only wounded it.
I never miss.
But if you did, it would be up to the guide to see that the wounded animal was not left to die in agony.
Very pretty speech. But let's get the guide.
Well, I'll talk to him and then let you know.
You let me know? This character must be the world's greatest white hunter.
He ain't one of them high and mighty white hunters. In fact, come to think of it, he ain't a white hunter at all. He's an Injun.
How much farther do we have to go, and how much longer do we have to wait?
Not far and not long. We go around this bend. Maybe you see Bighorn up ahead. there for sure.
I hope so. We've been hunting a bighorn for 3 weeks.
3 weeks, not long to hunt bighorn. Some men hunt many years, never shoot one.
Well, not me. What I hunt for, I find. Find and shoot. Well, let's go.
You got breath back now?
Sure.
Keep flat on ground. Don't make noise. Bighorn see far and hear good.
All right.
Careful now. Soon we get to top of ridge. We see bighorn ahead. You go first. Move slow. What you see?
Yeah, a magnificent ram. A record pair of horns.
How far away?
700 yards. An easy shot with my scope.
He not stay there too long.
Oh, what a shoot. All right, bighorn, this is your finish. I'm taking aim. Now I've got your shoulder lined up. Front and rear sights. Now I'll just...
Hey, Rusty, there he is. Hooray, we found him.
Bighorn game gone. We not find him for 2 or 3 months now.
In another half second, I'd have pulled the trigger and had his horns for a trophy. That shouting scared him away. Who was it that shouted? Who was it? I demand to know.
That sound like boy.
I know it sounded like a boy. I'm not deaf. Well, who was it? I'll have him arrested. I'll have him put in jail.
Boy not break law. In this free country. These mountains yours, mine, boys. Boy can come here and shout and yell and have fun.
But this is hunting country. Ordinary people should be kept out.
And this God's country, too. Boy have as much right here as millionaire hunter.
Oh, is that so? We'll see about that. Stalk an animal for 3 weeks and then have him scared away by some kid yelling like a lunatic? I'll see to it that everybody is kept out of these mountains until I get what I want.
Well, I'm sorry you lost your sheep, Mr. Carstairs, but that's the luck of a hunter.
I demand you do something about it.
Do something?
Yes. I demand you issue orders to keep people out of these mountains, out of the whole territory, until I get my sheep.
That's ridiculous and impossible. Those mountains are free to everyone. They're not your mountains any more than they're mine. Just because some boys on a hike happened to see that sheep just when you did.
Boys? Then you know who did the shouting?
Of course. They came in here all happy and excited to report they'd seen a bighorn.
And did you arrest them? Are they in jail? I'll prosecute them to the full extent of the law.
What for?
Why for? Well, for disturbing the peace, that's what.
Oh, that's nonsense, Mr. Carstairs. You had some bad luck, but it's nobody's fault.
You mean to sit there and tell me you won't do anything about it?
There's nothing I can do, or would do.
Hello? Hello, Cutler?
Yes?
This is Carstairs. I'm calling from Knotty Pine.
Did you get your bighorn?
No, that's what I'm calling about. I nearly got one, but some boys scared it away. Too many people up in those mountains. If I could keep the people out, I'd have a chance to get that bighorn. Now listen...
Right here was where we were last week, Grey Wolf, when we saw the bighorn. I was here with the boys' brigade. And we were on a hike, a nature hike. You know what a nature hike is?
A nature hike, good thing. Boys learn about trees, flowers, animals.
Yeah. I guess that rich man was mighty mad at us. At me, I mean, because I hollered to the other guys when I spotted the bighorn.
How you find this out?
Oh, he's staying down at the hotel in town. And he told the waitress that's Rusty's mother. And she told Rusty... And Rusty told old Hank, and Hank told his little brother, and his little brother told me.
But you're not worried.
No, not now. I told Ranger Bill, and he said it was okay. Say, what's that rich guy staying around here for anyway?
He want to shoot bighorn. Want record pair of horns.
I see. Now, that's why he doesn't want anybody up in these mountains but him. So he can be sure and get a shot at that bighorn without anybody around to scare it away.
I think you go home.
No, he's still here. Hey, do you think that old bighorn will show up in this mountain peak today like he did last week?
Maybe so, maybe not. Bighorn sheep very shy. Get big scare, go back in far hills up in snow. Don't come back in long time.
Yeah.
Well, it's always like this.
Lonely and scary up here, isn't it?
Yeah. Lonely valley on timberline. No trees, grass, just rocks.
It's getting towards sunset.
We wait. You watch for Bighorn.
All right. What's that?
I don't know.
Is it a mountain lion? Is it a mountain lion, Grey Wolf?
No, not mountain lion.
Was it a bird?
No.
Grey Wolf, maybe we better be heading for home. I'm not much interested in seeing that bighorn sheep after all. I'm pretty sure he's not coming. Grey Wolf, let's go home.
Okay.
What's making that awful noise, Grey Wolf? Some animal?
No, not animal.
A man?
It don't sound like man. Indians call this barren land above timberline home of ghosts. Ghost country.
Grey Wolf, was that a ghost?
No such thing as ghost, but...
But what?
It sounded like ghost.
I've known you since we both were boys, Grey Wolf. And I regard you as one of the most level-headed men I've ever seen. Yet this story you tell has me buffaloed. Are you sure you heard that sound?
I'm sure, Bill.
Now listen. You've gone to college, you're a sensible man. Yet you stand there and tell me this wasn't made by a man, an animal, a bird, or the wind. That's crazy talk. That doesn't leave anything but the supernatural.
Not right.
Man, don't tell me you believe in ghosts.
I think you not heard sound.
Oh, what next?
We at place now where Boy and I hear bad sound yesterday.
Good. Well, come on.
Let's wait here a while.
What? Oh, don't tell me that you're... Oh, very well. You might as well rest and catch your breath. It's a tough climb up here, and there's no...
We go home now, huh, Bill?
No. Not right away. That sound. It beats anything I ever heard. I think...
We not go ahead either, huh, Bill?
No. Here, get the wooden box out of the knapsack on my back. Right there. Yeah, hand it over. That's it. Thanks.
What you do? What's that, Bill?
This is a portable tape recorder. If that thing howls or wails or screeches again, I'll get it on this tape. And I might be able to study it and find... There. I got it. Obliging to it to serenade us again. Here, slip this box back in my pack again.
All done.
That's it.
Now what we do, Bill?
Well, to be truthful, I don't want to go looking for that thing any more than you seem to want to. I'd like to have some kind of an idea what I'm looking for before I go rushing ahead. All right, let's get back to the office. I have some research reading ahead of me, Grey Wolf. And then we'll come back with rifles.
What do you want? I thought I told you not to be seen talking to me.
Well, I was going to slip a note under your door here in the hotel. But this was too good to keep.
What's too good to keep?
I was down in the general store tonight getting some groceries. Quite a crowd there.
So what?
Well, everybody was yapping about that terrible howling and screeching up in the big game country. It seems that kid's been talking his head off. He heard it, and it like to scared him to death.
Isn't that a pity?
More yet, listen to this. Mr. Hotshot Ranger and his man Friday, that educated redskin, they heard it too. And the Indian just ain't talking. He's scared too.
Hey, you certain sure that high-powered portable cannon of yours is loaded?
This rifle? Oh, it's loaded all right, Stumpy.
She won't freeze up, will she? Mighty snowy and cold up here above the timberline. Man must be crazy to come up here, especially when he's hunting for a spook. What are we hunting for, anyways?
I'm not sure.
Well, we've come a long ways if all we're hunting for is nothing. Hey, what's them up ahead? Bar tracks? Mighty high up for a bar.
Come on, let's find out.
Well, pound me down and call me Shorty. If that ain't the peculiarest tracks I ever did see.
Fresh snow. Must have fallen last night. Fresh tracks, perfectly clear.
But what kind of tracks, Bill?
Well, looks like a huge bear.
Yeah, but them ain't no bar tracks.
Or maybe a giant ape or gorilla.
You daffy, too? No gorillas up here in all this snow. No, that ain't monkey tracks.
Could it be a man?
A man? Hey, look here, these here marks. Looks like something was dragging. Like a tail. A big tail. Bill, I'm getting powerful cold all of a sudden like I'm getting the pneumonia. I'm going back right out of here. I gotta get home immediately right now.
Say, boy. Boy.
Who, me?
Yes, come on over here. I want to talk to you.
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
Yes, sir. Everybody in town does. You're Mr. Carstairs, the big game hunter.
Right. I called you over here to ask you, I've asked everybody else in town. Do you know where I can get a guide to take me up into the mountains, into the bighorn sheep ranges?
No, sirree, I don't. Nobody's going up in them mountains anymore. Not nobody. Not since...
Not since what?
Not since that wailing and screeching's been going on up there.
Oh, yes, seems I have heard something about that. Do you mean to say people are afraid to go up there now?
Well, maybe not afraid. They just don't want to go.
How about you?
Me? Oh, I wouldn't go for $1 million.
Why not?
Me? Up there where that thing is? Oh, not on your life.
The abominable snowman.
What'd you say, mister?
Nothing. Nothing of importance.
It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Bill, plenty people hear this and stay out of mountains.
It can't be possible, Grey Wolf.
Plenty people see tracks in snow, tracks made by things, see tracks. Come back and stay out of mountains.
It can't happen here.
Boy tell you that millionaire man tell him about snowman?
Yes, and it tallies. It all adds up, but I still can't believe it. Did you read that article in the encyclopedia that I marked for you?
Yes.
It bears out what we heard. That recording we made parallels the description in the article. What those hunters from Milk River say up there agrees with the article. Now, let me see that again. It just can't be. For centuries, there's been a legend that high in the Himalaya mountains, in India and the land of perpetual snow, there lives a strange creature, part bear, part ape, part man, shaggy, with a long tail, walks upright, has a piercing, ghostly cry. People who hear it or see it are invariably terrified. Has never been captured or shot. The thing is known as the abominable snowman.
What you think, Bill? You think we have this snowman in our mountains? People here think so.
What do you think, Grey Wolf? I see.
Well, what you do now, Bill?
I'm going to go hunting. I'm going to find this thing and end this reign of terror. And one other thing, Grey Wolf. We're taking Mr. Millionaire Sportsman Craig Carstairs along with us.
No.
No? Why not?
He left for mountain this morning with rifle and pack. He left alone.
All right. We can settle with him later if we have to. Grey Wolf, my friend, we're going after the abominable snowman.
There it is. Not far now.
Yes. We've trailed it to its den, I think.
We've been over snow line. 3-4 hours. Followed tracks high up into the valley.
Yeah. Nothing up here but snow and ice. Let's go.
You got rifle ready?
Sure, but I don't want to use it unless I have to. I want to capture this thing alive if I can. You have the net ready?
Net ready. This net like animal trainer used to catch wild beasts.
All right, come along. Slowly, though.
Goes closer now.
Yeah. Can't be very far away. Been trailing it at a fast clip. Must be getting tired. Or else.
Or else what?
Or else it's decided to turn and attack us.
We'd be ready.
Yeah. Watch close now. Lots of tracks here. Must be near its den. Easy now. Let's go around this hummock of snow very cautiously.
Bill, that place where ice make roof.
Yeah?
Underneath. Where it's dark, you see? You see it?
Yeah. I see it, all right. Shaggy, matted hair covering the body.
Yeah.
Long tail, big claws.
Big teeth.
The face of a prehistoric monster. Get ready, Will. We'll rush it. It can't get out of this gully unless it comes this way. You take your end of the net.
Got it.
Now, I'll take this side. And don't forget, I have the rifle. Hey, you! Whatever you are. Are you coming out of there peaceably? Who or what are you? If you won't come out, we'll come and get you. Okay, come on, Grey Wolf. Fast and quick. That's it. Over his head. Pull it up. Pull the neck tight. Get him over his head. That's it. Come on. We got him. He's not even tied. He can't move. All right. All right now, monster. I'll just get a good hold on this shaggy head of yours and pull. And off comes your mask and wig. I expose the abominable snowman.
It's a man.
Yes.
A man dressed in monster clothes.
Yes. A man registered at the hotel as Mr. Cutler. Did Carstairs put you up to this?
Yes. Might as well let me up. I won't try to get away. Carstairs hired me to pretend to be mythical, abominable snowman. I've been a ski instructor and an actor. I had this outfit made up. It came here on his orders. To scare people out of the mountains so he'd be free to hunt. He paid me $5,000.
All this just so he could shoot a record pair of horns, huh?
What are you going to do to me?
I don't know yet. Our next job is to find Carstairs. He's up here alone in these mountains.
And that's no good.
He said he was going to Rocky Ledge Ridge.
2 hours from here. Come on. You too. See anything of him, Grey Wolf?
No, but I hear. Listen.
Yeah, I hear him. Where is he?
This is his rifle. They're on the ground.
Up there.
Oh, there he is. Halfway up that steep slope of shale. His heels caught somehow. He's hanging practically head downward. Nobody can get a foothold in that loose shale.
I try, Bill. Stop fighting. Get your foot loose. Stop fighting. If you struggle, you bring down more rocks. Hold on now. I'm coming.
We'll sit here and rest. Got a long hike ahead of us before we hit the timberline.
Mr. Jefferson, Grey Wolf, I'm ashamed. What can I do?
Your colleague Cutler is going to give the high school gymnasium the $5,000 you paid him to impersonate the monster.
It's the least I can do. That and apologize.
I'll double that amount, triple it. But I wish I could prove to you how repentant I really am.
Shh, look. You want record Bighorn Ram. Over there, 400 yards, perfect shot.
There he stands. A world's record head if I ever saw one. Go ahead, Carstairs. You'll never get a chance like this again. Go ahead. If you want that ram, shoot.
No. No, I've seen how you men spend your life saving animals and people. Your way of life has taught me a lesson. I'm going to let that bighorn sheep go back to his mountains where he belongs.
Craig, I know you're supposed to be the world's greatest big game hunter, but I found out just now you're more than that. You're a man. Well, that's about it. Carstairs and his actor friend did help the gymnasium fund. But what was really important, they learned that bragging and showing off don't help you when you're in trouble. And incidentally, we have the costume in our little museum, the one worn by the fake abominable snowman. Well, see you next week for more adventure with...
Ranger Bill!
I took these pictures on K2, world's second highest mountain. I was the first woman to climb that high. My professional Nikon and I made history. I'm Diane Roberts. This year, a new Nikon is making history. The new light compact Nikon EM. A Nikon anyone can afford and simple enough for anyone to use. Just focus. The Nikon EM is practically foolproof. If it's too dark or too light, it beeps. Then just turn this ring till it stops and get the picture. If I want a rapid sequence, just add this motor drive. History making, but that's Nikon. The new Nikon EM. Affordable and practically foolproof.
Why just buy a camera when you can buy a Nikon?
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Hello, are you there? Well, we're here.
Swan's the soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The Six Hits and a Miss. And George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, now it's late afternoon, and we find George on his way home to Gracie. He has stopped in for a moment at the corner cigar store.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Burns.
Hello. 3 cigars, please.
The usual kind?
Uh-huh.
Right, here you are.
Thanks. Here's your quarter.
Thank you. Here's your 20 cents change.
Thanks.
You know, you're smart to buy these cigars, Mr. Burns. Tobacco's habit forming.
Well, I happen to like these cigars.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Burns. Yes, sir?
I'd like a pack of... Well, I'll be darned. George Burns. Huh? Why, it's Lester Hamill. Gee, George, I haven't seen you in years. How are you? Fine, Lester. What are you doing out here in California?
Well, I've been here a couple of months. I'm working over at MGM.
MGM? You don't say. Well, what are you, an actor, director, writer?
I'm a plumber.
A plumber at MGM?
Yeah. I guess it don't seem possible to a movie fan, but even Irene Dunn has to wash her hands once in a while.
Well, so you're a plumber, huh?
Yeah, but don't tell anybody. You see, if it gets out around the lot, all those movie stars will try to borrow money from me.
I see. Gee, Lester, it's been years since we've worked together in New York.
Yeah, it sure has. Hey, I heard that you and Gracie Allen got married.
Uh-huh.
Just think, if she'd said no, you and I might be working together over at MGM.
Yeah, who knows? Say, Les, how would you like to have dinner with Gracie and me over at the house tonight?
Well, I'd love to, but...
come on, we'll talk over old times.
Well, I'll come on one condition, that you don't tell Gracie what I do at MGM.
Well, Gracie wouldn't mind.
Oh, it isn't exactly that. You see, I mean, with things the way they are now, every time I'm invited to somebody's house, I wind up fixing the sink.
Oh. Well, don't worry. Our sink is okay. And if it'll make you feel better, I won't mention that you're a plumber even to Gracie.
You promise, George?
I promise.
Okay. See you in about an hour.
Okay. Wait, Les. How would you like a cigar?
Oh, don't mind if I do.
Well, here, try one of mine.
Mr. Burns.
Yes?
You two are friends, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, why not keep it that way?
Thanks, kid. Hello, sweetheart.
Hello, dear.
Say, I just met an old friend of mine down at the corner, and I invited him for dinner tonight. Is it all right?
Oh, dear, you would have to invite company the one night our sink is stopped up.
What?
Oh, I've been trying to get a plumber all day.
Well, never mind. I'll fix it.
Oh, all right. Who did you invite?
Oh, an old friend of mine, Lester Hamill. You don't know him. He's with MGM.
MGM? You mean he's in the movie business?
Well, in a way.
Is he a big executive?
Well, he's not exactly an executive.
Go on. I'll bet he's in the president's office.
Well, as a matter of fact, he's in and out of all the offices.
Oh. Well, George, I'll be right back.
Well, where are you going?
Oh, I've got to call Tootsie Sagwell. Oh, my, I hope she's home.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, Tootsie?
Oh, dear, always a soprano, never a baritone. Who's this?
Well, it's Gracie. Oh, Tootsie, I have the most exciting news. A big movie magnet is coming to my house for dinner.
Really? You mean...
Yes, it's our big chance, Tootsie. What we've been talking about for months. A chance to get you into the movie.
Oh, I'll be right over. What'll I wear? Let me see, I'd better wear something to show my legs off to the best advantage.
That's a good idea. How about your new corduroy slacks?
Don't worry, I'll think of something.
Oh, all right. Goodbye. Oh, George, I'm so thrilled about Mr. Hamill coming over. Now I'll be able to get Tootsie in pictures.
Gracie, Lester can't get Tootsie in pictures.
Oh, why not? Just last week she won a beauty prize.
Tootsie Sagwell won a beauty prize?
Uh-huh. Well, didn't you read in the paper how hundreds of girls were helping to pick the tomato crop? High school girls, society debutantes, and even movie stars?
Yes.
Well, they had a beauty contest, and Tootsie won it.
Really?
Yes. Of all those girls, she picked the most beautiful tomato.
Well, good for her.
Oh, and she's a very fine actress, too. When our club put on my sister Eileen, she had the part of Eileen, and she was wonderful.
But Eileen is a gorgeous young girl. How could Tootsie look the part?
Well, she didn't exactly, but we took care of that. We fixed up the plot a little bit and changed the title to My Brother Eugene.
Kid must have been sensational.
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill. You stay here and talk to George while I run into the kitchen. I want to see if there's enough for a big dinner.
Having company, George?
Yeah, you're invited if you'd like to come, Bill.
Oh, well, thanks, George, but I have to pick up a girl at Hollywood and Vine at 6 o'clock.
Who is she?
Well, how do I know who's going to be at Hollywood and Vine at 6 o'clock?
I thought maybe you'd like to stay. A friend of mine who works at MGM is coming over.
MGM? Oh, well, maybe I'd rather take potluck here. You know, George, I almost signed with MGM before Paramount grabbed me. You saw me in Wake Island.
Yes. Great 10 seconds.
Well, you know, it was a funny thing about that MGM deal. We just couldn't see eye to eye on a couple of very small things.
Like your salary?
No. For example, they considered me for that last Gable picture, George, and here's what they wanted to flash on the screen. Somewhere I'll find you, introducing handsome, talented Bill Goodwin with Clark Gable and Lana Turner.
Oh. But, you didn't want that.
Oh, no, George. Instead, I just wanted them to say, introducing Bill Goodwin, through the courtesy of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine cast steel, and that gives lots of suds. Swan, the sud sensation of the century, with Clark Gable and Lana Turner.
Oh, I see. But they wouldn't put that on the screen, huh?
No.
Very unreasonable, yeah.
Well, then they wanted me to play a scene where I grab Lana Turner in my arms and kiss her and kiss her and kiss her.
But that wouldn't do.
Oh, of course not. I'd rather do a scene where I talk to her.
Yeah, oh, brother. And you played a Marine in Wake Island.
Well, George, I wanted to say, Lana, darling, have you washed your dishes lately with Swan?
Win the award. Yes.
Swan, you know, is great for doing the dishes.
or for that matter, any soap and water job, because Swan not only gives you long-lasting, hard-working suds, but you can be sure that Swan is going to be kind to your hands. It's so pure and gentle, Lana.
Yes. But they wouldn't let you do that scene in the picture.
No.
You must have a very bad agent.
Well, then, George, then I wanted to make one more little change.
Yes, I suppose you wanted to change the title of the picture to Somewhere I'll Find You Breaking Swan in Two so you can use half in the kitchen for your dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face.
No. The change I wanted to make was a very small one. You know the lion they flash on the screen at the start of every MGM picture?
Yes. Yes.
I'm out of pages.
Well, take mine. Yes.
You know the lion that they flash on the screen at MGM pictures?
Yes.
Well, the idea of them saying a swan can't roar.
That's good, Bill, but I'm not deaf. Don't holler so loud.
George, I'm coming back later and take it up with that friend of yours from MGM.
Now, Bill, wait. That couldn't... You see, what...
No, sir. I won't rest till I've put swan prints in the cement at Grauman's Chinese.
Gracie, don't go to too much trouble about Lester.
But, George, he's a big movie man. Did you say he was a director or a producer?
Well, Lester handles lots of jobs at MGM. He's sort of a handyman, to have around.
Oh, men like that lead such glamorous lives, George. Oh, what a thrill it must be when he finishes a job and they put a big sign on it. This is a Lester Hamill production.
Oh, yes.
This is Paul Whiteman speaking. Jimmy Cash sings one of the top tunes, Dearly Beloved. Okay, Jimmy boy.
So I say, merely, dearly beloved, tell me that it's true. Tell me you agree. I was meant for you. You were meant for me. Dearly beloved, how clearly I see. Somewhere in heaven you were fashioned for me. Angel eyes knew you. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours come shower or shine. So I say, merely, dearly beloved, be
Now, George, when Mr. Hamill gets here, we'll make him feel at home by using movie talk. At dinner, when we serve the roast, I'll say, cut. And when it's time to pass the peas, I'll holler, roll 'em.
Gracie, I don't think Lester would kind of like that.
Oh, it's my darling little ducky. It's your bedtime, Herman. Say goodnight to Mama. Ah, good night, Herman. Now, what do you say to your daddy?
Go on, go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed.
Come in.
Gracie, darling.
Tootsie Bagwell.
This is awful.
Gracie, do I look all right? Well, no, Tootsie, your makeup is wrong. You shouldn't have rosebud lips. I shouldn't? No. What if your mouth is large? That's nothing to be ashamed of. When you put on lipstick, just follow the natural lines of your mouth.
Well, all right, I'll do it.
But after you get it on, don't smile. Lipstick looks so messy on the tips of your ears.
I'll be careful, Gracie. Gee, I wish there was some way to make my nose look shorter.
Oh, let me see.
With such a long nose.
Oh, I've got it. Now, later on, we'll serve tea, and I'll give you an empty cup. And then when Mr. Hamill looks at you, you can stick your nose in it.
Oh, Gracie, you're wonderful. You think of everything.
Well, now run along upstairs and get fixed. And I'll let you know when it's time to make your entrance.
Now, I'll make you proud of me, Gracie.
Ah, what a dame. Why do you waste so much time with her, Gracie? Believe me, she'll never be another Veronica Lake.
Too tall, huh?
Yeah, too tall.
Come in.
Well, here I am, George.
Oh, hello, Lester. Here, let me take your hat. Gracie, this is my old friend, Lester Hamill.
Oh, Mr. Hamill, I'm so pleased to meet you. George told me about your job at MGM.
George, you promised that you wouldn't.
Well, Lester, I only told her.
Well, what if she does know? It's just between friends.
But, Lester, I didn't...
Oh, Mr. Hamill, your work sounds so exciting. Tell me, do you work close to all the big stars at MGM?
Oh, sure. Only yesterday I was in Jeanette McDonald's dressing room. She had trouble with her pipes.
Mr. Hamill, that's too bad. I love her voice.
And so do I.
What did you do?
Oh, I just stuck a monkey wrench down as far as I could, gave it a couple of turns.
Oh, my goodness. Well, tell me, Mr. Hamill, what happened?
Nothing. She just smiled and thanked me.
Oh, my. She must have an iron constitution.
Huh?
Gracie, I'm pretty sure Lester doesn't want to talk shop.
Oh, all right. We'll talk about us. You knew George even before I did, Mr. Hamill. What was he like in those days?
Well, he was quite a dresser, and nobody on Avenue A looked any better in peg-top pants. Hey, remember what they called you, George?
Yeah, Bo Burns.
Yeah, remember that pair of tan kid shoes you had with 6 pearl buttons up the sides?
Oh, that reminds me, dear. I found that bottom pearl button and sewed it back on.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, I'll bet you're surprised to see how domestic George is, aren't you, Mr. Hamill? I guess having a wife and a little son made him...
A son? Why, George Burns, you old son of a gun, you never told me. I didn't know you had a little boy.
Well, Lester, he isn't really...
Gee, I'd like to see the little fella.
Oh, well, he's taking a nap. He got sleepy after dinner. I guess he ate too many fish heads.
He eats fish heads?
Oh, yes, he loves them. They're so full of vitamins. Now, if you're very quiet, I'll open the kitchen door. He's sleeping under the stove. Mr. Hamill, would you like to see him?
I'll say I would.
All right. Oh, isn't he sweet? Isn't he cute, Mr. Hamill?
Yeah. You know, funny thing, the light was kind of dim in there, and for a minute I thought he was a duck.
Yes, it's bad light.
Oh, but after a second look, I knew he was George Burns' son, all right.
If you look once more, you'll see it was a duck.
Oh, my. It's getting late, isn't it? I wonder what can be keeping Tootsie upstairs.
Gracie, about Tootsie.
Well, I better run up and see. Pardon me a moment. Well, Tootsie, aren't you ready yet?
Gracie, how do I look? Glamorous?
Oh, Tootsie, you're gorgeous. Honestly, you look enough like Aunt Sheridan to be her mother.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'll be right down, Gracie, as soon as I finish powdering my nose.
Oh, good. And remember to make a grand entrance. We've got to impress Mr. Hamill with your poise and grace.
I know. I'm so nervous. I just hope at the last minute my oomph doesn't turn to blah.
Oh, Tootsie will be right down, Mr. Hamill.
Gracie, I don't think Lester is interested in Tootsie.
Oh, Mr. Hamill, Tootsie's a very remarkable girl. Why, she might turn out to be another Claudette Colbert, or Ginger Rogers, or Jean Hersholt.
Gracie, Jean Hersholt is a man.
Oh, well, you see what a remarkable girl Tootsie is?
She does sound like one.
Oh, she is. Oh, look, there's Tootsie at the head of the stairs now.
Ah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I join you?
Well, by all means, come right down, Tootsie.
All right, here I come.
Mr. Hamill, I'd like you to meet Miss Stagwell.
How do you do?
We've had a lot of war songs, but it looks like this is really it. Pass the Ammunition with 6 hits and a miss.
Down went the gunner, a bullet was his fate. Down went the gunner, and then the gunner's mate. Up jumped the sky pilot, gave the boys a look,
and manned the gun himself as he laid aside the book, shouting, "Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free.
Hallelujah.
Praise the Lord.
And swing into position.
Can't afford to sit around a-wishing. Praise the Lord, we're all between perdition and the deep blue sea."
Yes, the sky pilot said it. You gotta give him credit.
For a son of a gunner was he. Shout it.
Praise the Lord.
We're on a mighty mission. All aboard, we're not a-going fishing. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Come on and pass the ammunition, and we'll all be on board. Praise the Lord.
Coffee in the living room and continue our discussion.
Well, Gracie, I'm glad I came back. That was certainly a nice dinner.
Oh, well, thanks, Bill. Now, Mr. Hamill, don't you think Tootsie Stagwell would be wonderful in pictures?
Gracie, Mr. Hamill doesn't want to hear any more about Tootsie. You talked his ear off all through dinner.
Oh, but there are a lot of angles she hasn't mentioned yet.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Hamill. In fact, Tootsie has more angles than any girl I've ever met.
And in the funniest places. But be that as it may, Mr. Hamill, I've been trying to get in a word with you all evening myself. I guess you know that I just finished starring in Wake Island.
You movie people are funny, Mr. Hamill. You scour the country for talent, but when it's right under your nose, you ignore it. Now look at Mickey Rooney. He always had the talent he has now. Why wasn't he a star 25 years ago?
Because he wasn't born yet.
Oh, George, you and your silly arguments.
I guess so, yeah.
Yes, Gracie's right about talent, Mr. Hamill. Now, when I made Wake Island...
And that isn't all either. Think of Robert Taylor for a minute. And then think of Cary Grant and Tyrone Power and Melvin Douglas.
Gracie, not so fast. I'm not through with Robert Taylor yet.
This is the silliest talk I ever heard in my life.
Well, speaking of handsome leading men, when I made Wake Island...
It isn't silly. I'm trying to convince Mr. Hamill that Tootsie might be an undiscovered star.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Hamill. Now, when I made Wake Island... Well, now, when I made Wake Island...
And that isn't all. You movie people think just because a girl is beautiful, she can't have any talent. Well, look at Tootsie.
What for?
No. I wouldn't say that Tootsie is better looking than Lana Turner, would you, Mr. Hamill? No, I wouldn't say that because I have a reason not to. I don't believe in knocking the other fellow's product.
Oh, you're right. Now, when I made Wake Island...
Oh, sit down with that Wake Island.
Well, that does it. I can take a hint. If you don't want to listen to me, I'm going and I'm never coming back. But mark my words, George, you'll miss me. The next time you have guests and there's a lull in the conversation, Who's going to jump up and say, have you heard about Swan, the new white floating soap that's a baby gentle whiz for suds? More suds than you ever saw in your life. Who's going to say that?
Well, I'll just have to jump up myself. I'm a very high jumper, you know. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Oop, and I'm up.
And at 6 o'clock in the morning, who's going to phone you and say, George, time to get up and take your shower with Swan. Swan, the soap that's so great for your shower or bath because it's as mild as fine Castile soaps. So pure, it's perfect for a little baby's tender skin. Who's going to do that?
Grovney, Dittenfest, Newman, Sam Tralafash.
Oh, all right.
Curly. I've got thousands of friends.
Well, let them do it then. Let them do it. But I'm going. What's more, I had some great news for you, but now you can find it out for yourself. Goodbye.
Oh, Bill, wait. What's the news?
Oh, no. Goodbye.
Oh, come on, Bill. What's the news?
Well, lots of dealers right now are running a special sale on Swan. You buy 3 bars and save. Swan gives you more real soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested, and it goes further than easily wasted package soaps. So when you buy 3 bars, you save in more ways than one. Well, you made me tell you, but I'll never open my mouth again. I'm going. I know when I'm not wanted. I'll never set foot in this house again as long as I live. Well, that's that. So long, everybody. See you tomorrow, George.
Someday that kid will stop hinting and come right out with it.
Oh, let me see now, where was I? Oh, yes, Tootsie Sagwell. Would you believe, Mr. Hamill, that Tootsie Sagwell is just as talented as she is beautiful?
That he'd believe. Yeah.
I wasn't talking to you, George. What do you think, Mr. Hamill? And as I was saying, your studio will make a big mistake if they don't sign her. She has all the qualities that a great actress needs. Poise, emotion, subtlety, loud voice. Would you like to hear a sample of her work? Well, of course you would. You should hear her do a big dramatic scene where she has to be heartbroken. Oh, she's wonderful, aren't you, Tootsie?
Uh-huh.
Oh, nobody can cry like Tootsie. Nobody. Nobody can say, goodbye, Joe. Goodbye. Don't forget me, Joe. Don't forget our home. Don't forget the children. Don't sit under the apple tree. Nobody can do that. She's dynamic, aren't you, Tootsie?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wasn't that the best heartbreak you ever heard, Mr. Hamill? But Tootsie's Wicked Vampire's even better. Oh, she does it with the French accent. Do you not, Tootsie?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you should hear her when she say, I am irresistible. Comme si? I am enchanting. Comme ça? Yes, comme si? No, comme ça? Why don't you come see me sometime, comme ça? Oh, she's marvelous. Don't you think so, Tootsie?
Uh-huh.
Well, that gives you an idea of her talent, Mr. Hamill. Oh, when can you get a screen test?
This is going far enough. Look, Gracie, Lester does work at MGM, but he's not a producer. He's a plumber.
A plumber? What? Well, my goodness, why didn't you tell me before?
Well, he asked me not to. I guess he thought you wouldn't be impressed.
Well, that's silly. I think plumbers are wonderful people, and I'm proud to have a husband who's a plumber's friend.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Of course, this means Lester can't get Tootsie a job.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, George. Mr. Hamill, Tootsie's not only a great actress, but she's strong. Show me a muscle, Tootsie. Yeah, that's right. Well, Mr. Hamill, how about giving her a chance as your helper? Oh, thank you, Mr. Hamill. Isn't it thrilling, Tootsie? I've got a job for you in pictures. You're going to be a plumber's helper at MGM.
Well, I've carried a torch for lots of men, so I might as well carry one for him.
Oh, imagine Mr. Hamill not wanting to say he was a plumber. Why didn't you tell us, Mr. Hamill?
I thought maybe you wouldn't. Gee, listen to me. I'm talking. Go on. Go right ahead, Lester.
Why, Mr. Hamill, I'd rather have you in our house tonight than the president of MGM.
You would?
Yes, of course I would. Could Louis B. Mayer fix a sink? Come along in the kitchen, Mr. Hamill.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you to stop in where you see a dealer displaying the Swan sign that says, buy 3 bars and save. If you haven't yet tried Swan, now's a swell time to do it. See if you don't find that Swan always saves you money, sale or no sale. Saves because it takes the place of expensive toilet soaps. And saves because Swan also does away with the need for easily wasted package soaps. So now's the time to swing to Swan. Now, when you can buy 3 bars and save. And now here's George and Gracie.
Boy, this sink is really stopped up. Look, it's overflowing. Hey, what'd you do, Mrs. Burns? Pour grease down the drain?
Oh, no, Mr. Hamill. I save all our bacon grease and waste kitchen fats and take them to my meat dealer. Everybody should do that, you know. The government needs waste fats for bombs and bullets, so it can't be grease in the sink.
Well, there's water all over the floor. Something must be clogging up the sink.
I wonder what it could be.
Well, I don't know. Let's pull out the stopper and look.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. These programs are shortwave to our armed forces everywhere. Remember, Swan now brings you 2 of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout, what a delight. For cake, pie, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say you're going to try today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hi, I'm David Hartman, the mother of Academy Award winner John Voight, tomorrow on Good Morning America.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure The Lost Key. The Green Hornet strikes again. day shift was leaving the entrance gates of the war plant. As they crowded into the street, they were suddenly thrown into a state of excitement.
Hey! Look! One of the buildings at the plant blew up! Turn in a fire alarm, somebody! We just got out and tried.
Hi, Casey. Is Reed in?
Expert, if you slam that door again, it won't make any difference if Mr. Reed's in or not. So help me out.
Nice quiet place we have around here.
Oh, hello, Reed. I was just asking if you were in.
Okay, I'm in. So what, Axford?
Did you read the story I phoned in on that war plant explosion? I was at cops' headquarters when the call came in, so I jumped...
Yeah, I read it, Axford. It was okay, but the Clarion had the story on the street before we did.
Sure, and I did the best I could, Reed. I can't get a scoop every time, you know.
Every time is good.
Now, Casey, 'tis no use if you...
skip it, Axford. Say, if you have nothing else to do this evening, you might
hold on, Reed. If you don't mind, I'd like to run down to Union Station.
Union Station? What for?
But I picked up this key I got here in my pocket. 'Twas in the street outside the war plant.
Well, what's that key got to do with your going to the station, Axford? I'm sort of dumb about such things.
Sure, you're right about that, Casey.
What?
For your information, this is the key to one of them station lockboxes. It says so right on the key itself.
So that's her there?
Sure. I want to go down and see what's in the lockbox, and then find the owner.
You couldn't be thinking you might get a reward, could you, Axford?
Whoosh, no. Such a thought never entered me mind. Of course, if I do find the owner and he insists that I take a slight...
Oh, I knew it.
You go ahead, Axford. Maybe somebody left a fortune in jewels in that box. You never can tell.
Or it might be a pair of old shoes, Axford. Of course, they'd have to be mighty big to fit you.
Go along with your kidding, Casey. Whatever it is, I'll see that the owner gets it back. He might even be there waiting.
Yes, and maybe you'll find a pretty blonde waiting, Axford.
Casey, no one can say Michael Axford's a wolf. If a blonde should be waiting, it wouldn't make a bit of difference. Not much, that is.
Go on, Axford, and satisfy your curiosity.
Yes, and if you find a nice spy all tied up in that box, let us know.
Casey, for 2 pins...
Axford?
Okay, Reed, okay. I'm going.
Axford, now you watch that door.
Huh? Oh, so long! Let's see now. Box 102. Ah, here it is. I'll soon see what's in it. Huh. A briefcase it is. Well, now I might as well take a look in it. Nothing but a lot of automatic pencils. Must belong to some pencil salesman. Slip of paper with an address on it. 24 River Street, apartment 2. Well, no, that's quite a ways from here. I'll phone Reed and tell him I'm going to take this over there before I go back to the Sentinel. He'll sure have the laugh on me.
Well, Spike, what do you think?
Looks like a flatfoot, all right. Take a glance around and see if anyone's spotting us, Joe.
Yeah. Don't seem to be. We better do something before he gets away with that briefcase. Look, he's heading for the phone booth.
Yeah. Guess he's wise to what's in that case. Come on.
What are you going to do?
We're going to get that mug before he can cause us trouble, that's what. Come on.
In this case, there's no need for you to stay overtime. You can finish those letters in the morning.
Well, I'm just about finished, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed's office.
Hello, Casey. Let me speak to Reed.
Just a minute. It's Axford for you, Mr. Reed.
He probably wants to tell me about his big find. Hello, Axford. Did you find a fortune?
Was nothing but a briefcase filled with some automatic pencils, Reed.
Oh, pencils, eh?
That's right. As long as I've got it, I might as well take it to the owner. There's a slip of paper with an address on it. 24 River Street, apartment 2. After I take it there, I'll...
Axford. Hello, Axford.
Were you cut off, Mr. Reed?
From what I heard, I'd say Axford was struck down from behind. Call police headquarters, Miss Case, right away. Also tell them to investigate apartment 2 at 24 River Street.
Yes, sir.
I'm going down to the station and have a look around. Axford's run into trouble, and I don't doubt that briefcase he found has something to do with it.
Britt Reed went to this station, but finding no clue to Axford's whereabouts, he returned to his office at the Sentinel building to wait for a report from police headquarters. Finally, the phone rang.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Reed. This is Sergeant Burke.
Oh, yes, Sergeant. Any news of Axford?
Not yet, Mr. Reed. We're still looking.
Did you send anybody to the address Miss Case gave you?
Sure, I went along myself. Whoever had the place had cleared out, looked like. I posted one of the boys out front to keep watch in case anyone goes there.
I see. Well, I wish there were more I could tell you, but we gave you all the information we got from Axford.
Yeah, I know. A funny thing, but I can't see why anyone would get head up over Axford finding a few pencils in a briefcase.
Yeah, it is strange.
By the way, the federal men decided the explosion at the war plant was sabotage, Mr. Reed. I thought you might like to know.
Sabotage, eh?
Yeah, somebody must have left an incendiary bomb in that swell munition warehouse there.
Well, it's possible, Sergeant.
Yeah. Well, don't worry too much about Axford. We'll do our best to find him.
I'm sure you will. Well, call me if you learn anything more. I must admit I am worried.
Sure, I know. Well, I'll do that, Mr. Reed, just as soon as I have any news. So long.
Goodbye, Sergeant.
Britt Reed left his office and went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. The young publisher told Cato the facts leading up to Axford's disappearance. Then, while Cato went to the kitchen to prepare some food, Britt Reed sat staring at the floor. The clean-cut features of the so-called playboy were furrowed in deep thought. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. A hard, cold expression transformed his features. No longer was he Britt Reed, indolent young playboy. Instead, he had assumed his other personality, that dreaded terror of the underworld, the Green Hornet. Suddenly, he called, Cato.
Coming, Mr. Britt.
Hurry.
What is it, Mr. Britt? You think of something, perhaps?
Yes. Cato, remember I told you the war plant explosion was thought to be sabotage, probably an incendiary bomb.
Yes, sir.
There are known to be such things as incendiary pencils.
Oh, well, that's true. You think...
Yes. Those pencils Axford found in that briefcase could have been incendiaries. He mentioned they were automatic pencils.
Well, that explains why someone feels great concern over Axford finding them. He attacked by spies, perhaps.
Could be. The police are doing all they can, but...
You think perhaps Green Hornet be of help, maybe?
Yes. First, I'm going to have a look through that apartment on River Street.
Well, police leave guard there, so you tell me.
Nevertheless, we'll have to risk it.
Well, Black Beauty ready. Also mask and gas gun.
Come on, then. Let's get going.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Policemen out front not suspect we in back alley, Mr. Britt.
It's a chance we have to take, Cato. You wait here. I won't be long. And keep your eyes open.
I wait and watch.
Moving quickly and silently, Britt Reed entered the back door of the apartment house and soon stood before apartment 2. Finding the door locked, he used a skeleton key. In a matter of seconds, he entered and closed the door behind him.
I'll have to use my flashlight with care. They've cleared out all right. If only there was some way. I wonder. once and answer it with my hand over the mouthpiece. Hello?
That you, Spike?
Yeah.
This is Moby. I've been trying to get you for half an hour.
So what?
Hey, you must have a cold or something, have you?
Yeah. What do you want?
Do you want I should come over there now?
There's a cop out front watching this joint. You better go to the other place, Mopey.
You mean Osaka's?
Yeah, that's right. You know where it is, don't you?
Sure I know where it is. It's over on... Hey, wait a minute. Why'd you ask me, do I know where it is? I thought you sounded kind of funny. You ain't Spike at all.
Now, hold on, Mopey. Nah, he hung up on me. If I told him to come here, the cop out in front would have scared him away. Osaka. I wonder if that name's in the phone book. I saw one in the desk drawer. Might as well have a look. Let's see now. I'll have to hold this light on. O-S.
As Britt Reed, with his back to the door, bent over the open phone book on the table, he failed to hear the faint click as the door behind him began to open slowly. A dark figure moved silently through the doorway, and a groping hand reached cautiously along the wall toward the light switch. Suddenly, the room flooded with light, and Britt Reed turned in quick surprise to face the steady gun of a heavy-set policeman.
What the...
Don't make a move or I'll... Holy smokes! The Green Hornet!
So what?
So your game is up on it. Now put up your hands and quick.
So you think you're going to take me in, eh?
On it, you've given us the slip for a long time. You're wanted, dead or alive.
So?
So I'm not taking any chances, see? I'm going to turn you in dead.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now back to our story. As Britt Reed stood facing the officer's gun, he knew that the moment called for quick action. Quick thinking and swift movement were part of his training. Suddenly, he lunged downward and to the side, grabbing the end of the scatter rug upon which the officer stood as he fell.
Hey!
You fell down on the job, copper. So long.
Come back here, wait!
I'm not dead yet, officer.
You are right, Mr. Britt.
Yeah, so far, Cato.
I hear shooting.
Well, I almost felt it, Cato. Get going, quick.
Where we go now, Mr. Britt?
I wish I knew, Cato. That guy on the phone spoke of going to Osaka's place. I looked through a phone book, but there wasn't any Osaka listed there.
Osaka sounds like Japanese name.
Yes, it does.
They're Japanese-American merchant named Osaka Kyoto who have store on Water Street. I not know other by name of Osaka.
Osaka Kyoto, huh? I thought Osaka was the last name, but it could be that Osaka Kyoto's the one that fellow Mopey mentioned. Drive down there. We'll investigate, Cato.
We'll be there quick like anything, Mr. Britt. You betcha.
time, Mopey arrived at the hideout in a subterranean room reached by a secret passage from Osaka Kyoto's store above. He related his experience to the others present.
And you mean to say that some guy answered the phone and said he was me?
Yeah, that's what he said, all right.
Well, I'll be. Do you think it was a flatfoot, Spike?
Maybe, Joe. Listen, Mopey. What'd you say to that jerk you talked to?
Well, I didn't tell him nothing, Spike. I says, should I come there? And he says, no, a copper was watching the joint.
Funny he should warn you. If he was a copper.
Maybe he was trying to pump Mopey.
What else, Mopey? Come on, think hard now.
Well, I said, maybe I should go to Osaka's place then. And he said, yeah. And then...
You stupid one! Was there need to mention my honorable name?
Hey, don't call me
Shut
stupid.
Up, there are ways, my stupid friend, to quiet your mouth. Which gives forth utterances unworthy of the human tongue.
Oh, lay off him, Osaka. He don't mean no harm.
If I thought he meant what I thought he meant...
Skip it, Mopey. Osaka's the one who pays us dough. Let him say what he wants to for all we care.
Yeah.
Does it not enter the mind of my friend that the mention of my worthy name by the careless one may bring someone here to investigate?
Hey, Spike. He's got something there. What if someone was pulling a trick and should find this stuff?
You don't know Osaka. He's got things fixed around here, so he's ready for anything. Ain't you, Osaka? Oh, yes. One would first have to discover the secret entrance to this hidden room. Should such be the case, he would come down to face our ready weapons. A little light lights up when the panel opens. Ain't that something, Joe?
Osaka's smart, all right. What are you going to do with the big blimp we got tied up in the storeroom there?
Fat one is most uncooperative. It's necessary to find out how he discovered location of briefcase, and also to whom he make a phone call.
Even with all the slapping around we give him, he wouldn't talk.
Well, Japanese have other means of loosening tongue, my honorable friend. Later, Osaka used such methods on Fat One. After he talks, we shall send him to join his unworthy ancestors.
Who's he going to send him to, Spike? Hey, I don't get most of what Osaka says. He don't speak good English to my way of thinking.
Don't be a sap, Moby. Osaka means if that fat reporter we got tied up in there don't sing soon, he's going to bump him off. In fact, he gets bumped off one way or the other. Osaka don't kid around none.
I'll say he don't. Why didn't you go in and work on that guy now, Osaka?
Perhaps you speak with wisdom, my friend. As soon as we discuss our plans for further sabotage, this unworthy person shall proceed to loosen the tongue of this fat one.
Arriving in the vicinity of Osaka Kyoto's store, Britt Reed and Cato hid the Black Beauty in a secluded spot. Then, together, they quietly approached the back door of the darkened shop.
Place all dark, Mr. Britt. Yes, we may be on the wrong track, but we'll go inside and take a look around just to be sure. I'll force the lock. There. That did it. Come on. That's not a very big place, Cato.
No. There's just one room for store without divisions.
It's only a one-story building, too. There's no living quarters connected with it.
Look like Osaka Kyoto lives somewhere else. Not live at shop.
Evidently, this isn't the Osaka Mopi Mat. Seems...
Listen. You hear someone cry out?
Yeah, I thought I did. Listen. It sounded like Axford. It seemed to come from below.
But there are not any steps going down.
Come on, Axford. Along the walls. Look for a panel or some kind of a door. These flashlights aren't quite bright enough. Cato. Come here. Look, a faint crack here, see? Could be a panel in the wall. Let's see. Yeah, that's it, all right. Now to find how to open it.
There's no knob or handle.
No, but there's plenty of molding along this wall. Pull and push on some of it.
It not seem to be way through.
Wait.
What you see?
Look here. In that spot, the molding's worn, see? That must be it.
Oh, no doubt. We go down together?
No. You wait at the top of the steps. It must be behind that panel. Here, take this. If you need it, you'll know what to do with it.
Oh, that's why we wear special masks.
Yes, let's go. Now to open the secret panel.
Hey, Osaka, come here. The fat one fainted with fear before I even touched him with a hot poker. Never mind him. Look at the warning light. What? Someone coming through the panel above. Get your weapons ready, all of you.
Joe, you stand over there. Right. Moby, you go to the other side.
With 4 guns covering the stairway, the unwary intruder will not escape. Shh. He coming.
Well, a reception committee, headed by a Jap. What do you know?
What the...
Jumping guy, Patsy. He's the Green Hornet.
So, the dishonorable criminal walks into our trap.
That word dishonorable's right up your alley, Osaka. You Japanese sure know its meaning, but good.
Bug's got a lot of nerve, all right. Don't you see we all got you covered, Hornet?
So what?
We shall soon show you. Take him in with the fat one. Yes, I shall enjoy watching them both squirm.
Hold it. Nobody's touching me. As for you, Osaka Kyoto, so-called American citizen, you and all your miserable kind will squirm, and plenty.
Rush him! We are 4 against 1.
Spoken like a true Japanese. Let him have it!
There, guys. Where did it come from? Go!
Force your way through the stairs. Quick! Hornet used most dishonorable weapon. Hurry!
Not so fast, Jap Rat.
More gas. Gas gun. Won't you let you get away with it? I think not. Stop, Tears.
Oh! You can spike her out cold. You got a think of something, Joe. You got to...
Think for yourself, buddy.
Oh! I give up. I give up. Get me out of here.
This puts you out right now.
Hey,
Well, that one sure surprised him. Let's open that door over there. Axford must be there.
Well, there, Axford. He tied up. Not conscious.
Let me have a look. Oh, he's all right. We'll untie him. There.
Now what we do?
We'll get out of here. Then you can call the police and have them come out here and pick up that bunch of spies. Come on.
It was sometime later that night when Britt Reed, who was waiting up, answered a knock at the apartment door.
Well, Sergeant Burke, I've been waiting up for you.
Hi, Reed.
Axford. What a relief. Come on in.
Wait till you hear all the news, Mr. Reed.
News, Sergeant? What I want to know right now is what on earth happened to you, Axford?
Reed, 'tis a long story, that it is. But believe it or not, I got a scoop for the Sentinel.
A scoop? Well, what is it?
Sure, and Axford got took for some spies, Mr. Reed, and somehow, how I'll never know, he rounded them up all by himself. Or so he says.
Oh, is that right, Axford?
Well, now, in a way, 'tis right, Reed. After finding them pencils, which turned out to be incendiary pencils the spies were using, I got took by a couple of guerrillas to a Jap's house.
A Jap's house?
Well, 'twas really a store, but they took me through a secret panel into the room below where they were hiding out. Then they tried to torture me into telling what I knew, but I didn't let them make me talk.
I didn't know you had that much fortitude, Axford.
Who, me? Sure, and I fought the whole bunch, that I did. That ain't what fortitude means, Axford. Don't be dumb. Dumb, am I? And me catching them spies while the whole force was out trying to find just me alone. Go along with you, Sarge. 'Tis you who's dumb.
Oh, no, take it easy. Oh, Axford, I'm quite relieved to have you back with us, safe and sound. And I'm proud of what you did in rounding up those spies.
He swears he didn't have any help, Mr. Reed. Help was it? Did you see anyone else standing around when you and them boys of yours come looping in to get them spies and the evidence and all? No, but I did see something else, Axford, that you overlooked. What, for instance, I'd like to know? This.
A hornet seal, eh?
The Green Hornet seal. Where did you get that, Sarge? It was stuck on the forehead of that Jap spy. That's where I got it. I suppose while poor Mr. Reed was walking the floor worrying about you, you were knocking out them spies and beating off the Green Hornet single-handed, Axford.
Well, what about it, Axford?
Well, no, maybe I was and maybe I wasn't. But if I up and say I was, who was there here who can say I wasn't, I'd like to know. 'Twill be a secret between myself and the Green Hornet, that it will. Yeah, I guess that's right. You'll never tell, and we can't find the Hornet to ask him. So we'll have to take your word for it, Axford. Thanks, Sarge. Thanks.
Axford, you're a wonder.
That's the Lux paper! Osaka Kyoto arrested as spy, gang caught, Green Hornet implicated! Read all about it, Green Hornet
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
All the guys that do commercials for light beer from Miller are big stars and guys like that. Me, I'm just a humble bartender, but I drink light too. And I'll tell you why. It's less filling, it's got a third less calories than a regular beer, and it tastes great.
Jerry, now that you're a big star, can I have your autograph?
Well, sure, Mr. Dangerfield.
Hey, would you like mine?
Not really.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
How about my initials?
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, outlaws roamed the range country, and some of the bands became so powerful that local districts were under their domination. The local sheriffs were unable to control them, and it was not until the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for justice that law and order was brought to the new territory. Return with us now those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of Dick Brady! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! It was noon when Mike Rafferty, the sheriff of Columbus County, entered the cafe in Brunswick, the county seat. With him was a small group of men, all of them dusty and tired from many hours spent in the saddle, and...
Hi there, Sheriff. What luck did you have?
They got away.
Again? That makes the third time this month. What happened?
They took a stand over to the South Pass, and we had to drop back. Didn't have enough fellers to rush the skunks.
Well, I was afraid of that. Lobo Lawson's a slick customer.
But we'd get him if it wasn't for Deke Brady.
Maybe the other bunch got Deke.
I don't know. I'm willing to bet they didn't. Blasted outlaws. If I could get all the fellas together to go after just one of them gangs, it'd be all right.
Well, why don't you?
You want to know why? How about the time I took everybody with me when we got word Deke had stole some of Phil Bott's critters? I wasn't around here then. What happened? Why, we hightailed after Deke, and we caught up to that rustled herd, too.
Just as soon as Deke seen how many fellas was with me, he let the herd go and cleared out.
That wasn't so bad. You got the beef back anyhow.
Yeah. Well, them blasted coyotes didn't give a hoot about the beef. They'd been fixed up between them. Deke and his gang got me and the fellers out of town. Then when we was gone, in come Lobo with his gang, and they just about took the town apart. Helped themselves to everything in sight and rode away laughing.
Well, that was a doggone tough break, Sheriff.
And them crooks have been working that way ever since. While Deke gets cattle or horses, Lobo holds up the stage or something like that. They savvy doggone well I can't take all the boys and go after just one of them. And when I divide up to go after both, then there ain't enough fellers in each of the posses to get either one of them gangs.
Yes, sir. You got to admit them crooks plenty smart. As long as they keep on working together the way they've been doing, I don't see how nothing can stop them.
Blast them. They got me so I don't know what to do anymore. Wish my deputy'd get back. I'm anxious to see if his bunch had any better luck with Deke than we had with Lobo.
I think some fellas just rode up outside. Yeah, that's them. Uh-huh. They're coming in.
And empty-handed. Not a doggone prisoner with them. Well, that's the way I figured it'd be. Deke got clean away, huh, Barney?
Sure did, Sheriff. Hanson's cows with him.
They put up a fight?
Laid for us in the woods beyond the flats. Wounded Clem and throats the doggone much led our way. They'd have got the rest of us if we hadn't cleared out. You had let Lobo go, huh?
With all the cash that was on the stage.
Well, we done the best we could. Only trouble is that same don't seem to be good enough. Pretty soon both them gangs will be striking at once. Then the same thing will be happening all over again. I don't know what
Say,
you're gonna...
Sheriff,
Huh?
that Injun just come in. Stranger here, ain't he?
What about you see him, Bill?
Just the other side of them two fellas down far end of the bar. See him?
Oh. Wait.
Who is he?
You act like you recognize him, Sheriff.
If that's the redskin I think it is. By golly, it is. That feller's wanted. Hey, grab that engine. Hold on to it. You crook. You're wanted over to Western. Stand where you are.
He's heading for the door.
I'll get it. You missed. Come on, fellas, after him. Don't let him get away. Hurry up.
Injun. Hey, Injun, this way. You help, Tonto? Jump up behind me in the saddle here. I'll get you clear. Get up. Get up.
Get away.
Who's that fellow that helped him?
It's some other crook.
You riding after him?
The way our horses are, they've done all the traveling they're going to do till they get some rest. We'll have to let the engine go, men. But keep your eyes out for him, and maybe you can grab him some other time.
The man who had come to Tonto's rescue in town sent his horse racing across country toward a distant line of wooded hills. Entering the woods, he guided his mount deep within the trees, until suddenly they broke into a clearing where a group of men were gathered about campfires. There he reined up.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Back from town already, Fritz?
Who's that you got with you?
By thunder, a redskin.
Where's the boss? Here I am.
Fritz, I thought I told you to stay in town till I seen them posses get back.
They are, Deke, both of them. Get down, Injun.
Who's the redskin?
The law tried to get him, boss. Only I seen to it he got away.
What'd you do that for?
Hey, you said we could use some more men in the gang, didn't you?
We ain't taking in just anybody.
That's just it, boss. The law tried to jail this fella. We know he's a crook. That's a heap better than letting some fella join us up that we wasn't sure of.
Maybe so. What's your handle, Injun?
Me, Tonto.
Tonto?
That right.
You hear what Fitz just said? You willing to join up with us?
Oh, me like it.
How handy are you with a gun?
Me all right.
Yeah? Well, we'll see about that. Here, take this one.
Uh-huh.
Now, let's see what you can do with it. See that stump over there?
Uh-huh. Me see it.
And them two stones are laying on top?
Uh-huh.
Well, see if you can hit them.
Deke, that ain't a fair test. I couldn't be sure of hitting that kind of target myself.
He can try, can he?
Me hit him. You watch.
Go ahead.
Well,
say, that's some shooting. Got 'em both clean and just raised your shooting arm without hardly seeming to aim. If you can shoot like that all the time, you'll come in blame handy. Anything else you're good at?
Me follow trail.
Uh-huh. Being a redskin, I suppose you can. And that's something mighty useful, too.
What do you say, boss?
All right with me. Well, Injun, make yourself to home. There's grub over by them fires and extra blankets for the asking. Help yourself.
Oh, Tonto, do that.
Well, Fritz, you say them posses did get back before you left?
Yeah, the sheriff with his and the deputy with the one he led.
And no prisoners, huh?
Nary a one.
Which means Lobo and his bunch got away just as slick as we did. Fritz, Things are going fine.
When are we going to try another raid?
Pretty quick. Ain't no use giving the law time to think up a way to get us.
Yeah.
I look for Lobo to ride over here sometime tomorrow. Then we get together on another scheme.
I was just thinking, boss.
Yeah?
After helping the engine get away in town today, I ain't going to be able to spy out things there no more. Somebody'd recognize me sure if I was to go back.
Uh-huh. Well, it don't matter. We got other fellas the law ain't met up with yet.
What'd you do with the beef critters you got?
Hazed them into the valley and bunched them there. One more raid and we'll have enough for a trip across the Rio.
Lone Ranger had made his camp in the same woods chosen by Deke and his gang. It was late at night, but the masked man had built no fire. He seemed to be listening for something, and when at last he heard a faint sound of movement not far away, he softly called out,
Is that you, Tonto? I've been waiting for you. Them sleep now. Me get way.
Deke's gang? And our plan worked all right. Do they believe you're wanted by the law?
That's what them think.
Good. How much time have you got?
Not long.
Then we'll have to talk fast. First, I've got to know what they plan. Have you heard anything?
Them not make plan yet.
No?
Deke wait for Lobo. Then make plan.
I see. When will Deke and Lobo get together? Do you know that?
Next sun, maybe.
Tomorrow. That likely means they plan on striking again soon.
That's right.
I've been thinking things over, Tonto, and I believe I've thought of a way to round up both gangs. We know the sheriff hasn't enough men to deal with both of them. Against just one of them, he might be successful. But after the experience the townspeople had the other time he went after just one gang with all his men, they refused to let him try it again. They're afraid the other gang would raid them while the sheriff was away.
Them plenty afraid.
It might be arranged, however, for one of the gangs to help the law catch the other.
Them not do that.
I've got an idea they will.
What that?
Trick them into helping without them knowing it. And with one gang captured, the law could use its entire force to capture the other.
Not right.
I wish I knew just when Deke and Lobo plan to get together.
Say, next sun.
You could probably learn their plans. On the other hand, you might have trouble getting in touch with me again before tomorrow night. And if they went into action earlier, there'd be nothing I could do.
No, them not do that.
No, I don't expect action that early either. But we can't take chances.
Maybe you get near camp,
That's what I was thinking. Before morning, I'll find a hiding place as close as possible to Deke's camp. And when Deke and Lobo meet, I'll be on hand.
That'd be good.
In case I'm discovered, you'll be there to help. Now, you'd better be getting back. I see you walked here, and it's a fairly long distance on foot.
Me not take horse. Maybe them here.
You were right to be careful.
House scout,
He's over there with Silver. I'm taking good care of him, Kemosabe. And when you need him, he'll be ready.
No one in Deke's camp had noticed Tonto's absence. The faithful Indian slipped past the guard stationed with the outlaw leader and returned to his empty blankets. In the morning, the outlaws made no move to leave, but spent the time at their ease in the clearing. Then, a little before noon, a single horseman approached.
Hey, Deke. Here comes Lobo.
Hi there, Lobo.
Howdy, Deke. Whoa there.
Wasn't looking for you this early.
I figured the sooner we talked over the next raid, the better.
Yeah, I was figuring the same way. We got the law in this county so blame mixed up and don't know whether it's a foot or horseback. So we might just as well keep striking while we got things our own way.
Sure. Say, who's the engine sitting over there?
Him? His name is Tonto. Just joined up yesterday.
Didn't think I'd seen him before.
Nope. Fitz here helped him get away from the sheriff over to Brunswick. So seeing as how we needed men, we kept him on.
Yeah, I could use a couple more men myself.
Where do you figure on striking next, Lobo?
Thought maybe I'd try for the stage again.
Right after robbing it yesterday?
Why not? I got men enough to handle a guard and driver, even if they are looking for it.
Carrying gold, is it?
I don't know what it'll be carrying, but there's always something worth the stealing on the Brunswick stage.
Yeah.
How about you, Deke? You going after cattle again or horses this time?
Why? You know where there's any good horses to be had?
Ain't heard of any.
Well, then it'll be cows again, I reckon. I was saying to Fritz yesterday that one more raid and we'd have enough to sell south of the border. But gosh, I'd sure like to get some horses.
Got someone that wants a buy?
Shucks, I got a dozen buyers for good horses. What I'd like to have 'em most for is ourselves. We need 'em bad.
That horse I'm riding is as slow-footed as a mule.
Well, mine ain't none too good. Lobo, you're the fellow that's lucky. You and your men have got some mighty fine horses.
Well, we'd always be willing to sell.
Huh? To us?
Sure, if you want to buy.
You must be loco. Why in blazes would we pay good cash for critters we can steal?
You just spoke as though there wasn't none to steal.
Well, there ain't none around just now. One of these days we'll find some.
Well, the point is this. I'll hold up the stage again, and you'll go after cattle just like before. That part don't matter much. You can go after what you want, and me and my boys will do the same. All that counts is seeing to it we both strike at just about the same time so the law won't be after only one of us.
How about tomorrow? That too soon?
Not for me.
Fritz, wasn't you saying that there was some beef critters belonging to the horseshoe outfit that wasn't being watched too close?
That's what Link told me. He was taking a look-see up that way. Says they're towards the east end of the range, where the lion riders don't get too often.
And them are the critters we're taking.
I'm going to stop the stage up near Needle Point. What time about the stage pass there? Around 3 in the afternoon.
3 in the afternoon. Good enough. That's when we'll help ourselves to them cows.
That's agreed, then.
Right. You can figure on it.
And I'll be heading back to camp.
When will I see you again?
Right after we've pulled off this raid and are ready to plan the next one. Come here, boy.
Honest, Lobo. We're going to have the law clean crazy before we're done.
We'll all be local, but we'll have our pockets full of cash.
Which same suits me just fine.
Well, I'll be seeing you, Deke, and luck to you. Get up, boy. Get up.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Lobo Lawson, after settling the time for the next attack, returned to his own camp. The following day, as the hour approached for the stage hold-up, he supervised his men's preparations for departure.
Bring the horses up here, Pete.
All right, boss.
The rest of you see to your guns and ammunition. Maybe there'll be an extra guard along this trip, and they'll put up a fight. There is, give it to them.
All right, boss.
Lobo! Hey, Lobo!
Where you been, Curly? We've been looking for you. Did you hear me? I asked where you been.
In New Brunswick.
What were you doing there?
Oh, there were just some things I wanted to buy, some tobacco and a few other things.
You crazy fool going into Brunswick for stuff like that when you might be recognized.
Nobody knows me there.
You can't never be sure.
Listen, Lobo, there's something you ought to know.
Yeah, what?
I've been followed from town.
Followed? How do you know?
Yeah. Seen a fellow behind me. I tried to get away from him, but that white horse he was riding was too much for me.
So you wasn't recognized, huh? Why, you blasted idiot, of course you wasn't. I'll bet the law set somebody on your trail to find our camp.
But it ain't the law.
Ah, you blundering idiot.
This fellow was masked. I seen the mask.
Huh?
That's straight truth.
And he was alone?
All alone.
How far back was he behind you?
Not over a couple of 100 yards.
And what became of him? Did he cut off before you got here?
I don't think so. Look, boss. There he is now.
Masked, all right.
Sure got his nerve.
Keep your gun on him. Pull up, stranger.
Over.
Now get down off that horse easy like, and don't slap leather.
I got you covered.
I wouldn't have ridden into your camp if I were looking for trouble.
What'd you come here for?
Help.
Huh?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
You're Lobo Lawson, aren't you?
That's me. Don't recollect ever meeting up with you before, though. How come you knew my name?
I made it my business to know that.
You better explain yourself.
I know several things about you, Lobo. For one, you're getting ready to hold up the stage.
Yes, you find out plenty, don't you?
You've given warning to anybody.
I haven't.
Then what do you want?
I want you to change your plans.
Yeah?
You don't know whether there'll be anything worthwhile taking on the stage or not. On the other hand, after the hold-up 2 days ago, you know very well that the stage crew will be on its guard. And likely to have a real fight on your hands.
What's that to you?
I want you to let the stage go and ride to Brunswick.
What?
You up to some trick?
The bank would pay you better than the stage, even if the stage was carrying money.
Is that your game? You figure you can get me to help on a job that's too big for you?
That might be.
And my answer's no. Maybe you're on a level and maybe you ain't. I suppose you're riding the owl, Hooter. You wouldn't be wearing that mask, but we ain't walking right into the hands of the law for you or anybody else.
You wouldn't be.
What do you mean? It's where the sheriff is, ain't it?
Where the sheriff was. He left town late this morning with just about every townsman he could get.
He did?
If you don't believe me, ask this man I followed here. He was in town. He must have seen them go.
Is that a fact, Curly?
Come to think of it, boss, they did leave town.
Then why in blazes didn't you get right back here and tell me about it?
Why,
Don't you savvy what that likely means?
I don't see anything special.
For all we know, maybe the law's laying for us. Maybe them fellas that rode out of town with the sheriff went to keep watch on a stage trail.
Say, do you think that's it?
I don't know, but it could be.
Now, do you think there'll be danger in holding up the bank in town?
Why, it's made to order. If this idiot here'd had any sense, he'd have seen it for himself and come and told me.
Then you'll try it?
I don't see why not.
Boss, you had it fixed with Deke to rob the stage. You can't change your plans this late. There ain't time to let him know.
What difference does it make?
But
Me and Deke agreed to strike at 3 in the afternoon. All right, we'll do that same. Where we strike don't matter none at all.
Don't?
Of course it don't. Look here, stranger.
Yes?
How do we know you're on the level about this?
I'll take my chances alongside you. That should prove I am.
You'll help with the bank?
I will.
Then the bank it's gonna be. Pete, bring up them horses like I told you. We're riding.
Deke's men were also preparing to ride. But in the midst of the preparations, Tonto had a long talk with the outlaw called Fritz. When Fritz had heard the Indian's story, he said,
Injun, I knew blame well when I helped you in Brunswick that you was going to come in handy. Come along. Wait till I tell Deke about this. Deke! Hey, Deke, hold on a second. Don't do nothing till you hear what the Injun just told me.
Yeah? What was that?
He knows where we can get some good horses. The thing we're needing most.
Is that a fact, Tonto?
That's right.
What's more, boss, he says them horses are every bit as good as the horses that Lobo and his bunch are riding.
Yeah?
I think we ought to let the cattle go. Get the horses if we can.
We can sure use them. Tonto, whereabouts are them horses?
Them near town. Me show you.
Near town?
What's the difference, boss? We could get 'em and be away again before anybody knew what was going on.
I suppose. Only
what?
Well, we told Lobo he was going after cattle.
He said himself it didn't matter about that, didn't he? It was just the time we staged our raid that made any difference.
Yeah, that's so.
Well, what do you say? We've been needing horses for a good long time now.
Fellas, get mounted. Tonto, you're riding that horse over there, that dun horse. See him?
Tonto, ride him.
Get in the saddle, Fritz.
Yeah.
Steady there, blast you. Now listen, fellas. We ain't going after the cattle after all. Our plans have been changed. The Injun knows where there's some real good horses to be had, and we're helping ourselves to them instead. Tonto, lead the way. It's time to get going. Get up there. Come on.
The Lone Ranger had told the truth when he had assured Lobo Lawson that the sheriff had left Brunswick with every man he could muster. What he had neglected to add, however, was that the sheriff, after leading his party out of sight, had circled back. With his men, he had taken a position in a deep gully which allowed them to watch all the approaches to town.
I don't like this. You know blame well, Sheriff, we shouldn't be leaving the town unprotected with them two gangs in the district. There's no telling when they'll ride in.
Well, the town ain't unprotected as far as I can see.
There ain't a man in it that's able to set a saddle.
But we're where we can keep watch, ain't we?
Keep watch. All we can see is the trails. Might anything be happening in town without our knowing it?
Yeah, like them riders we seen going into town just a couple of minutes back. Them fellows with that hombre on the white horse in the lead. We wasn't close enough to make 'em out. They might be crooks even.
They might be.
Don't seem to worry you none, Sheriff.
You don't?
Because you ain't got nothing to lose. The rest of us got stores and such, places that can be robbed.
I couldn't be robbed, but I could lose office if I made a mistake, couldn't I?
Well, I got a hunch you are making a mistake.
I still say I don't like this, Sheriff. How do we know them fellows we just seen are all right? They acted strange enough from what I could make out.
Yeah, how?
If they was just punchers, why'd they leave their horses in that grove of trees? Why didn't they take their horses into town with them like anybody else would have done?
Now, fellers, calm down. When I brought you out here, I said it was to catch them crooks that's been raising Ned around here. Well, we're going to do it. Both gangs of them. You just wait and see.
But we can't get both gangs at once. You savvy that, Sheriff, as well as we do.
And I savvy some other things you fellers don't. Now, just keep on waiting and quit complaining.
Oh, doggone, this is too much. Now there comes more fellows.
And riding like blazes.
Heading for that same grove. Sheriff, I'll bet anything you want to name that them first riders was one of the gang and this is the other.
Yeah, and while we might have had a chance against that other bunch, now that they're together, we ain't no chance at all.
Wouldn't have had a chance anyhow, as far as I can see. Even if we'd have rid to town when we seen that first bunch, these had got there just about the same time. Anyhow, you just keep watch. They ain't joined together yet.
But they're heading for that grove.
I said what?
They're in the grove now.
If they're the fellows I think they are, you're going to hear more about this, Sheriff.
Now, suppose you take a look.
Huh?
Hey, they didn't stop at all. And they're driving a whole bunch of horses ahead of them.
Those must be the animals the first bunch left there.
Yeah.
They're heading this way.
We going after them?
Wait till they get a little further out from town.
Those fellows are crooks, all right. But I reckon I must have been wrong about the first bunch. They wouldn't steal horses from the fellows they was working with.
They're getting mighty close, Sheriff.
Close enough. Come on, take after them and blaze away with everything you got. Get up there. Get up there. Get up.
The first party of riders observed with the sheriff's posse had been Lobo Lawson's gang. Lobo, entering town and finding the men gone, had been jubilant. The bank had offered no opposition to the holdup. But just as the outlaws were finishing their work, they were startled by the sound of gunfire in the distance.
Lobo, something's happened outside town. We better get going. Got all the cash, boss?
Everything that's to be had. Come on, stranger.
Lead the way.
Sounds like that firing is over to the south.
We'll see in a second.
Sounds like a battle.
Wonder what could have happened.
There they are, out there on the prairie.
That's just fine. As long as that fight keeps going on, there ain't going to be nobody bothered to take after us.
But what if that's Deke's bunch? We ought to help him out if it is.
Deke's way east of here. That can't be him.
Look, see what's happening?
The fight's over now.
Then we'd better be making tracks. They'll all be heading this way. Yeah, there they come now.
Here's the grove.
Into the saddle and ride.
Yeah. The horses. Where in blazes did our horses get to?
Gone. But how? What?
Those might be them.
Where?
For that party coming this way.
I never noticed those loose horses before.
I've seen them, but I didn't think anything about it.
We gotta do something. Here they come, and us afoot. If that's a law, how are we gonna get away? It won't do us no good to run for it.
They just ride us down.
Can't you make them out yet?
We'll be able to in a second. Wait, I seen something flash. By thunder, that's a sheriff, sure as shooting. There's a sun hitting his badge, I seen.
And every man in town with him.
Who are the fellas they're holding guns on?
Why, they look to me like...
Deke and his whole bunch.
And us able to do nothing but stand here.
Here they come.
Shall we fight? Fight them off, boss?
Get your guns out. We'll give them a battle even if we ain't got horses. Maybe we got a chance yet.
They're in gunshot.
I got a beat on the sheriff. Oh, my hand.
The masked man shot.
Where the jerky?
Stand back, all of you. Stand back. I'll shoot the first man that tries to rush me.
You dirty double crosser.
Make a break for it, fellas.
Don't move. You might as well give up. Shoot now, and it means a lynching.
It's Lobo, all right.
And every doggone one of them sidewinders that trails with him.
Face your hand.
We give up.
I drop my gun. Don't shoot.
But you never got us if our horses hadn't been stole from us, blaster. You say you had some horses stole?
Oh, howdy, Dick. They got you, too, huh?
Yeah, but the horses...
Why, some dirty polecats come here while we was in a bank and run off with... Say, how come our horses come back with you fellas?
Well, all right, Slobo. We never knew they was your horses. We know that we
Why,
never...
you blasted idiots, it was you fellas stole them. It was you fellas that got us caught. What in blazes was you doing over here, anyhow? You said you was going to rustle some cows over on the East Range.
But you said you was going to hold up the stage. That's why we never thought...
Never thought is right. Why, you
That'll
know
be
it's...
enough of that. If you want to do any arguing, you can do it in jail while you're waiting trial.
Did you have any trouble with Deke's men, Sheriff?
Oh, they put up a little fight for a while, mister. But we handled them without too much trouble. Bill there got nicked with a bullet, and my deputy got scratched up some, but that was all.
Good.
Say, Sheriff, what's this masked fellow got to do with things? Ain't he one of Lobo's men?
Say not. It was him that fixed up the whole scheme.
Then why didn't you tell us, Sheriff?
If I said I was doing like a masked fella told me, would you have listened?
Well, maybe not,
you
but I
don't blame well you wouldn't have. But I've been working with that masked fella right from the first. I even claimed the Injun here was a crook that time in town, just so these outlaws would think the Injun was one of them.
Hey, there was a redskin that told us we ought to steal these horses.
He's heading for that paint horse with a masked man.
And the masked man got me to rob the bank. Well, I'll be switched. Deke, you and me was took in right.
And now we're taking you into jail.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We're riding to Pecos. Mustang Magee is in trouble. Hello, Silver. Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Chevy's nationwide celebration is coming from May 11th to Memorial Day, so get ready, America, because you're invited to join Chevy dealers in celebrating the arrival of the first Chevy of the 80s, Chevy Citation, and see the other great Chevy cars and trucks that have made Chevrolet #1. Come on, America, get ready for Chevy's nationwide celebration, starting this Friday, May 11th at your Chevy dealers.
Chevy celebration, Chevy celebration, Chevy celebration, Chevy celebration, Chevy celebration.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is clock. C-L-O-C-K.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I'm again with $3,000 for one of our couples. Well, who's first, George? What have we got on the veranda?
Well, Groucho, we invited some dancing instructors to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Ann Reardon to be on the program. Her partner is Mr. Bill Eddy. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, hot diggity. Welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Ann Reardon and Bill Eddy. Ann, you're a dancing instructor, it says here, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from, Annie?
Well, I was originally from St. Louis, and I lived in Chicago, but I've been out here since I was 12 years old.
In other words, Annie doesn't live there anymore.
That's right.
Are you single?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I hope I'm correct in guessing you're not engaged. Am I correct?
Yes.
Are you busy tonight?
Yes.
You say yes?
Yes.
Tomorrow night?
Yes.
You said yes 4 times in a row. You realize that?
Yes.
Apparently, the answer is still no. This is the most delightful brush-off I've had in years. Bill Eddy, that's you, huh?
Yes,
I don't care how many times you say yes. My guess is you're about 5 years older than Ann. Is that right? How old are you?
Well, I'm 28.
Ann, was I pretty close?
Yes.
Still saying yes, eh? Right after the show, let's you and I have a soda, just the two of us, okay?
No.
They always get around to that sooner or later. Bill, are you married?
No.
Engaged?
No.
Can you support a wife, Bill?
Well, reasonably well.
You're walking on quicksand, Bill. Where do you work?
I work for the Bank of America in Glendale, Maine office.
Oh, you work at the Bank of America, and congratulations. This is better than striking oil. Bill, what do you think of Ann? And be candid as you like. You know, you're among friends.
Well, on such short acquaintanceship, I think she's a very lovely and charming girl.
I haven't seen a banker pay that much interest since the boom of '87. I've often wondered about banks with all that money around. How do they know you fellas won't take home a few samples?
Well, the bank conducts a very thorough investigation and ascertains our honesty before we're employed.
That's not important. They better make sure you're honest after they hire you. Isn't there some little way an employee can make an honest mistake, like slipping a couple of $1,000 under his toupee?
Well,
be honest, isn't there?
Well, a teller could go out to lunch and take a couple grand with him and not come back, but it wouldn't be long before his absence was noticed, and he'd be caught eventually.
Yes, but by this time he'd have had the lunch. Well, apparently you've been giving this some thought anyhow, haven't you? And you may have your honeymoon in Rio de Janeiro. Bill, by the way, I know the Bank of America is a very big bank. It happens I've got $32 there myself. Now, just between us, what assurance do I have that this money is safe?
Well, all deposits up to $10,000 are assured or insured by the federal government in Washington.
That's my guarantee. Huh?
Yes.
Have you heard that the federal government is about $280 billion in the hole? And that's after they collected Crosby's taxes. Let's talk about you, Ann. Where do you do your dancing?
The Arthur Murray Studio on Wilshire Boulevard.
Oh, Arthur Murray. Oh, I know him very well. As a matter of fact, I was on his show a few weeks ago. Did you see it?
No.
You didn't, huh? If you remember right after that, you remember he got robbed? Did you read about that? Well, there was no connection between my performance. I just thought he should have paid me off in something besides dancing lessons, that's all. What is the most popular dance these days? I know the one I like. The costumes are wonderful. All you need is 7 veils. You do that dance at all?
No, we don't.
What is the most popular?
Oh, of course, foxtrot. And it seems everybody nowadays wants to learn the mambo.
Oh, the mambo. Oh, I remember mambo. That's a sort of a combination of rumba and jitterbug, isn't it?
Well, that's pretty close.
With a little catch-as-can wrestling thrown in for good measure.
Pretty close.
And you think you could teach this guy anything?
Oh, I'm sure I could.
Bill, when do you think you could get together with her just to kind of talk things over, huh?
Well, we discussed this a little bit before the show, and we decided if we won any money, why, we might get together after the show and talk it over a little bit.
This was, you knew this all the time when I was talking to her? At the beginning, huh?
Yes.
Like a cat playing with a mouse, huh?
Well, she gave the right answers.
It was more like a rat playing with a mouse. You two have already gotten together, huh? Well, I swan, huh? Gosh, I haven't swanned in years. Apparently, he doesn't spend all his time foreclosing mortgages. Well, you're a very attractive couple, and Ann, if Bill has trouble carrying you across the threshold, after you're married, don't worry. Do what I do. But now, let's see how much money you can win. You beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the big money. Now, you select a general information quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
Go for 70?
Okay.
We'll work up from there. I hope.
Okay.
70, eh?
$70.
All right. In a matrimonial sense, what is a benedict?
It's me. Might as well guess. That's a ring. The guy that gives a ring.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that the fellow that gives the ring to the groom?
No, that's a married man, usually newly married. Well, that's...
Single, I'm sorry.
Now, what question do you want?
What do we go for
You
now?
still got lots of chances.
Let's try 50.
80, 30, 100,
60.
anything.
60.
60. What kind of a business establishment would you associate with a mortar and pestle?
It's a plaster, I think.
Okay, go ahead.
A plaster?
Either a drugstore or a pharmacy. Or pharmacy.
Ooh, that's the thing he grinds it up in.
That's right, yeah.
Boy, we're not doing worth a dime.
No, well... Now what do you want?
Let's go for the 50. Can't get too low.
Okay.
50.
50.
According to Mother Goose, who went to bed with one shoe on?
This will have to be yours.
See, a married man with children would know this. Well, I know. It's Diddle Diddle Dumpling, my son John. Went to bed with his stockings on. One shoe off and one shoe on. Diddle Diddle Dumpling, my son John. You see, you have to have children. Remember that. Now then, is your last chance to beat the other couples. What question are you going to go for?
$80.
$80. What do you call a freshman at West Point?
Plebe.
Plebe?
Plebe is right. At least you have $80. Yes.
Well, now we have a young lady with an interesting job, Groucho. Her name is Shirley Lestelle, and her partner is Mr. Charles Sandoval. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide by $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, Charles Sandoval and Shirley Lestel, eh? You're Shirley, huh?
Yes, sir.
Shirley, you don't mind my calling you Shirley on such short acquaintance, do you?
Not at all.
What did you say?
I said I don't mind you calling me Shirley.
Do you always talk that way?
Well, I guess so. My voice didn't change as I grew up.
Your voice didn't change?
No.
How come?
I don't know. It sort of left me, or I left it, one or the other.
Oh. Well, your voice was very foolish, Shirley. Now, how old are you, Shirley?
25.
25?
Yes.
You're a fine looking girl. Mr. Charles Sandoval, that's you, huh?
Yes, sir, that's me.
I can't help but notice that patch over your eye. Is that anything serious?
No, sir, the bright lights hurt my eyes.
Oh. You look very distinguished with the patch. And the schnurrbart and the goatee. And Isn't this a schnurrbart?
Schnurrbart?
No. Yeah,
No.
I think so.
Goatee?
Is your chin sensitive to light, too?
No, sir.
Where are you from originally?
I was born in the city of San Salvador in the Republic of Salvador.
Oh, well, why did you leave San Salvador? Did you get tired of bananas?
No, there was a revolution in 1929, and my father thought it would be a good time to leave the country.
You mean he let a little revolution scare him? Was he a coward?
No, certainly not. He was a president.
Well, the job blew up in his face, son. I don't blame him for quitting. There's not much chance for advancement in a job like that. Shirley, let's get back to you. There's one question I haven't asked. You are married, huh?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any outside interest, Shirley, or do you spend all your time keeping house?
Oh, no, I work for a Papermate Pen Company. I have for the last 2 years.
Just what do you do there?
Well, right now I'm doing the first assembly. I've done fillers, first assembly, final assembly, inspection.
Now, what's a filler?
A filler is the...
Now, that's a fellow you were married to. I don't mean him.
Well, a filler in a Papermate pen is the little inside that you write with. That's what you buy when you run out of ink, but it doesn't happen very often.
Only when you write, I guess, huh?
There's about 70,000 words there.
There is. I don't know that many words. Well, can you write in an airplane with that pen?
Sure.
Can you write in a submarine?
Definitely.
Have you ever been in a submarine?
No.
Well, how do you know you can write in one?
Because we advertise it, and when we advertise it, it's so.
Suppose I were to buy one. How would I know if it was any good, assuming that I did buy one?
Well, it would be good if you bought it because each pen is tested. We got 20 girls.
You test them underwater?
No, on paper. We have 20 girls that ride Johnson all day long.
Johnson must get an awful lot of mail, huh? Why do they write Johnson? I happen to know Johnson. He can't even read. Besides that, he's a married man.
Well,
Does Mrs. Johnson get wind of this?
No, but Johnson has all the necessary loops and swirls and straight lines.
If you think Johnson has them, you should see Mrs. Johnson. Well, it's been an experience talking to you two. But I'm sure you'd be much more interested in winning some money, wouldn't you, Charlie?
That's right.
So let's play You Bet Your Life. Beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the big money later.
The banker and the dancing instructor won $80, and the secret word is clock.
You selected science and fiction. Remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want? $10 one? 80, 100? Talk it over, your partners.
Good enough.
60, please.
60. What is another word for vertigo?
Vertigo, dizziness.
That's right.
Off to a good start with $60.
Now, what one do you want?
Okay.
70.
70. What do you call the colored part of the eye?
The pupil. The colored part of the eye is the retina.
Right.
No, the boat's gone,
Cornea.
Charlie. It's the iris.
Oh.
Now you have $60. Now, what do you want?
We'll try the $80.
80?
first.
Okay. What is the common word for clavicle?
Clavicle, collarbone.
That's right.
You now have $140.
Now what do you want to try? Is your last chance to beat the other couples.
90.
90? What is the science that deals with birds called?
Ornithology.
That is absolutely correct.
And you wind up with $230.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, before we proceed, I have a telegram here I want to read. This is to Groucho Marx, NBC Hollywood. The 500 radio and TV editors participating in the annual Motion Picture Herald and Fame magazine poll have voted George Fenneman the best announcer in television. Thanks, gentlemen, thanks. George, get your head out of the clouds and tell us who's next.
All right, Groucho, we have a guest tonight from down under. He's Mr.
And don't ask for more money. You're just wasting your time.
No.
As a matter of fact, we may cut your salary. Now that you'll have these encomiums.
What?
Encomiums.
We have a guest tonight from down...
This fellow went to Stanford, and I went to reform school. Huh? ECOMIUMS. Something like that.
We have a guest.
Encomiums. Look it up when you get home,
I'll
George.
do that for sure.
Look under E.
E. We have a guest tonight, Groucho, from down under. Mr. Ethel Smurden.
Where is he, in the subway?
Well, you'll see in just a minute, I think. Mr. Ethel Smurden is his name, and his partner is a Hollywood pioneer, Miss Mary Sackett. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Ethel Smurden. Oh, come now, you just made that up, didn't you?
No. My name is Ethel. That's a Scotch
Ethel?
name.
Well, why aren't you in a gas tank?
Oh, well, Ethel, you see, is the male equivalent for Ethel, the girl's name.
Oh. How about Smurden?
Smurden, well,
What kind of a name is Smurden?
That's Old English, Devonshire. My grandfather came from South Devon.
Oh. Now, where are you from, Mr. Smurden?
Oh, I'm from Auckland.
Auckland? Well, that's right across the bay from San Francisco, isn't it?
No, Groucho. Auckland, A-U-C-K-L-A-N-D.
I don't care how you spell it. It's still across the bay from San Francisco. Why do you assume this dialect if you're from Oakland?
Well, actually, have you ever heard of New Zealand?
New Zealand? Have you ever heard of Ecomium?
No, frankly, I haven't.
Well, that's right across the bay from Oakland.
Same place.
Now, let's talk to you, okay, Mrs. Sackett?
Miss Sackett, if you please.
Miss Sackett?
Thank you.
I'm terribly sorry.
No, you may be sorry, but I'm not.
This hasn't been an easy day for me, so... Well, I'm glad you're not sorry, Mrs. Sackett. You're a spinster, huh?
I'm a spinster from Choice.
From Choice. Is that near Oakland? Where were you born?
In Suffield, Connecticut.
In Connecticut, huh? Well, you're
across the alley from the town hall, opposite the town park, with the town cigar factory in the backyard, the family orchard and the family garden, on my granddad's Connecticut seed leaf tobacco farm, 10 miles from Springfield, Mass., 16 from Hartford, Connecticut. And if you would dispose of the cigar, I'll thank you.
Can I just hold it?
No, I don't like some.
Well, how do you feel about me, Mary?
Oh, you look all right, perhaps, if you leave the cigar alone.
Okay.
Does anyone have a
Boy, am I getting pushed around tonight. How old are you, Mary?
78 years.
78. Well, You're certainly spry and chipper. And not married. Now, Fenneman introduced you as a Hollywood pioneer. How long have you been in California?
I landed here on Thanksgiving Day, 1887.
1887. That was 70 years ago, huh? What was
Not quite.
No, well.
67.
Well, I wouldn't argue with you because I'd come off second best, but did you do any work as a girl when you first came out here?
Oh, I tended a store outside of school hours for my father.
Uh-huh. What kind of a store? General store?
A general store, a country store.
Mm-hmm.
I took care of the post office when it came along in the corner of the store, and when they electricized the dummy line and put it down to Santa Monica, I had the ticket and freight business. 3 of them at one time for 3 years.
Say, you were a pretty important part of...
I had to have help.
You didn't do it all yourself, huh?
Well, when...
Why did you quit the post office, Mary? Were the postcards getting too hard to read?
I didn't read the postcards.
Just the letters?
I didn't. Well, I couldn't get into letters.
Well, how do you spend your time these days? What do you do to entertain yourself?
Oh, I read and I walk and I talk.
You do them all very well, too, Mary. I hope I do as well when I'm your age next year. Do you ever watch my show on television?
Sometimes, not often. Because I seldom look at the television.
Well, do you like
you
me?
or anybody else? You're all right.
Took a long time to squeeze that out of you. Well, I'd like to continue this conversation, but now it's time to win some money. If you beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the big money.
Our second couple leads with $230.
Now, you two have to decide on one answer between you on all these things. Let's see how much money you can make. You select the geography. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what question do you want to start with?
Or I figure we'll take about...
Talk up.
I figure we'll take about number 8. How's that?
Number 8? The $80 one? Is that all right with you, Mary?
All right. If whatever's right with him, it'll be all right with me, I expect.
To what country does Greenland belong?
Iceland.
No, it's Denmark. All right, now you got 3 more chances.
Come on,
Which one do you want?
Say 70.
70. What is the capital city of Alaska?
Anchorage.
No, it's Juneau. What one do you want now?
Come on, what do you want now?
50?
Let's go the big one. You get nothing to lose so far. Yeah, we'll go 100.
100?
We got to get together.
What is the largest state east of the Mississippi?
Largest? Now, you're from the United States. What's the largest state east of the Mississippi? Texas.
Isn't that...
Texas is west.
East.
Oh.
Isn't that just like a man? Well, it's Georgia. That's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much you going to bet? You want a $90 one? A $10 one?
No, we'll go the 100. It's all right with you if we go the 100? It's all right with
No,
me?
you've had the 100. You can go 90.
All right, we'll go 90. All right?
All right.
In which of our states do you find Shoshone Falls? Shoshone. They're higher than Niagara. In which of our states do you find Shoshone Falls?
Higher than Niagara. That's in Idaho, is it?
That's right. Idaho is right.
And you'll wind up with $90.
Well, I'm glad you didn't leave me broke, Mary. Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means that Shirley Lestelle and the man from San Salvador with $230 in just 1 minute get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. Let me tell you about a man who's going to be mighty happy soon. He'll be happy because he'll be enjoying the comforts of a really fine automobile. A top-value used car he's going to pick out from his neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer's great selection. Now, let's see why this late model, low mileage car is going to be such an exceptional buy. Well, first, the car was traded in on a new DeSoto automatic, then given a thorough inspection. After being completely checked from bumper to bumper by the staff of expert mechanics at the neighborhood DeSoto dealer's marvelous service center, necessary reconditioning and tune-up work was completed immediately. Finally, because your DeSoto dealer thought that this car was one of the top values on his lot, he awarded it the Groucho's Special sticker. That's his way of showing you the finest used car buys in town. You'll find you can buy one of these Groucho Specials on the easiest of budget payments. So if it's a fine used car you want, look for the Groucho Special sticker. Then perhaps you'll be the happy man sitting in the driver's seat of a Groucho Special used car.
Remember, see the Groucho Specials at your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you.
Groucho, here comes our winning couple, the man from San Salvador and Shirley Lestel, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question.
All right, for $3,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of the most famous of Greek legends concerns Jason and his quest for the Golden Fleece. The sailors who accompanied Jason had many wonderful adventures. For $3,000, what were these sailors called? It is a word still used frequently. Talk it over. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Argonauts.
Argonauts is absolutely right, $3,000, and that was a tough question. How much they win the quiz, George?
$230 in the quiz.
Which gives them $32.30. It's not bad. What are you going to do with all that money? That's $16.15 apiece, huh?
I'm going to get a house.
You're going to get a house? And you? What are you going to do with
Same
yours?
thing.
You're going to get a house? Why don't
Yes,
you get
sir.
one between you, huh?
We could get a duplex.
Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life, huh?
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Don't be a wacky walker. Don't cross between intersections. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
You are looking at a very special place. the Bell Systems Network Operations Center in Bedminster, New Jersey. Here's where we watch the flow of nearly 40 million long-distance calls a day. If a bottleneck does develop, computer technology helps us reroute the traffic and get your call through.
Take your St. Louis traffic via Sacramento.
The Network Operations Center, helping to get your long-distance calls through quickly and easily.
The Bell System, keeping your communication system the best in the world.
Sid, where have you been? Nowhere. You realize you missed our 150th episode? I'm sorry about that. But if anyone from France comes by, you've never heard of me. What? I may have accidentally bought the Eiffel Tower. You can't afford the Eiffel Tower. For one thing, I don't think it's for sale. Well, those French mobsters sure want their money. It's a long story. Let's just say it's better for all around if we just pretend you never heard of me or the Eiffel Tower. Believe me, I'm trying. See you next time, folks.
Show.